Let's rock!
Hell yeah.
What's up,
Love
guys?
that shit.
Okay.
The date wasn't right on that intro. Redo it.
Oh.
Start this thing over.
Right.
Oops.
Well, I've seen 96 to 2000. What y'all see?
That's
what I saw.
2001,
That's what I see too.
2005.
Close enough.
Jesus.
How's it going, everybody?
I was asleep. I have no idea what the hell's going on.
Pretty good, man.
We are back for episode 5, guys. 1996 to 2000. Some good years.
Yeah. I'll just get it out of the way real quick. This was a fucking bitch. Just like the last one was a bitch, the one before was a bitch, but this one was an extra big fat bitch.
Yeah,
to narrow this shit down.
The bitchy factor is getting progressively exponentially worse, I think.
They're all
Yeah.
big.
Everyone.
The bitches
pretty
are
rough.
We're getting into my 2 favorite decades, and 80s obviously is my favorite, but it's going to get harder and harder as we go.
Yeah, that's what she said.
But this
Boom.
I went through a lot of movies these last couple of weeks getting ready for this. I'm pretty happy with what I landed on. I think I got the order right. So but yeah, I'm ready to get going, man. I've been looking forward to this damn thing all week.
Hell yeah.
So let's see who we got out there. All right, we got Dirk saying test.
I never said that.
I never said that.
All right, Indian Phantom, what's going on, man? Can't wait for this. You guys are killing it. Keep seeing a good mood all weekend with this series. I'm trying to have my picks finalized by the time y'all start. Hell yeah, man.
Hell yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Awesome.
Locked and loaded, ready to go.
Hell yeah.
What's going on, Holland? It's good evening,
Always.
gents.
That means let's fucking go, Alan. That's what LF.
I just went right past it because I didn't know. I didn't want to sound
He's
stupid.
like, leprechaun.
I had all that shit went through my head. None of it made any sense. All right.
What the fuck is that?
What's going on, Coco? Now we're gonna party like it's
Hey, Coco.
1999.
Right on.
See, I'm old enough to know when that song came out. I'm going,
Yeah.
damn, 1999 is a long ways away.
Yeah.
Is
Remember
it
when
sad, Coco, that I could already legally drink when that happened? Like,
Remember when it was 1998 and about to turn 99? It's like the only song they played all that New Year's Eve.
Oh yeah, oh
Let's
yeah.
get it.
They wore
Let's
it out.
get our full use out of this
right?
while we can.
Shit, my laptop is still stamped cleared for Y2K.
Yeah.
That's an old ass laptop.
It might be time to upgrade.
Hey, it's got 1 RAM.
Was it got Windows 95 or Windows NT on there?
Windows 95.
Right.
Yeah.
You can sell it to me when you're done with it. Apparently, I got a horrible taste in laptops. so Alan tells me.
Yeah, Samsung makes great laptops.
How's your gateway laptop working out for you, Brad?
It's real good. It's one of those old Apple laptops where it's upside down. It's so fucking old.
All right, Sydney Eubanks, what's going on? What's up? Let's go. Snacks and drinks. Good deal. Ken Carlson saying, hey. Joe Joker, what's going on, man? What's happening,
Scotty.
everybody? There's Ken. What's going on, buddy? What's up, Pops? He
up,
gets to
Ken?
talk about Armageddon now. You don't know that for sure. Nobody knows that for sure.
Irma what?
He changed his mind on it.
I got a suspicion that may be mentioned tonight.
Holland Hope says the last one was hard. This one was harder. The next few will be rough.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think the rest out.
Yeah. Chris says, Eve, I hope we're doing good tonight. Yep, doing good here.
Yeah, man.
Chris, see, my number one of this list is my favorite of all time, in my opinion, anyway.
Okay.
Let us know what that is later on.
Yeah.
Ken says, my favorites from 96 to 2000 is Boogie Nights, A Simple Plan, Jackie Brown, Fight Club, and Nurse Betty.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Nice.
Ken says, 1997 was a killer year. Yeah, it was. Monkey says, Independence Day and Twister are my top 2 of 96.
There's some good ones.
Oh, yeah. And he says, going to be a rough ride. Took me a while to get it, but I think I have the list. What's going on, Craig? I hope Scream made all of your list.
You'll see.
Mohammed El Sini. My favorite movies from this time are American History X, Arlington Road, Very Bad Things, He Got Game, and Remember the Titans.
Good ones.
Yes,
Yeah, no doubt.
good flicks in there, man.
Yes, and some of my other phases, Fargo and the others. Oh, yeah, I love Fargo.
Oh, yeah.
Chris says Independence Day for sure. Gizmo, what's going on, man? Jerry Maguire, Train Spotting, Boogie Nights, Saving Private Ryan, and The Green Mile. There, show is over. Gus saying, hey, everybody, what's going on, Gus? Super excited. First time being able to catch you all live. Appreciate you being here, man.
Al Rocks, that's Allison. She made the Brian Goes Blue and Coco 2 plaque behind
Oh, nice. Okay.
the convention.
Cool.
So,
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah,
Cool. That's awesome.
she's been sending me her top 5 picks every time we do a stream through messengers here. So
Oh, that's cool.
pretty cool. So she's got her picks with me.
Damn, we already got the damn spam box here. That was fast.
And you got rid of them.
Yeah.
I don't
Goodbye.
know.
Chris, this should be a very good list here
I told them
tonight.
where I was going to be. They should show up.
Holland said Brad's on one of those clamshell laptops from the same time period as this top 5.
Right.
Basically.
Hey, Joel, Dad, I'm here. Appreciate being here, youngin, son, whatever you want to call you. Chris, he says, my favorite movie of all time is Gladiator. Russell Crowe, directed by Ridley Scott, Academy Award winner, best director, came out in 2000. It's a good one.
Good movie.
Yeah.
And he says the Oscars didn't get it right one time from 96 to 2000, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They,
almost
many times
never
they don't.
They shit the bed on that a lot.
Yeah. All right, Gizmo. I always go through Pop's update videos and do my own breakdown. Well, I appreciate it, Gizmo. Appreciate you being here, man.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys. We are caught up in the chat, and it's time to get this ball rolling with our number 5 pick. And Brad, you drew the short straw. You get to go first.
Yeah. I can just change it. I can change the order now. I can prove it
Yeah.
that. It was a bitch getting these like the bottom three organized. I mean, I kept moving them around, so they're interchangeable. But this is a movie from 1997. It's a David Fincher movie. It's The Game.
Oh yeah.
And
Hell yeah.
It says a Criterion release. It's
What?
an incredibly weak Criterion.
Criterion.
Very little supplemental shit at all. You get a commentary, you get a theatrical trailer, like you get in every fucking studio release. There's like this bullshit roll with the CRS footage. They play that. I mean, there's just not a lot to this, but I just wanted to take shots at this fucking shithouse company. But the scan's not that good either. It's an average scan, but anyway, the movie it's takes place in California mostly, and it's shot 100% in California. It follows Nicholas Van Orton, who's played by Michael Douglas. It's the week of his 48th birthday, and that's important. And this comes out very early on because that is the exact age that his father committed suicide. So he's already kind of, blasé about the whole thing to begin with. But he's an investment banker with, obvious wealth. He lives in a huge estate in San Francisco, huge, and San Francisco property that doesn't go together. I mean, it's like $100 million piece of property. So he's obviously rich. And his brother comes back into town. It's like his brother's like this perennial fuck up, always just fresh out of rehab. And he gives him a gift. It's odd seeing him. They're not close. He gives him a gift, and it's a kind of what it is it's it's like a gift certificate, and it's to a company called CRS, Consumer Recreational Services, and he goes there. He doesn't want to go there, but he goes there to kind of appease his brother and all that stuff. Plus, I mean, he's kind of down in the dumps because of what, his 48th birthday. He's divorced a few years and all this stuff. He's just kind of a gloomy guy anyway. So anyway, he goes there and he wants answers before he signs up for any of this, obviously, like anybody would. But it's all very vaguely explained. They describe it as whatever is lacking in your life, that kind of thing. It kind of puts you in mind of Total Recall a little bit. It's like a kind of like a vacation for yourself kind of thing. It's vaguely described as a game. And he reluctantly does their tests and all that stuff and agrees to it. This movie gets like there's obvious comparisons to between the Van Orton character and the Gordon Gekko from Wall Street. Same actor, they're both rich. But those comparisons, like I see that I'm doing research for this movie. I see that everywhere. People are talking like this is Gordon Gekko 10 years later or some shit like that. I'm like, they're nothing alike. Gordon Gekko, the Gekko character is like a flamboyant, extrovert type, a show off. Whereas Van Orton is more of a almost recluse, guarded, private, extremely private introvert type. So just him playing it so differently kind of, I think, just shows Michael Douglas's range. But he's totally believable as a rich asshole. You kind of get it. Like, that's kind of the role he was born to play. But like I said, it's a game. He agrees to it. And it's a big mystery, this movie. It's a David Fincher movie, so they're all mysteries. So I can't really talk too much about the plot. But it obviously... It goes back and forth whether this is the game. Is it the game? Because he gets a call and says he was not qualified to participate in the game for health reasons or whatever reasons. They give him a battery test. So you're just trying to figure out if the game's going. It's not. It's coincidence. His brother, who just showed up out of the blue, is trying to screw him over. I'm explaining this movie horribly because it's really hard to explain what it is. You just have to watch it. For a lot of people, this is a one-time watch, as a lot of Fincher movies are. Once you know how it ends, that kind of thing. But it's an Odyssey type movie. This character, Nicholas Van Orton, goes on just a wild ride. It's a lot of fun. I find it rewatchable. I don't know why. I find his movies rewatchable. A lot of people don't. But the standout thing for me in this movie is when he has to There's a scene where he needs a ride later on in the movie, and he has to literally beg somebody to take him for a ride. And you got a guy that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he has to literally beg. And you just the emotions coming through the character. Michael Douglas is acting his ass off. I mean, you believe him 100% that this, what he's going through, the pride that he has to swallow to do this. But anyway, man, if you like mysteries, I hate to use the word thriller. I guess that's kind of a word, but it's definitely a mystery. If you like it, definitely check this out. Wait for a 4K because this Blu-ray is mediocre for what you're going to pay for it.
That way it starts off, it's like, if I remember right, it's like a knock at the door. He fucking opens the door and there's a fucking doll there or some shit. Ain't that right?
He gets rejected from the game. He tells his brother, "Listen, I'm not going to play. I don't have time." He starts telling people like, "I'm not doing it." After he was rejected, then he comes home and there's a clown in the driveway right where his dad killed himself.
Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
It's creepy as fuck. There's some really creepy stuff in this. But like I said, it's just it's so easy to spoil it.
Right.
You got to suspend your disbelief a lot with this movie, I feel.
Right.
But it is a lot of fun.
That's seeing that at the beginning though just sucked me right in. I remember first time seeing it, I was like, "Fuck yeah, this is going to be a trip."
It was definitely one of those rare movies where you're like, I have no idea where the fuck this is going.
Yeah, it's a very unique movie too. It's different. It's real hard to explain, Brad. You're right, especially without spoiling it.
Yeah.
Once you see it, it's considered. A lot of people consider it Fincher's worst. I mean,
I would disagree with that.
No, it's definitely not. Definitely not his worst.
No. Yeah, but it may be his least rewatchable. I guess I agree with that because once you've seen it, you've seen it. But
I've seen it several times, man. Yeah, it's been a while, but
I like what he did there. Like I said, it's similar to the Gordon Gekko character, but he's totally different than Gordon Gekko. It's a totally different deal altogether.
Yeah,
solid pick.
Yeah, man. Good way to start it off.
I was just gonna say, great kickoff.
All right, Brian, what you got, bud?
All right. Well, this is I don't know if you guys have even heard of this movie. This stars Vincent Gallo and Christina Ricci, and it's Buffalo 66.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's a great movie.
Yeah. One of my favorites in the 90s for sure. Or I think 90s or 2000 or something. But basically, it's Vincent Gallo's character. He stars and directs the movie. Basically, he does the whole most of it himself. But he's just getting out of prison because he took the fall for his bookie on a big Buffalo Bills game. So he's getting out of prison. His parents are expecting him at home, and they're expecting to see a wife that he doesn't have because he lied to him about saying that he has a wife. So he goes into this bowling alley and then he kidnaps Christina Ricci's character, and just takes her to his parents' house, and it kind of, I don't know, it's a pretty cool character piece on Vincent Gallo's character. I just always enjoyed it. There's a fun trivia fact that the house that he goes to that his parents will live at is the actual house that he grew up in real life. And I just like a lot of the dialogue in here, and there's some good direction by Vincent Gallo in here. He only did a couple movies, but I always liked what he did. And there's a tap dancing scene with Christina Ricci that is pretty solid in the bowling alley. His dad is played by forget the guy's name. Let's see, Ben Gazzara, and his mom is Angelica Houston. They're both expecting a pristine, perfect person out of his wife, and she's just not that. And every time that she messes up, he gets really, really upset with her. And it's just, I don't know, just wanting perfection out of somebody he just met, pretty much. And it's just, I don't know, it's just something you have to see. The whole movie's in black and white as well. It's just a solid movie. Let's see. Christina Ricci choreographed the tap dance scene in the bowling alley. There's just a lot of funny quotes in the movie. When he's trying to drive the car, it's pretty funny. He's like, "Is this a shifter car? I can't drive a shifter car. All right, we got a little situation here. I can't drive these kind of cars. What the fuck is going on? You think that's funny? Would you like to know, smartass? Would you like to know why I can't drive this kind of car? I'll tell you why. I'm used to luxury cars. Have you ever heard of a luxury car? You know what that means? Luxury. You ever heard of Cadillac? Cadillac Eldorado? That's what I drive. I drive cars that shift themselves. That's just, he's really like one of a kind actor. I don't know. I heard he's a total asshole to work with, but it shines on screen. I don't know. I just love this movie, Buffalo 66.
Oh yeah.
You made me nervous there for a minute, Brian, when you said Vincent Gallo. I thought you were about to pull the brown bunny.
No. That one's okay.
I never-
It's not nearly as good as this one, though.
I've never seen that. I'll check it out.
I need to rewatch it, man. It's been a long damn time.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
I remember the trailer reminded me of like a Rob Zombie video or some shit. In a way.
You and Rob Zombie, man. That's like your favorite dude.
Damn sure is.
No, I've not seen that movie. I want to
You
check
haven't
that
seen
out.
You ever seen the trailer?
Yeah, you'd like it. You'd like it, Brett.
Yeah, I'm putting it on the list.
It's
I
like
haven't seen it
$10.
either.
It's like $10. I don't think you can get the slip anymore though. But
Yeah. Well, you know what they
Fuck
say.
that.
No slip, no dip, right?
I know Pop can eBay it.
All right, Ryan.
All right.
Let's see what you got.
I think this has already been mentioned in the chat. In fact, I think it was Ken that mentioned it, but I love this movie. I know I'm probably somewhat of his bitch, although I'll be the first person to admit he's done some terrible, terrible, terrible movies. But it's 1998's Sam Raimi's A Simple Plan.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
This movie is phenomenal, and you don't really need to say hardly anything about this movie other than it's directed by Sam Raimi. It's got Billy Bob Thornton in it, Bill Paxton. It's the plot is very simple. It's just about these normal people, everyday run-of-the-mill people, and what happens when you throw them into an odd situation or a unique situation where suddenly they're in possession of a large amount of money that technically isn't theirs, and what happens from that. That's all you really need to know. And then just know that it's directed by Sam Raimi. I love this movie for the direction, the acting. Billy Bob Thornton was nominated for an Academy Award for this movie, which the movie itself actually flew under the radar, and a lot of people didn't even realize that he was nominated for Best Supporting Actor for his acting in this movie. It's crazy because both Bill Paxton and then the other guy that's in this movie, his name is Brett Briscoe, both died in 2017 together. The other reason I love this movie is this movie was basically made in my backyard. I'm from as far north as you can get in Michigan on Lake Superior, where we average winter about 13 months out of the year, about 300 inches of snow a year, which is no exaggeration, actually. And when they were filming this movie, they were filming it in Minnesota originally, not far from where the Coen brothers had filmed Fargo. In fact, Sam Raimi and the Coen brothers were really good friends, and he actually went to the Coen brothers about how do you film in the wintertime. And so it's weird because Sam Raimi's got a very unique directing style, but when you watch this movie, it has a very huge Coen brothers vibe to it, which is very strange, and now it makes sense. But when they couldn't find enough snow in Minnesota, they had to go further north to film, and actually ended up not far from where I grew up. And when you watch this movie, you feel cold watching this movie. And you just get this, it's got very much that gray winter, no sunlight, Midwestern vibe. And it just, that environment and the cinematography of that movie totally plays into the plot. If you've never seen it, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. Just a great flick all around. You won't be disappointed. You could call it a mystery, you could call it a thriller, you could call it a drama. It pretty much hits all genres. It's a good flick. Check it out.
Anytime you have a big bag of money, it's a crime film.
Yeah.
You got me. Right? You got me right there.
This is very vague. It's not a spoiler. The one thing I remember about that movie, I rented from a video store back in the day, is there's a shotgun blast where somebody gets blown away with a shotgun. And it's like it's a holy shit moment.
Yeah. Yep. What's crazy is this Bill Paxton plays a dude that's got a regular job. He's just working at like a mill doing regular work, and his boss is actually his father in real life. And he had no idea that his dad was going to be in the movie. His dad had separately approached Sam Raimi, not knowing what was being filmed in the past, and said, listen, I've always really I love your movies. I love your directing. I always want to be in one of your movies someday. So Sam Raimi cast his father in the movie, and Bill Paxton never even knew it. They showed up on the set at the same time, had no idea that each other one was in the movie.
Damn.
Yeah, it's an
That's a hell of a
unusual
thing, man. I
role
forgot
for Billy
about that.
Bob Thornton too. Like it's
It was a very strange role for Billy, especially pre-Sling Blade sort of days.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that's a
No,
good
that's a
one.
DVD. I wonder if that
Pretty
released as
good.
a Blu-ray.
No,
I thought maybe it was a
I've
Blu-ray.
looked. I just looked again on Blu-ray, and it doesn't have one. But yeah, it's just it's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's a good
That's
pick.
a hell of a pick, man.
Real hidden
Oh, yeah.
gem.
I wrote that one down too. I want to rewatch that. Ain't seen that in years.
Yeah, I got it wrote down.
Imprint put out the gift. They should put out Simple Plan too.
Because I don't know.
Exactly.
I think I might have seen it, but it's not that cover, like Billy Bob's wearing a hat. That looks familiar, but
That's
Yeah,
definitely an imprint style, Brian. That
Oh, yeah,
definitely
no doubt.
would be an imprint release.
Now, Brad, you know how that shit works. We mention it. 2 days later, they announce it. It's actually creepy as hell. All right, Dirk, you're up. What you got?
all right, man. Well, where we're going, we don't need eyes. Event Horizon, man. I love this damn steelbook.
Oh, yeah,
man, killer.
I know it's hard as shit to get, and CK hooked me up. We made a little trade or whatever, but
Yeah,
this
Wes
movie
hates
here-
that movie, so I'm sure you
What-
came out. He came out good on that one.
yeah. But man, it's definitely among my favorite sci-fi horror films of all time. Sam Neill kills this role.
Hell yeah.
It's like a mix of The Shining, Hellraiser, and Alien, I would say, because of the isolation. Only because of the isolation part. But the whole cast is good, man. It's just first time I seen it, it just stuck with me, and I constantly kept thinking about it. I was like, damn, man, this shit's like, I don't know. I've watched it a lot, you know.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion, if you've never seen it, the best experience would be to cut the lights off, turn your damn cell phone off, don't look at that shit, and watch that shit alone.
Send your girlfriend home.
Yeah. But yeah, I already mentioned one of the quotes, but the other quote that I liked is Fishburne's. He's as soon as they go in there, he's like, "This place is a tomb," you know, like just sets the whole shit, man. It's but Paul W.S. Anderson directed it. The standouts to me would be Lawrence Fishburne as Miller, Weir, definitely Sam Neill, Peters as Kathleen Quinlan, been in a ton of shit. Probably my favorite role from her would be Twilight Zone as a teacher. But you got Cooper, Richard Jones, and then Stark, Jolie Richardson. But yeah, man, if you've never seen Event Horizon, I don't know what the hell you're doing. I know CK hates the shit out of Sam Neill, but I think he's a
I like
badass.
Sam Neill.
I think he's great in that movie.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, check it out, man. That's my number 5.
That's good, man. I love
yeah,
that
man.
movie.
I remember the first time I saw that. What year did that come out?
97.
Yeah, 97.
I was 12 years old, and I saw it with my grandfather in the theater. Man, that was a fucking trip.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. It's
What's the line he says when they're trying to translate the audio that they find? He's like, I thought it's Latin. I thought they were saying save us, but what they're saying is save yourself from hell.
Yeah.
Save
Yeah.
yourself from hell. Yeah,
Yeah. And the visuals are so good in that movie. I mean, with
They
the
hold up,
gravity
man.
drive and all that shit.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know anything about any of that. It's like, I believe it. Sure, that thing works.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell that is.
the early CG, it was pretty decent in that
Yeah.
too. I
All
mean,
the-
it
all
still
the-
holds up pretty decent.
Yeah, all the shit that they're doing, and whenever they find that camera footage is insane.
Yeah.
Crazy shit. But I
One
love
of
the
the
Lawrence Fishburne stuff. When Lawrence Fishburne is like the most real person ever in that situation. He's just like, we're getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
I'm done with this. We're gone.
Now, how's
But I
that
mean-
4K look? I got the 4K from Scream, but I haven't watched it yet.
oh, it's fucking awesome, man. And it's got it's got Dolby Atmos on it. Yeah,
Was that a 4K with screen? Was that a Blu-ray?
It was a Blu-ray, but it's a 4K
Blu-ray, okay.
scan. Let's
Okay,
look
start
amazing. So.
thinking about it. Yeah, I need to grab that steelbook because I know it's not easy to find.
No, it's not. And
Like,
I've seen.
like Brian says, "Oh, you made the shit out of it."
Yeah, I reached out to CK. I knew he hated Sam Neill, so
Yeah.
I seen him do a review on that shit, and I hit him up.
Right.
I was like, man, I gotta have that shit.
There's no way they're not going to repress that steelbook. So if you want to hold
Either
off,
repress the steelbook or you're going to get a slip with similar artwork. Something's going to happen. I'm sure it's sold so well that they'll make more.
Yeah, it's high as grass pussy on eBay, man.
yeah, I wouldn't do that.
That's pterodactyl tits. Heard somebody say the other day.
And you know, if Alan's hearing all this, and he's just going, sure, I'll just wait. I'll wait.
Yeah,
I'll wait till after the fucking stream, and I'll have one here.
What I got here next week, you know.
I don't know what you're talking about. All right, guys. This is probably not going to be on most people's list, but I got a soft spot for this movie, man. It's me and my oldest son seen it in theaters, and I was an instant fan. Now all I got is this shitty ass triple pack, but I'm talking about the bottom one, A Perfect Storm.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
This is really good triple pack though. 3 good movies.
Yeah.
2 good movies and an okay movie. But this movie here is just it's based on a true story. A bunch of a fisherman basically get killed. Spoiler alert! Everybody fucking dies. But like I said, it's a true story. You learn that from the trailer pretty much.
Damn it!
But it came out in 2000, June 30th, 2000. It was directed by Wolfgang Peterson, and has a great cast. Stars George Clooney, Mark Wahlberg, John C. Reilly, and actually one of my favorite roles he's ever done. John C. Reilly to me is fantastic in this. Diane Lane, Michael Ironside, and Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio, if I said that right. Damn, she has a long name. But it's basically an unusually intense storm pattern, catches some commercial fishermen unaware and puts them in mortal danger. And like I said, based on a true story, and this is such a big deal that they made this movie. The locals in the town, a lot of them went up to Wolfgang Peterson on the first day of shooting, and all they said to him was, "Don't fuck this up," because this is a very sensitive story in that area, as you can imagine. And so it was a big deal that they made this movie about it. But after it was over with, they went up to him and said, "You did a great job." Like after they seen the movie, he got a lot of fan mail, a lot of letters, stuff like that. But the director, Wolfgang Peterson, he is I didn't realize this. I was doing my notes here. He's a big animal activist, whatever. So in the movie, none of the fish are real. They're either animatronics or rubber. So any fish you see in this movie, like the big marlins or whatever they are, there's no real fish in the movie at all. For whatever's that's worth. There's a few things about the movie they got. If you've seen the movie, there's a few things that wasn't really factual. George Clooney and Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio in the movie are really close. You almost felt they had a relationship. In real life, the two real people never really knew each other. They weren't close at all. That was the one thing that was different. Mary Elizabeth, she starred in The Abyss, and
James Cameron.
Thank you, James Cameron movie. And she said after making that movie, she would never make another movie that was on water or based on water. So, but luckily, every one of her scenes were filmed on land. She didn't have to film anything out in the water, so that worked out for her. If you guys seen the movie, one of my favorite characters in the movie is Bugsy, and Bugsy is played by I wrote his name down, by John Hawkes. John Hawkes, you may know him from Dusk Till Dawn. He's the guy in the very opening scene from Dusk Till Dawn. He's the store owner that gets burned up in the popcorn.
He's good in everything, man.
But he's absolutely fantastic in this movie. You feel for this guy. He's kind of just a lonely, sad sack. Everybody else has got somebody waiting for him, somebody that sees him off, and he's always the one guy that's always kind of by himself. My favorite part of the movie is he basically runs into this girl named Irene in the bar, and he's desperate as hell. He's really throwing some moves on her, and she ends up having a drink with him. When she comes to see him off where he leaves, and so that was like a big deal for him. And so that was a really cool part of the movie. And my favorite part of the movie, and like I said, this is no spoilers. Everybody knows when you see this movie that everybody dies. When the boat's going down, John C. Reilly, the last thing he says, he's got a son, by the way. He's got an ex-wife and a son. Son's maybe 8 years old. And the last thing he says for the water, he goes down into the water, is this is going to be hard on my son. And then, there he goes. That's what the last thing he said was just he made the line, this is going to be hard on my son. And it's just a really heart-wrenching moment. Michael Ironside looks so much like the guy he's playing. The locals in the town came up to him thinking that it was the real guy. So they really landed the casting there. But the movie had a budget of $140 million. It made $182 million. It made its money back, but didn't really kill it. But it did make $320 million worldwide. But if you haven't seen the movie, it's really worth seeing. Everybody just acts their ass off in this movie. I thought it was cast very well. It's one of my favorites with George Clooney in it. There's just I don't know. I can watch the movie a couple times a year, never get tired of it. So it definitely had to make my top 5.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Great pick, man.
Yeah. I love that movie. Got me very interested in the business behind fishing, because that Michael Ironside explains how the money works. It's like 50% right off the top goes to me because I own the boat, and then whatever crumbs are left over after the bait and everything that you
bait
use,
tackle. It's like you get nothing basically. And these guys, they
my
work
kind of
their ass
business.
off for pennies. So,
Yeah, I love that kind of
tough way to make a living.
People to get on them fucking boats. It'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah,
There's a big statue. There's a big statue in Gloucester of dedicated to all the lost fishermen. But I think it's fairly new. I mean, it's not like I drove by it. It's a huge fucking statue.
Right.
So I imagine it was commissioned after that disaster.
But I ain't gonna say the movie flew under the radar. But you don't hear a whole lot of people talk about it anymore.
It's kind of fallen off of it. Yeah.
And it really holds up. I watched it for the stream, and it really holds up.
I haven't heard about it in a while, so you're right about that.
All right, we'll catch up with the chat, guys, and we'll move on to our next round here. What's going on, Anthony? Appreciate you being here, buddy.
Hi, Anthony.
Hi, Anthony.
Always saying hey to Anthony. Everybody saying hey. What the fuck is a Criterion, Brad?
Yeah, exactly.
Forget I said it.
Chris says I love David Fincher films. Monkey says to Chris, my favorite spooky film of Ridley Scott is Hannibal.
He did Hannibal?
Yeah, he did Hannibal.
Oh, shit, I didn't realize.
Hannibal was a huge fucking deal. Everybody wanted to be in it.
I didn't realize Scott did that shit.
Ridley Scott did it, yep.
What the fuck? Damn. I don't even feel like a Ridley Scott.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it don't. I don't know.
Babe Pig in the City should be number 1, the first film about Harvey Weinstein.
Directed by George Miller, too.
Yeah, George Miller did that.
Right.
That blows my fucking mind, man. That's crazy.
Very nice minds, Alien. All right, Joe Joker says, I am screenshotting this now, Brad, holding up a Criterion. Holy shit.
That's the best release of the game, which isn't saying shit. There's a studio release that's dog shit. There's a DVD that's dog shit. This is a slight improvement. So, and it's not a very good, as far as Criterion goes, they're overrated. They're overpriced. This is a lower tier Criterion.
That's an older Criterion Blu-ray, by the way.
Usually they have significantly more features.
Yeah,
than this one does.
Is that getting a 4K?
Probably.
I hope so. But I bet most of the Fincher stuff hasn't gotten. Has there been one Fincher 4K yet? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
So I think they're Fox properties, and Fox got bought by Disney. So who knows what's going to happen with that?
Yep.
Fight Club 4K, come on, that would sell. People would buy that.
Oh yeah. With a fucking soap.
Yeah, bar of soap, whatever whatever weird thing they want to do. People cream for that one. All
right, India Phantom says, I have the game Criterion Collection, good pick and quite overlooked by Fincher. Sexy Deborah Kara Unger is in my number 2 pick, which is another CC film or Criterion Collection film that I will mention when we get there.
Yeah, the red bra chick.
So the game is the masterpiece. The movie was loved when it arrived, but I feel people have forgotten about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like really I said, once you know, it's like, oh, that was really good. And then
it's definitely not a very. I mean, I've seen it multiple times, but for most people, you're right. That's gonna be a one-time watch, I would think.
And I don't think it's like, we've talked about movies that are rewatchable that have, like The Hereditary or something where you can go back through and find stuff. You don't really have that with the game. You're meant to be kind of deceived.
But it's still one that you could go back a couple years, watch it again.
I mean, I'm not saying you won't notice things, but like there's a scene where a guy rolls out of a car and he kind of looks, the way he looks at it, it almost looks like it was planned. I don't know. I didn't catch a lot on the rewatch.
Right.
Kal-El said, what's up, Pops? What's going on, Kal-El?
Oh.
Monkey says, I could watch Ellen Louise Ripley any day or night. Great pick. Sidney Eubanks. My number 5 movie is Arlington Road from 1999. Jeff Bridges, Tim Robbins, and John Cusack. Directed by Mark Pellington. Fear and paranoia and a lethal conspiracy, a deadly combination. That's a strong movie, man. That's a really good flick.
I'm familiar with that one.
Last like 20, really the whole fucking movie. The last 20 minutes of that movie, man, you're on the edge of your fucking seat.
I was just gonna say it's tense.
Yeah.
Yeah, check that out, Brad. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad, that's right up your fucking alley, man. You'd like that, I think. Chris C says Criterion needs to get some anime in their collection, in my opinion. I'm not a big anime fan, but I could see people wanting that. You know,
Yeah.
Probably do a good job with it. Sidney Eubanks says the game is pretty good. Muhammad said the 90s had the best thrillers. They had a bunch of good ones.
It was the decade of the sex thriller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That.
Yep.
A lot of banging, a lot of murdering, a lot of tranny stuff,
Yep.
a lot of weird
Psychological
shit
sex.
Pushing the limits there.
People in drag, a lot of
Wait
crazy stuff
a
going
minute.
on.
Wait, what did you say?
Muhammad said Arlington Road is awesome and extremely underrated. Yeah, very underrated. It really is. Okay, man. What's going on, Caveman?
Okay, man.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up, man?
I ain't saying that, but Holland did it. Chris C says, like the t-shirt, Brian.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Miss Caveman, what's going on? Now try to keep Caveman in line for us. Good evening, everybody. Holland Oak says, hey, Miss Caveman. All right, everybody's saying hey. All right, Gizmo, Christina Ricci is my age. So when I was around 17 and 18 when this film was released, I remember I loved her and the white dress in it, but it is black and white.
Yeah, it is.
But is it black and white?
Yep.
Indian Phantom says, "Oh yeah, Buffalo 60." Sorry, Buffalo 66 is on my list of the runner-ups. My number 6. The movie isn't in black and white though. It's super grainy and muted though.
Oh yeah.
I have a pic with Gallo that looks just like the poster.
Yeah, it is. I guess it is muted color. Yeah, I was thinking it was black and white. It's been a while.
And it says he made Gallo twice.
Oh, cool.
That's cool. Smack that like button. Appreciate it, Caveman.
Yeah, definitely.
Sidney Eubanks says, A Simple Plan is really good. I just finished watching it. Good timing. Muhammad said, A Simple Plan is good. Another 90s thriller would have I fucked that all up. A Simple Plan is good. Another 90s thriller would have being in my honorable mentions. Okay. First, A Simple Plan, is that based off the book by Sam Smith?
And he also wrote the screenplay for it, I think, which is why it turned out so well.
Okay. A Simple Plan is a Sam Raimi movie that feels the most like not a Sam Raimi movie. I remember I liked it, especially the ending.
And nobody gets splattered with anything,
Right?
India Phantom says,
And
hell
there's no
yeah, I love A
chainsaw.
Simple Plan.
No chainsaw. I mean, what the fuck?
Right? Come on.
Speaking of actors who are hard to work with, I just watched a video where Billy Bob was in Nightmare on Bad Santa and The Ice Harvest. Great acting, though.
Billy Bob
pretty
seems like
essential
he'd be hard to eat a sandwich next to. I mean, he's
Right.
just an asshole. I mean, he
Yeah.
hates everybody and everything, and yet he's a really good actor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, good one to say, cool. Damn. Cool. I remember I thought it
Alley.
reminded me a little like where I was from, but where I'm from, we have much more snow and minus 40 degrees in the winter. Yeah, minus 40 degrees. You don't get quite that cold here in Florida.
No. I don't get here like here.
Which is
I hear
exactly why
Christian
I
Bale's hard to work with as well. Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
I've heard that a lot about him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's notorious.
Mickey Rourke, let's just say the
Yeah.
worst one, knocking fucking directors out and shit.
Right.
There's another stream idea of actors that are the worst of top 5 actors that are hard to work with.
Right.
Who's the easiest to work with? Keanu Reeves. There's a reason
Yeah.
he's 55
Probably.
still gets to make $100 million movies. He's the nicest guy in the world.
All right, Indy Phantom said, you guys are the best for making me need to see movies I've not watched in a while. I appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah. That's what's great about this. I always come away with a list.
Oh, yeah. Same for me. I'm watching these movies I haven't seen in a while, man, to get ready for this.
Yep.
Chris C says, yeah, I've never seen A Simple Plan either. It's a good watch. Good movie. Ken Carlson, what's going on, man? A Simple Plan hopefully will come out with the Kino/Paramount deal.
Oh yeah, didn't think about
I
that.
could see that. I could see them getting that title too. That would make sense. Chris is oh fuck yes, SPC special or SPC Event Horizon is my all-time favorite horror. It terrifies me to this day. Damn, forgot about that.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You ever seen Fire in Space? It's beautiful.
I've
Yeah.
never seen that. Never seen that one.
Oh, it's in the.
No, that's a line from Event Horizon.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So my friend bought the tape in '97. I watched with him. I had a headache at the time. Still, it's hard for me to watch. I missed my chance on the steelbook. Yeah, I did too. I'm gonna have to fix that. That's a good look at the steelbook. So
Yeah, I thought
The
it was
Perfect
gonna be
Storm was
there.
really good.
I thought it was going to be there for a minute, and it was gone.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, man. You never know what's going to fly off the shelves and what's going to be there. I mean,
Yeah.
all right. Anthony says my number 5 is American Beauty. This is a dark comedy with some great acting. It hits you with some grim and depressing subject matter, and then has you laughing your ass off in the next scene. Yeah, American Beauty is. It's a good movie. It's a weird one, but it's got some really great scenes in it.
Right.
Yeah, it's got some strange shit going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All the people he picks to cheat on him with. That fucking obnoxious realtor guy. You like getting fucked by the king? Jesus Christ.
And the damn and then knowing what you know about Spacey now, it's kind of like go back
Right.
and watch this shit.
Yeah, and that like just puts it on a whole new light now.
And I really hate that shit. I mean, he was such a good actor, man. He really was.
Oh hell yeah.
He's just such a good actor.
Yep.
All right. I'll know number 5 for me is Vampires, one of my favorites. Mahogany, Ebony, Teak, Major Chubby, Lingerers, Padre, Language. Gizmo, I lost 2 uncles and 1 friend to the sea, so I try and keep away from movies about storms and ships put together. Understandable. Any fan says, great picks. My number 5 is Election. Best performance by Matthew Broderick. So damn tight.
Yeah,
I got that Criterion in the last sale. Got to watch it.
Almost made my list there.
That's a great movie.
It is great.
All right, Gizmo is damn. I can't talk, guys. Sorry. Gizmo, is the transfer on Criterion the same as Arrow? Do you know? You guys know that?
I'm sure. The game. It's
I
probably
would
the game.
assume Arrow did their own.
Yeah.
Usually in an Arrow release, it'll tell you if it's done by Criterion or somebody else. They'll let you know about the transfer.
It's an okay transfer.
I would
It's
imagine
not
it's
like,
their own.
for what you pay for these fucking things. I thought it looked like a studio transfer to me. It didn't look like anything special.
Right.
But then again, I've been watching 4Ks and all kinds of shit,
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Monkey says to Chris C, if I see that steelbook around, I'll contact you for a trade.
Yep. Alan will trade you money for it.
Yeah. I got this money here that's really, really rare. Let me know. And if Anna says the Hollow Notes, Vampires is also one of my favorite later Carpenter movies and underrated. My Killer Podcast. What's going on, Mel? What's up, Pops, Brian, and panel? Wonderful guest.
What's up?
Appreciate you stopping by. Monkey said, My Killer Podcast throws a Bible and rosary by you and then a copy of the Burbs. All right, I deserve that. Everybody say hey to Mel. All right, to the Monkey, what would you want for trade? All right, guys, we are a live stream of eBay shit going on.
Right,
What kind of trade? Let's know what y'all work out. I'm curious.
It's an auction now. It's become an auction.
4K auction house. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
We get 10%. 10% goes to the fucking house. My Killer Podcast. Holland, how you doing? Muhammad says, I got 3 fish a day from the sea.
Good deal.
All right. Our Holland Oak says, settling in for a 5-hour stream. Yeah.
I don't know. I think we're making good time.
Yeah.
Hey, we're moving right along, guys. We're still in the first hour. Fix to start our second pick.
Hour.
Yeah,
One
right.
pick.
I was just going to say we're under 1 hour and 1 pick. We're doing good. Damn it.
Hey, Mel, by the way, no slip, no dip. Dang, I should have made some popcorn. Yeah, we'll be here for a while. You got time.
Right.
All right, guys.
Amongst
We're
yourselves.
going to move on to our number 2 pick.
All right, Brad.
Or number 4 pick, I guess. Brad, what you got, buddy?
Well, so the movie made in 2000. Movie I've been watching for 23 years, I guess. But it's directed by written and directed by Christopher McQuarrie. He's done a lot of stuff, numerous Tom Cruise movies, but it's Way of the Gun.
Oh yeah.
This is an old Blu-ray. It's all fucked up.
Hey man, you got a slip on that.
Yeah, no slip. I don't even know if slips were a thing back then, but it's an old piece of shit Blu-ray. It doesn't have a whole lot of supplementals, but this movie, it takes place in Utah. It's shot 100% in Utah. Well, it takes place mostly in Utah. But it's Benicio del Toro, Ryan Philippi, and James Caan as Sarno as the standout. But it's a crime movie. It's got the typical matter-of-fact crime dialogue to it. Yeah, okay. So Benicio del Toro plays Longbaugh, and Ryan Phillippe plays Parker. They that's like their crime names they go by. But I'm going to read the opening monologue from. There's an early scene that they put in it. The first scene in the movie is like them standing outside a nightclub, getting their shit kicked in by like this redheaded ginger, like with an afro, and Sarah Silverman, and like a gang of people that never made sense to me. I don't know what the point of that is, but like I guess it's a story. This guy's only directed, I think, a few movies. It's a story from the director's past, something that really happened, and for some reason you want to put that in. They could have just fucking washed that out. But after that stupid scene, that makes no sense. The opening monologues done by Ryan Philippi, and this is what he has to say. He says, "There's a natural order, the way things are meant to be. It says that the good guys always win, that you die when it's your time or you have it coming. That the ending is always happy, if only for someone else. Now, at some point, it became clear to us that our path had been chosen and we had nothing to offer the world, our options narrowing down to petty crime or minimum wage. So we stepped out off the beaten path and went looking for a fortune that we knew was looking for us. Once off the path, you do what you have to do so you can eat and keep moving. You don't blow your ghost of a chance with nickel and dime. No possessions, no comforts. Need is the ultimate monkey. A pint of blood can fetch you a few bucks. A shot of cum, $3,000. I always thought that was interesting the way he said that.
Wow.
You keep your life simple. You can literally self-sustain. So you get from the get-go. These are bandits. They're traveling across the country. They're trying to, just trying to make their way, doing like petty scores. I don't know where you're selling cum for $3,000, but
No shit.
I need to know immediately.
Thoroughbred shit.
Asking for a friend. But the movie follows this Longbaugh and Parker, who are low-level lifelong bandits, and they stumble across a once in a lifetime type score involving a pregnant woman who's a surrogate for a rich couple that can't be bothered to carry their own baby, so they just pay somebody. They overhear a phone conversation at the sperm bank saying that this woman is getting paid $1 million in cash to be a surrogate. And she has to put in like 1.5 years with these people, and she has regrets and all this stuff. So they overhear that while they're there, and they're just kind of scummy guys. That's the best way to put it. They're not particularly bright, even though it's like Pretty Boy Central with Philippi and Del Toro. They kind of scum them up pretty good.
Benicio, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little odd casting, but it does work. This is a favorite among like gun people, because like the tactics, they really take the effort to try to make it as real life as possible. Every bullet is accounted for with the reloadings and all that stuff. So it is, it's unlike an 80s action movie where it's like people are endlessly firing without reloading.
Right.
But
50 rounds to a clip and shit.
Yeah.
Right.
They have a lot of like existential kind of like life conversations with each other about, what does all this mean? And they're both like they're both misanthropes. They both believe that nothing matters. And, there's great lines in here. Like, it's a typical crime movie where there's big bags of money, that show up at one point, and they're standing in front of the big bags of money. Like, it's like they have to it's kind of a long way off, but they can see them, and they say things like, there's always free cheese in a mousetrap. Like they start to make a plan, like what they should do to go around to figure out how to get the money. And Ryan Phillippe looks at him and goes, or Benicio del Toro says, what's the plan? Benicio del Toro says, what do you think? And Ryan Phillippe says, I think a plan is just a list of things that don't happen. And then they just go for it. They just start, running and shooting. And there's really good gunfights in this. It is a blast, but it's like I said, life is kind of meaningless to these people. They don't care who gets killed along the way. It's not as dark as I guess I'm making it sound, but like as you look back, like there's a scene where they get away and there's literally like just innocent bystanders just shot, land on the ground, and So, but the standout character in this movie, and my favorite part, is the Sarno character played by James Caan.
Yeah.
And he's the bag man for the family after the kidnapping takes place. So he's got to handle the money and try and fix the situation, as he would put it in the movie, adjudicate the situation. For me, it's kind of a spiritual sequel to Michael Mann's Thief. James Caan plays an eerily similar character. Obviously he's older. He dresses like an older man, but he talks the exact same way, that very same matter-of-fact dialogue from Thief. So I'm a big Thief fan, so I always like that. But yeah, like I said, there's the really the good stuff is between Ryan Phillippe and Benicio del Toro, the way that they approach this whole thing, very workmanlike. And there's a little piece of trivia here. There's a scene where Benicio del Toro steals a station wagon, and he goes up and he starts elbowing the driver's side window to break the glass, and he does it like 3 or 4 times. Well, I guess they forgot to put stunt glass in it or whatever. It was a real window. He busts out right on camera. You just imagine what he was doing to his elbow doing it, So I thought that was interesting. But if you're a fan of crime movies at all, there's very few actual real crime movies. This is one of them. But I've always liked this movie, and I'd recommend it to just about anybody. Check this one out.
Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a long time, but I remember when I saw it thinking like Benicio del Toro was a really odd pick, but James Caan was it was like organic. Right on the money. Yeah. Like Benicio del Toro had a lot more to say in the script, and they cut it way down, and it made it more effective because like he's too damn pretty, too clean. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Even Ryan Phillippe as a little pretty boy, why would he be a criminal? But like you get the sense they're not that bright. They're not very swift, especially Ryan Phillippe. He's pretty dumb, and it's just like, oh, well, I guess, it makes a little more sense once you get to
he's
the pretty much stupid. But man, James Caan, like you get absorbed in his character. I mean, he just
the whole I've been saying his name wrong for years. It's been Michael Phillippe. Yeah, Phillippe or something. I've been saying that wrong for years.
Wrong. I don't know.
But I don't know. I heard it was Philippe, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay. Well,
James Caan was in control basically the whole time. That's what I like about it. I mean, there's a solid cast in this, but those are just the standouts for me. But
James Caan to me in that movie though, he's one of those actors though. It's like kind of like the whole like a Jack or an Al Pacino. A lot of times they can't get away from their persona. James Caan does in that movie. Like you just forget that he's James Caan. He's just
I may be the only one that makes that connection to Thief, but like at the end of Thief, spoiler alert, James Caan just walks away. He blew up his whole life and leaves everything behind. And I'm just, as a fan of Thief forever, you've always like kind of wondered, well, what the fuck happened to him? What is he doing now? This would make sense.
I never thought about that. Now I really want to watch those guys like next to each other.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw that, but like, would you say you're saying like Benicio is a pretty boy in that one? Like compared, like he upped his game than when he did Sicario.
Yeah,
I guess you would say.
Well, he's much older too in Sicario as well. Yeah. Like Benicio del Toro at the time was the Mexican Brad Pitt. I mean, he was a leading man.
You got to think about Usual Suspects. I mean,
he plays a scumbag there too, but he's more of like the brains of the operation in this. Him and Sarno have a conversation at a bar. The bagman shows up with some money to try and trick him or whatever. And he's Sarno asks him, "Who are you? The brains of the operation, or is he the other guy?" And he goes, "I don't think this is a brains type operation. We've never done this before, and just know that we'll do whatever we have to get that money."
Right.
So
I might check it. It's been a long damn time.
yeah,
Never
there's
down,
some.
never seen
It's
it.
not a perfect movie. Like the score to me is like weird. The really weird. The score they chose is like they make it like it's almost like a Frank Darabont movie. Like you think it's like they thought it was something more than it is when it's just this grubby little crime movie.
Yeah.
They thought it was like this big impactful thing, and it just wasn't. It just I like it for the crime elements.
I remember like watching that and not knowing if I liked it the first time, and I always remember going back to it though. I always went back to it and liked it more and more. It's
Yeah,
getting,
I bought it on DVD.
it's gonna be on the Neo Noir Volume 2 set.
Yep. I wanted to mention that.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that.
Alan, you've got it. It's
I'll
coming.
write that down then.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, it's already bought. Just waiting on it. Pre-order. I'll wait for it to come in then.
Yeah.
All right, Brian, what you got, buddy?
I got this movie from 1999. It's my favorite Matthew Lillard film. It's SLC Punk. This one is just, I think it skipped Blu-ray. It's getting a 4K soon from that Sony Pictures Classics box set.
Yeah.
Hopefully it gets a standalone because I don't really want to buy that big old set. But this movie takes place in 85. It's about the punk scene in 85. And Matthew Lillard's character is Steve-O, and he doesn't want to conform to anything. He doesn't. His dad wants him to go to Harvard Law School. His dad, played by Christopher McDonald's, a great character in here too. His best friend is the guy with the mohawk over here. His name's Heroin Bob. So they're just trying to take that in the system and just being punks, beating up rednecks and shit in Utah. They have to it's a bunch of funny scenes all put together here. There's like a real funny part when they have to go when they're all dressed. I mean, people think of punks and anybody dressed weird, even like the style we see at Hot Topic these days or in the 90s or whatever. They weren't used to that back in the 80s or whatever. So they have to cross the border to get beer because they don't have any like real beer in Utah. Their shit's like low alcohol content, not worth drinking or whatever. So they drive across the border or whatever, and they freak these people out at the liquor store just by him having blue hair and him having a mohawk and shit. It's a pretty funny scene. It's just really I don't know. It's just a big movie about growing up and just what you have to do, and you have to grow up and be part of the system, whether you like it or not, basically, unless you want to be just a homeless nobody. There's a real funny scene here with Devon Sawa as well, where he has a bunch of acid in his pocket, and he's running from the cops or whatever one scene, and he's like, the water sprinklers are going off, and there's like 100 hits of acid that go into his leg. And he becomes fucking fried from it. It's pretty hilarious. One of their friends is Jason Segel, this guy named Mike or whatever in the movie, and he just dresses like a preppy, like with black frame glasses and everything. And but he's one of the most hard ass of the punk bunch, and he just beats the shit out of anybody that gets in his way. There's just a lot of funny characters in this movie. I always loved this movie. It's like my favorite Matthew Lillard movie, like I said. One of my favorite quotes is towards the end of the movie, he says, you see, life is like that. We change. That's all. You see, the guy I am now is not the guy I was then. If the guy I was then met the guy I am now, he beat the shit out of me. Those are the facts. And then towards the beginning of the movie, he's like talking about posers and stuff. And he says, posers were people who looked like punks, but they did it for fashion. They break the fourth wall in this movie, by the way. He's talking to the screen a lot.
Yeah.
And they were fools. He said they'd say anarchy in the UK. He said, "What the fuck's that? Anarchy in the UK? What good is that to those of us in Utah, America?"
Right.
It was a Sex Pistols thing. They're British. They're allowed to go on about anarchy in the UK. You don't live your life by fucking lyrics.
Right.
That always stuck with me too. So I don't know. Just have you guys seen this movie?
No.
I haven't seen
No, I
that.
haven't.
No, actually, no. This one just made my list.
It's
It's
on my
really-
watch list for sure
It's
now.
really great. The direction is awesome. There's one part where they're trying to sink a stolen car. They steal a car in one scene, but the Great Salt Lake is buoyant, so the car floats in the fucking lake. When they're trying to sink it down in Salt Lake City, but it's just floating on top of the fucking Salt Lake. Really great movie, guys. I don't know, you guys better check this out.
I remember that
Yeah.
shit, man. All the punks and shit.
Yeah.
When all that shit was going on.
I seen that was in that box set. I'm not gonna get that box set, but I've heard about that movie. I just wrote it down. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah,
Never seen
watch it streaming or something.
Yeah, as you
Yeah.
described it, then I remember hearing about it when it came out, but I never got around to seeing it. But now I definitely want to see it. So
Yeah, Matthew Lillard.
I reached out to Dirk's uncle recently, so I watched it through Dirk's
totally
uncle. He's a
fine,
pretty good guy.
That's
Yeah,
the
he'll kill it, man.
best Matthew Lillard performance you'd ever see.
that's why I
Better
love this, man.
Scooby-Doo.
I always get new movies.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I got 3 right down so far.
Yeah, I wrote it down. You got me with the anarchy shit.
Yeah,
Right? I'm in. I'm sold.
it started out the movie just beating the shit out of rednecks. It's funny as shit.
I don't know
No,
if I
really
like that
sold.
part, but we'll see.
All right, Ryan, what you got there, buddy?
All right. I always say I'm not going to do this just because I've said it before. I'm not a big, top 5 movies for me are usually not movies that are going to have $200 million budgets, just because I feel like if you've got that kind of money, then you better give me a top 5 movie. But this movie, it's one of my top 5 favorite movies, and that's Gladiator.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah.
There's a lot of reasons. This movie just sold me on it. This is the part where I nerd out a little bit. I've got way too many fucking degrees, more than any person probably should have. But one of the things I studied in my undergraduate world was a lot of anthropology, the classics, and history. I took 6 years in college alone of Latin, and when that happens, in fact, I still have my Wheelock's Latin to this day. So obviously, Roman society, Roman culture has always been a big interest of mine. I've read tons of books. There's a real famous Roman historian. His name is Stephen Saylor. He writes fiction novels, and he tries to really stay true to what Roman society was like. What I loved about this movie when I went and saw it is I was ready to hate it for all of the nerdy reasons about what they got wrong, and actually they got quite a bit right. Ridley Scott really wanted it to be as historically accurate as possible to the culture and to what it would look like and what it would feel like, and they did nail that. Now, that being said, they got a lot of the history wrong, especially around Marcus Aurelius and all the rest of it. But I don't need to say, I shouldn't have to say anything about the plot. If you haven't seen Gladiator, I'll pull it, Brad. Just stop watching this right now and go watch Gladiator.
Slap the shit out of yourself.
Speaking of Russell Crowe, apparently he was horrific to work with in this movie too. He hated the script. They said it was a surprise this movie actually got made because of the number of rewrites that they had to go through for it. I think it's somewhere, I saw it a long time ago, but they captured Russell Crowe telling the guy that wrote the script to this movie that it was absolute garbage. But in his words, since I'm the greatest actor in the world, even I can make garbage look good. So that just tells you everything you need to know about him. But damn good movie, The dude that plays he's the slave owner Proximus, died in the middle of making this movie.
Oh shit, I knew that.
This was supposed to be his comeback role. He was a very, very famous actor, and he had struggled with alcoholism for most of his life. And apparently he had not drank in quite a while, almost a year. And while they were filming this, a bunch of English sailors from the English Navy showed up, and he challenged them to a drinking contest one night, and apparently drank like gallons of alcohol, and then like prompted to have like a heart attack the next day on set, and died in the middle of filming it. So they had to like rewrite all that out, which then just slowed down the whole thing altogether then too. So, but won 5 Academy Awards: Best Picture, Actor, Visual Effects, Sound, Costume Design, which tells you a lot right there. Ridley Scott's most commercially successful film ever, which
is
given all
insane.
the number of movies that guy has made. This
Right.
is his most commercially successful movie. Just a great movie. It's got a great story. I wasn't expecting the story to come out of it. I thought it was just going to be a slash and stab gladiator movie, but it actually's got a really good backstory to it. So just an all-around good watch. You'll be entertained from start to finish.
You'll be entertained.
See what I did there?
I saw what you did there.
Yeah, of course, Joaquin Phoenix, maybe just one of the
Yeah,
most hated bad guys ever.
you want to jump in the screen on that motherfucker.
I hate that.
Apparently, that
Crown
was another
movie.
thing too. Apparently, Ridley Scott got livid pissed at Joaquin Phoenix because apparently he showed up when they started filming, or when he took the role, he was skinny, and then he gained like 50 pounds just because he felt like he's like, well, I'm an emperor now. That's what they would do. They would gain weight. And Ridley Scott was like,
Yeah, he gets
no.
into that shit, man.
He's a weird dude, man. He gets in his damn characters like nobody else.
He got another role for that movie, right?
Yeah, something like
I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I
Joker, right?
remember reading that.
Was it Joker?
No, I don't think so. It was pretty long.
Joker. It was
That
before
was,
that.
yeah.
I've seen it recently. I've seen he got another role because of that.
I think it was the Shyamalan, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably The Visit. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
Signs.
Signs.
The Signs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Signs. That was it.
Because it would have been right after that. Yeah.
Luckily, they filmed Proximo's death before he actually died.
Yeah.
The Shadow of
yeah.
the Dust thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's an all-time great. Like Russell Crowe. Yeah, he's hard to work with, but damn, does he deliver the?
That's the thing. It's
And
hard
the
to argue.
visuals, man,
you
like
know?
the arena battles and shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
With the
like-
fucking tigers and shit like that. It's
Yeah, the
fucking-
tigers and all that. Like I know what you said. Like where it's a gladiator. You think it was a gladiator movie? It's like the fact that he becomes a gladiator. That's just part of the story. Like like there's gladiator fights, sure, but it's like just
There's
part of his arc.
Right.
And Russell,
Slade.
in his defense, the whole scene where Maximus is describing his house, his home, Russell Crowe ad-libbed all that because he thought it was better. He's actually describing his own farm in Australia at home, what it smells like, where he lives, and so when you read those kind of things in trivia, you're like, well, shit, he might be an asshole, but he sells it,
Yeah. And what's crazy is they had rumored a sequel to that movie for the longest time with Russell Crowe in it, which I guess maybe it would have been a.
It's funny. One of the
prequel
things
movie,
I read
don't
is
know.
it's apparently still in the works somehow.
Yeah, it has been for years on IMDb, just kind of sitting there.
What is he going to be like in Roman mythology and the afterlife or some shit?
I have no idea. No idea.
I don't know.
He doesn't
That'd be
look
crazy.
Yeah, that's hell of a pick. That's one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Dirk.
All
you
right.
buddy.
Well, it's my number 4 pick, and that has to be American Psycho.
There you go.
Yeah.
I like that damn slip, man.
Hell yeah.
That may be the best steelbook ever.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the best use of that slip of the slip of the image on it.
Doesn't it have the cat thing on the inside of the slipcover?
Oh yeah, it's got like a card.
No,
Hold up the slip. Hold up the slip.
Yeah, hold up.
What is it?
See how it says "Feed me a stray cat"?
See
It
it?
should say that
like inside of the slipcover.
inside of the slip.
Inside of the slip. What do you mean? The hell are you talking
Or maybe we're on drugs.
Dirk's like, stop
Hold on,
fucking with
I'll
me. You're messing me
about?
up.
Look, that's what I was talking about. The fucking
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick Bateman, and on the disc, he's got Paul Allen and shit. I thought that was a pretty cool touch. He's got the fucking axe behind his back and shit. I didn't even fucking.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite steelbooks.
Yeah, I didn't. But yeah, man. So I think this movie is like it's about consumerism, rich privilege, I guess you'd say, in the 80s. Heavily tries to show everything wrong about rich men, I feel, but I can't help but laugh my ass off. What they're trying to say, But as a man watching it, it never works. What they're trying to put out there. I don't know how y'all interpret it, but women are treated horrible. Bateman is a complete narcissist that has no emotions and only cares about his image, but he hides his psycho and eventually doesn't have to. Some of the best quotes would be I have to return some videotapes.
Multiple
He says
times.
that shit every time. Like somebody's telling him something he don't want to hear, or they're asking him a question he don't want to answer. I like to dissect girls. Did you know I'm utterly insane? He's telling fucking Paul Allen while they're eating dinner. Well, he constantly fucking. I guess he envies Paul Allen because the motherfucker gets the best spot and everything's fucking about materialism with this motherfucker. You know,
He has a better apartment. He has a better haircut. He has
Right.
a better business card.
He
He has
better
a
business
better,
card.
reservations.
better
It's reservations.
account.
Yeah, exactly.
He eats at the best restaurant that Bateman can't get in regularly.
Right. But my favorite quote is it's a little lengthy, man, but I'm gonna read it because it kind of sums up the whole damn movie. There is an idea of a Patrick Bateman, some kind of abstraction, but there is no real me, only an entity, something illusionary. And though I can hide my cold gaze and you can shake my hand and feel flesh gripping yours, maybe you can even sense our lifestyles are probably comparable. I am simply not there. There's no fucking human emotion, you know. But it's got Christian Bale as Patrick Bateman, Chloe Sevigny as Jean, the secretary.
Yeah.
Reese Witherspoon is Evelyn, his fiance that's fucking around with one of his friends, and he's fucking one of her friends. I mean, it's I think it's a big, strong, like blow at capitalism. That's why I was saying, like, I see what they were trying to do, but I don't know, it just didn't work.
It's anti-yuppie.
Yeah, but yeah, Paul Allen's Jared Leto, and that shit's hilarious too, man. Those scenes, like when he's talking about, do you like Huey Lewis in the news?
Yeah, that's my favorite fucking part. Yeah, well, dance he does in the raincoat.
Yeah, he comes in there with that fucking axe, but hiding it and shit while he's dancing. He's fucking so crazy.
Hey, Paul.
Yeah, right to his fucking face. What is he screaming at him about the fucking restaurant and shit?
Try getting a reservation at Dorsia now, you fucking stupid bastard.
Yeah, damn, you got the shit memorized.
I mean, I don't know.
But yeah, man, if you haven't seen this shit, check it out, man. It's highly rewatchable in my opinion. When I first seen this shit when it came out, I remember renting it at the video store on VHS, and I was in Georgia. I was living in Georgia at the time, and I was like, "What in the fuck just happened? This motherfucker is just running around, just going batshit crazy, fucking killing people, telling everybody that he's what he is, and everybody just keeps fucking ignoring him, what he's saying.
Because he's such a fucking loser. He's such a
Yeah.
dork.
He's
Like,
a
he's
fucking
like-
dork.
he's like a
He
Whitney
has
Houston
no nothing of his own, Everything's a fucking image.
Don't stare at it. Eat it.
Yeah.
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 Not quite blonde, are you?
They
More of a
sit
dirty
there
blonde.
More of a
Banging
dirty
it,
blonde.
fucking flexing and looking at himself, winking and shit.
Your name is Karen.
I love it, man. It's a great movie. But
Hell yeah, man.
One of my
Great
all-time
movie.
favorite scenes in a movie ever is in that movie, and it has zero dialogue, and it lasts 1 second, but it's so well acted. And it's when that chick is trying to get away from him. She lands in the bathroom, and Kristen Bale comes flying in and just picks up her leg and starts trying to bite into it.
Take a bite out of it.
He did that so well. It was so
He's running.
authentic. It's just like his dinner was getting away from him or something.
right,
Yeah.
fucking butt ass naked, running with
Right.
them fucking
Running
white
with
shoes
James
on.
Bond.
Fucking-
Yeah. I like
Yeah.
there's a scene where this model, he's talking to this model outside, and the model they're getting ready to go home together. The model goes, "You think I'm dumb, don't you?
Yeah,
You think all
it's a great
models are
scene.
dumb?" And he goes, "I really don't." And she goes, "That's okay, I don't mind." And then she says, "There's something sweet about you." And then it like in short order, her head is in his freezer.
Right?
Like, you couldn't have picked the worst. Like, there's something sweet about you. Oh, okay.
He's walking around with that nail gun.
Yeah, a lot of confusion about that nail gun. You know, I've heard people say, like, oh, that nail gun's not even plugged in. It wouldn't even work.
Right.
You know, it wouldn't work. He's fantasizing about raping and killing her
exactly,
and doing all that. He's imagining it.
Right.
He's not going to just kill her. That's not his MO. He wants to rape and torture her first before he kills her.
He likes to play with his shit a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that movie's all right. Whatever.
Yeah. Mediocre shit.
Whatever, Dirk. Okay pick. You know, it's all right.
Willem Dafoe's pretty good in that movie too.
Yeah, that really is. Willem Dafoe, actually, for a minor role, it's fantastic in it.
And every
fuck, I changed my pick. I'm putting American Psycho in all my picks now.
He's totally. Every time just totally feeding into him during that interview, like, "Oh, I'm not interrupting you, am I? Are you sure you don't want the water? He wants the water. You want the water?"
Yeah.
And then he throws the coaster down in front of him.
Yeah. Well, every time Willem Dafoe meets with Patrick Bateman just looks insanely guilty. Like he's trying to like solve his dinner and stuff. And he's just like, it's like you couldn't be more guilty. And he keeps coming to interview. You know, he's on to you. But you know, it's what it is. That's a great pick.
His alibi. He always got an alibi and shit.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're gonna jump to my number 4 real quick. I had a hard time placing this one in my list where I wanted to put it at, but this is where it ended up at. This is going to be the Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg masterpiece, Saving Private Ryan.
Hell yeah.
This is not only in my top 5. To me, it's one of the greatest war movies ever made. That opening scene, Storm of the Beach. It's unbelievable. It sounds so good with the surround sound. It's just a great shot scene. When they first drop the hammer down and they just mow that first group of guys down. From that minute on, I'm invested. It's like holy shit. But the movie stars Tom Hanks, Matt Damon, Tom Sizemore, and you get a young Ben Diesel in this. And it's about following the Normandy landings. A group of U.S. soldiers go behind enemy lines to retrieve a paratrooper whose brothers have been killed in action. Basically, Matt Damon's character, he had 3 brothers that got killed, and they decided to send a team in to go find him to try to at least bring the one son back home to the mom or to the family. But basically, Steven Spielberg casted Matt Damon in this because he wanted an unknown actor that had like an all-American look. What he did not know is that Good Will Hunting was going to come out and get released right before this, and it was going to make him like a overnight success, a big star. So by the time this movie come out, Matt Damon was well known, and that was just kind of how it worked out. That opening scene I was talking about cost $11 million to shoot, and they had over 1,000 extras. They had a lot of local veterans from the area that had missing limbs, missing arms, stuff like that to kind of help lower the cost a little bit.
You get
Tom Sizemore. Right. Tom Sizemore is one of my favorite actors. I think he's a great actor, but he was battling a really bad drug addiction during this movie. And basically every day before filming, Steven Spielberg made him agree to take a drug test. And he said, if you test positive one time, you're done. We're going to recast your scenes with some other actor. So he did manage to stay sober the entire movie, but he did go on to have a lifelong battle with drugs and alcohol. So I thought that was kind of interesting. A lot of veterans, they really praised this movie the way Steven Spielberg made it so authentic. So he got a lot of praise from the veterans about it, the guys that were actually there. In 2006, Tom Hanks was inducted into the Army Ranger Hall of Fame as an honorary member, which that's a pretty big honor. And this is also really crazy. It shows you how authentic it was. The Department of Veteran Affairs set up 800 numbers for veterans that were traumatized after seeing this movie. I mean, come on, that right there just shows you it's pretty damn authentic.
Yeah.
This was the highest grossing film of 1998. It had a $70 million budget, which I figured would be higher than that. Had a $70 million budget, and it made $217 million in the States and $482 million worldwide. But yeah, this movie, I tell you, it really hits home. Now, I got a story about this movie here You guys can do the math, but it is kind of a strange situation. My wife is 45. Her dad, when he passed away in 2011, when her dad passed away, he was 93. Her dad was like 60 miles away whenever this happened, whenever the storm on the beach, whatever. I got to watch this movie with him a couple years before he died, and watching him watch that opening scene, he's always kind of a pretty quiet guy, but you could hear a pin drop in the room, and seeing his face after he watched that opening scene, like 15 minutes later, he just walked outside. And it was pretty intense. I'm getting chill bumps just talking about it. But being able to watch that opening scene with somebody that was actually there, at least in the area, it was pretty intense. So I got a lot of respect for this film. I think they did a great job with it. I know that Tom Hanks has went on to do a lot of stuff for the military after this, supporting them and stuff like that. And I think he also has something to do with Band of Brothers that came out after this. I think it was an HBO series, which I hadn't seen yet.
Yeah, he produced it. It's fantastic.
But this is just a great war movie. It's my favorite war movie. So,
I got chills when you were just saying that, man.
And I tell you, man, her dad was a great dude, and he was much older whenever he got remarried and had 3 kids. My wife and her 2 younger brothers. This guy was in his mid to high 60s having kids, with a new wife, and his wife was much younger than him. And first time I met this guy, he's sitting in a reclining chair wearing a Viagra racing hat, smoking a pipe. Just a cool old dude, man. Cool old dude.
Oh yeah.
How's it going? I hit the wrong button. I removed myself from the screen. But that's it, guys. I mean, everybody's probably seen this.
Yeah.
Come on.
Great movie. Man. It's an awesome movie.
Great movie.
Oh yeah.
So
I'll be right back, man.
All right, man. I'm gonna catch up on the chat real quick here, guys. All right. I think this is where we were. It's close enough. Notice that your mail came in. All right, here we go. All right, this is where we left off. Wild Wrangler, what's going on, man? Says hello. Mel says, "What's up, Chris?" Mike says, I'll think on it. I need to go poop now." Okay.
It's the live stream for sharing.
Yeah. Ken Carlson says, I heard we may never get Boogie Nights on 4K because Paul Thomas Anderson doesn't believe in the format. That's a great movie. Muhammad said, my nephew went to Utah and never came back.
The Mormons ate him.
Yeah. Gizmo said, don't remember anything from The Way of the Gun. I think the girl from Dusk Till Dawn is in it. Ryan, we're going to say Phillips, was big back then. Ryan Timberlake.
Yeah, he mentions that he said the powers that be, they want me to be a leading man. They want me to be a movie star. He says, I'm just an actor. That's why I like this script. I can act differently and blah, blah, blah. So he probably turned down something making like $20 million to do Way of the Gun.
Right.
To get street cred, I guess.
All right. Indian Phantom says, the opening scene in The Way of the Gun is my favorite thing in the movie. I can watch Sarah Silverman getting punched in the face on a loop.
I mean, it's ridiculous. That part is cool. I get what you're saying. Like, as he pushes the dude out of the way to hit Sarah Silverman in the mouth because she's just such a obnoxious bitch. Imagine going home with that chick. What that's like, she's just constantly just screaming at them, calling them this, that, and he's like, she's talking to Ryan Phillippe. He's going to beat your ass. And when he's done fucking up your gay uncle over there, she's talking about Benicio del Toro. Like, it's a strange opening to that movie.
I wrote it down. I'm gonna check it out, man. You got me interested.
Well, you got a copy coming. So
there's another movie I confused with that though, with Felipe or whatever his damn name is.
Right,
came around that same time. I can't think of what it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, Sidney Eubank says my number 4 movie is The Sixth Sense, 1999. Bruce Willis, Haley Joel Osment, and Tony Collette. Directed by M. Night Shyamalan.
Shyamalan Ding Dong.
Eyes of the Insane.
Yeah,
Eyes of the Insane.
That's another movie that you go watch it the second time to see what how everything makes sense after you know the ending.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All the clues.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sid Eubank says, Way of the Gun is good. Gizmo says, I always remember the weird sex scene with him and Salma Hayek in Studio 54 when I think of him. Well, I remember her most, and I'm not gay, I think.
God damn.
Well,
Well,
you
let us know
usually
which one
are
you
nude with 5 dudes, so I'm just saying.
There's a lot of gay stuff in Studio 54.
Yeah, there is. Pretty
What's
much
going
all
on,
of Mike
Blu-ray?
Myers.
Oh, Mike Myers, yeah.
Yeah.
Manuel says, I like the movie and the shoutouts.
Shootouts, yeah.
Wild Wrangler says, Pops, be careful, you and your family. Hurricane, Godspeed. Yeah, we should know by probably Monday or Tuesday where that thing's going to go. Whether I need to be more worried or me and Ryan need to be more worried, or Brian needs to be more worried. Me and Ryan are in the north part of Florida, and Brian's in the central part of Florida.
Yeah. Right now it looks like it's going to be right between the two of us, so we'll see.
Let's have a big hurricane party.
We'll be on top. Brian will be on bottom of it.
Yeah, I have an ABC liquor store right across the street from me, so I'm good to go.
Yeah,
I've got an ABC liquor store.
I'm the crazy bitch just looking for a couple days off work. That's just me. But yeah, I appreciate
Other
it.
people are getting fucking water and shit. Ryan's there just got a case of fucking Maker's Mark.
Right.
Yeah.
Toilet paper.
They make it with water, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
Listen, I went through 5 super typhoons when I was stationed in Japan. When we went to lockdown, nobody was going back to the barracks with water. I can tell you that much.
All right, Monkey said, while on the phone, I'm thinking.
Well, that's a stroke. Those next 5 minutes.
was a shot on video not sharing that wardrobe. What did Jack do in my favorite 4K? We still have not gotten yet. Titanic. All right.
Yep. Get your cholesterol checked.
It's coming out beginning of next year. It's coming out.
All right, 97. Yes, I need prunes. Okay. All right. Mel saying hey to Mama Blu-ray. Hey back. Benicio del Toro is Puerto Rican, not Mexican. Laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Get shit together now. Hey to Mel. I haven't watched Savages yet. I know Benicio was in that too. Hey, Mama Blu-ray. Benicio is Spanish from Spain. Hey to Gus.
He plays a Puerto Rican in Usual Suspects. He plays different roles in different movies.
Plays a Mexican most. Plays a Mexican.
He plays Mexican in Sicario and shit.
Yeah.
And in Fear and Loathing.
Yeah, I think he plays Colombian in Sicario.
All right, so he was born in Puerto Rico. He acquired Spanish citizenship in 2011.
He's of Spanish descent. Let's just say that.
Yeah. He's too tall. He don't look like a Puerto Rican. He looks like a Mexican, or looks like maybe half white, half Mexican or something. He's very tall.
Yeah.
Gizmo said, never heard of SLC Punk. Maybe it was banned in Norway. Probably. We could see Harry Pussy and floppy tits in children's films, but no violence.
Damn.
Jared Runner says, well, hello there. What's going on, Jared Runner? Mel says, hey there, Jared. Monkey says, so you are saying we have your punk film to thank for influencing She-Hulk. As Dr. Ordinary said, get your cholesterol checked. There it is, Doc. Hell yeah. Okay. Sid Eubank says Gladiator, great film. Absolutely agree. Give us a Gladiator for F's sakes. It's in my top 5. Joaquin Phoenix is doing the best devil ever. I love the film. Sad, cool, sexy, scary, and beautiful. Yeah, it's a great one. Anthony says his number 4. I'm going with the movie Cube. A few people are trapped inside this giant cube. They have to use their intelligence to disarm different traps in order to survive and make it to the end. I know that movie. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it was Saul before Saul.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was. They made a sequel too, I think.
Made 3 of them, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down too before I forget about it.
I didn't know they made sequels to it. That's crazy.
That's one I definitely want to see. All right, Chris says, Husband to a murdered wife, father to a murdered son. I will have my vengeance in this life or the next. Yeah. One of the greatest lines. All right, movie is about 25% true history. All it says, are you not entertained? Yeah, the actor that played Proximo. You sold me gay giraffes.
You sold me queer giraffes.
Chris, he says they dedicated it to him in the credits. Saw that in the theater opening day. I seen it in theaters. I don't think it was opening day. A little bit of show how much a nerd I am. I actually named my character in fucking EverQuest, fucking Maximo, whatever the fuck his name was. So, I think I had one in Warcraft too.
Is it Maximo or Maximus?
Maximus Aurelius.
Okay.
Some shit.
I couldn't remember either.
All it says, you sold me queer giraffes. It's funny because I didn't see he had that in the chat before I said that. Chris says, your fault as a son is my failure as a father. It's another good line. Gizmo said he got walked the line Johnny Cash because of Gladiator. Johnny Cash wanted him to play him after seeing him in Gladiator.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's a great fucking movie, by the way.
Yeah,
that's an excellent
really is.
movie.
Yeah. All I know is Gladiator in space. Will be the sequel, I guess. I said to you, Banks, says American Psycho, great movie. Number 4 for me, Hollow Note says I have to return some videotapes. American Psycho, same as dirt. Chris says, wow, I forgot about American Psycho. Came out around this time.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say it was real damn close to being on my list. It was one that I dropped a tear when I fucking cut it off the list. I love that fucking movie, man. I love that movie.
Here.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, well, you know. Chris he says, I'm sorry, I can probably quote almost everything in Gladiator. I just love that movie so much. Yep. All right, Chris says, it says, fun fact, Gladiator came out the same day as American Psycho in theaters.
Oh, shit.
Interesting.
Okay.
Double feature.
Yeah.
Guaranteed Gladiator stole the show.
Yeah.
Stole the seats.
Yeah, because that American Psycho became a classical videotape, home video.
Mm-hmm.
Videotape.
I had to return that videotape.
Yeah. Most of American Psycho is on my top 5 of best female directed movies ever. 1 is Near Dark, 2 is Lost in Translation, 3 Revenge, 4 Raw, and 5 is American Psycho.
Yeah, I forgot to mention her name, Mary Herron. Yeah,
that's a good.
Did they do a sequel to that with a woman being the main star?
Yeah, the chick from I was about to say Days Confused, but that 70s show.
Yeah, I never saw it.
There's there's 2 unofficial sequels. That's one of them.
I didn't care for it.
I have it on Blu-ray. It's pretty bad, but I think it's so bad it's good, kind of funny.
Okay.
It's very
William
Shatner's on it.
Yeah, William Shatner.
William Shatner's.
Well, shit, now I got to write it down.
Right? I can't remember.
Don't buy it. Just stream it somewhere.
Yeah, don't buy that shit.
Yeah, he falls out the window. That part is hilarious.
Yeah.
It just moved to my top of watch list.
Yeah.
What's going on, JS? Say the evening, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Christy. Damn, I saw the anime movie X and then saw Gladiator with my mom same day. Will always remember that. I have quad dipped on Gladiator. And your fam says, love that line about returning videotapes. The late movie rental was also a comic subplot in the big
hit.
The big hit.
Yeah,
which is a fun flick from this period too.
Mm-hmm.
Great movie.
All right, I have the book American Psycho by Mr. Ellis.
That book was banned. I forgot to mention that too. Yeah, that book was like fucking banned when it came out. It was fucking.
Oh damn!
It was worse than what they could do in the movie. Yep. I imagine he's biting clips and shit. You know,
there's a lot of graphic shit in that book.
Damn, I'm gonna read it now. Chris says, "You gents are making my list. Thank you." Said Eubanks says, "Saving Private Ryan, unbelievable movie." Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Gizmo says, "Saving Private Ryan is my 3rd best war movie ever." Shit, you need to just forget about the list. I sent Fubar.
Yeah.
All right. Did you see Tom Hanks in the new Pinocchio? If yes, what did you think? No, I have not seen that.
Not yet, but I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah.
I'll see what you think with Tom Hanks in it. The Monkey I have not. Isn't Netflix doing a version of the movie too? Yeah, I don't know. All right, my stepdad is a vet with stuff like Platoon and others is hard. Yeah, I remember seeing Platoon in theaters and seeing dudes crying that you could tell they were veterans. Yeah, that's another hardcore movie.
I had a moment like that with my Uncle John. You know, he was in Vietnam and he don't ever talk about it, but we was watching when I was a kid, Hamburger Hill. And he went outside.
Yeah, that one got overshadowed, I think, by Full Metal Jacket and stuff like that. But Hamburger Hill's that's a solid fluke.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I read that it would cost $900 billion in real life to save Matt Ryan in all of his movies. Matt Damon in all of his movies.
It also take $900 billion to save Matt Ryan.
Yeah, it probably would. Did I really say Matt Ryan? Where's my head? I'm hard to think about
Matt Ryan
anymore.
Pops, you're 10 beers deep, okay?
Yeah.
Pops is already.
Here's a little side note, guys. I have drank a lot of fucking beer tonight before the stream. I sobered up, got my shit together, but that's why I'm not quite 100%.
And listen, this is one of the first times that I get to say I had nothing to do with it this time.
No, this was somebody else this time.
I don't feed him beer.
Yeah, it's straight fucking liquor at your house.
Yeah.
Skip over that shit.
Just skip the pussy shit, right?
I said, good for him being in his 60s and still being able to storm Normandy.
Yeah, right.
He was a little bit younger then, but yeah, I guess you're saying my mother-in-law was Normandy, maybe. Or Snot. What's up, Snot?
Damn it.
Oh my God, Brian! Hi, I miss you.
That's somebody I work with's daughter.
Okay.
Panera.
Monkey says, I'd go with the Netflix version as Tom Hanks was the maybe only good thing about it. That child being scared to death while changing into donkey was horrifying. It still haunts me. All right, Sterry get his hands in horror, maybe. I no longer have Netflix, so remakes do not interest me. All right, Chrissy, a grown man taking a whole wagon of boys and girls to Pleasure Island has not aged well.
Damn.
All right, India Phantom says, my number 4 is the Big Lebowski. Didn't love it the first time, but have grown to adore it. Can rewatch anytime. I can't think of a better performance by Jeff Bridges and John Goodman. They've had many.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Lebowski, that's a fun-ass movie.
Yeah.
You're out of your element, Donnie. This caveman. My mom's in St. Pete. Well, wish her the best of luck.
The Eagles.
I hate the
Am I the only one here?
All no says, quote, we'll be on top, Brian will be on bottom. Ryan Pauls.
What in the hell
Well, I mean,
is going on around here?
I mean, that's the whole. You've heard that, right? It's okay to be like this with your friends. Just make sure you're this guy.
Damn.
Take a sip of your tequila.
Yes, sir.
Jerry L, what's going on, man? Are currently watching Redneck Zombies.
That's a fun movie.
That's a
What is it?
really fun movie.
Low budget as hell, but it's fun.
Oh yeah, it was made for about $8.
Yeah.
Shot on video.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun though. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Wild Wrangler said Japan remade the Cube movie. Okay.
Oh, hell.
Cube 2021.
Huh.
And JS says, I got to watch Saving Private Ryan. I've owned it for a good decade and still never watched it. Yeah, man, you got to check that out, man.
Yeah, you got to watch that one at least one time.
Mm-hmm.
That guy plays the sniper, man. He's my favorite character. That sniper is just badass. I don't know. He's always been my favorite character in that movie. Mike says, Brian, don't worry. I won't touch that joke.
No.
All right, we are caught up, guys. So it make a good time. Only an hour and 44 minutes in, and we're on number 3 already.
Round 3.
Yeah, that's what we
It
do.
is fucking storming like crazy here, and I'm on
I
satellite.
was
internet.
wondering who it was. I thought it was me at first, but I was like, actually, I don't think it's.
So I think it's probably a good idea to just go ahead and move me back down here and let me chill out for a minute, and hopefully this storm, because it's like fucking. I don't even know if you guys can hear me.
I can
So-
hear
Yeah.
it, man. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
not, but I can hear the
You look and sound fine. I mean, right now.
Yeah, it's. I just think it's best to wait for a few minutes and let somebody else go first.
All right.
See if this thing
Wait, no.
it stops raining a little bit.
That ain't no problem.
Yeah.
All right, Dirk. Well, you are now up, sir.
All right, here we go. All right, my number 3 picks, Chris Nolan flick, Memento.
Oh yeah,
There you go.
Oh yeah, that's a great one.
love that movie.
And
Yeah, man. Great pick.
it's highly rewatchable in my opinion.
Yep.
It's got Guy Pearce as Leonard, Carrie Ann Moss as Natalie, Joe Pantolian. I don't know how to say his damn name. He was in Matrix as Teddy. But anyway, and I found out, like, little trivia, the limited edition DVD allows you to watch it in chronological order. So when you watch this movie, it's all scattered. Like, it's kind of like the same way Pulp Fiction is done. It's out of order. So as you're watching the film, and the main character Leonard, he has no memory. And anyway, so you're figuring everything out the same time he's figuring everything out. That's what I thought was so, like, brilliantly done on this. But and I can't say there's another movie like it. But to me, it's a film about discarding truths we don't want to recognize, and the person we truly want to be, no matter what reality is screaming. It's so different from anything I've seen. It's Nolan's first film. It's also fun because the audience discovers more and more as Leonard does. I think I just said that shit, but anyway. So let's see. Good quote. We all lie to ourselves to be happy. Is from Leonard, one of his quotes. I can't remember to forget you is another one. Like I said, it's just it's kind of hard to explain it without ruining it. But if you haven't seen it, man, I suggest to check it out. That's just a good time, man. That's my 3rd pick. I know it's short and sweet, but it'll work.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That's a great movie, dude. I love that movie.
I don't want to ruin nothing, so it's kind of hard to explain that one.
When we did the last one, and it was it was between Memento and Identity, because they both are, like, we're so familiar in the way that they were filmed, the way that they were written. Memento is fantastic, man.
Now, Dirk, I need you to give the whole review backwards. Do it all backwards now.
Right.
Yeah, because I mean, when it kicks off, it's like you're in the middle of the plot.
Right.
You know, you're in the middle of the true story. But
the way they do it with the tattoos and everything, just super clever, man. I don't know. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, the tattoos, the notes, the Polaroids. He's got to leave his stuff, all that shit, and it's just it's awesome, man. Like I said, I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about without running too much.
It is.
It's a hard movie to explain, even if you want to ruin it.
Right.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
It's a very unique movie. Very
that
unique
has
movie.
anterograde amnesia, and it's reflected in the script.
Yeah. I tried to sum it up the best I could, like, on my interpretation. You know.
You probably did better than I could have done.
Hell yeah.
All right, Brian, you're up, buddy.
All right, so number 3 for me. This one is from Shit, I don't know what year it's from. I don't know. I think 97. But I had to pick this one. Favorite director. From Dusk Till Dawn, baby.
Oh yeah.
So
Damn right.
yeah. So this one follows the Gecko brothers, who are on basically a crime killing spree. They're heading for the border of Mexico. The movie starts off with them at a liquor store. You don't know that they're at the liquor store until they get tipped off, and I guess the liquor store owner, played by I forget his name, John. I forget his name.
Said the other movie.
John Hawks. That's it.
There you go.
But yeah, he owns a liquor store or whatever, and they think that he's like tipping off to the cop that they're there, and
Yeah.
so they destroy that fucking liquor store and everything in it, every part of it. Then they just kind of venture to a hotel where they meet up with this family, and they take them hostage to help them get across the border to Mexico, to get to a rendezvous point where they're supposed to be meeting up with one of their buddies and getting a big payoff there. So they end up going to a place called the Titty Twister, which is a stripper bar, Mexican stripper bar, and all hell breaks loose whenever everybody turns into vampires, and it just goes ape shit the second half of the movie. It's a totally it's like multiple genres in this film. Like I like how it just starts off as one film, like just an action thriller crime movie, and then it just goes into full horror the second half. Cheech Marin plays 3 different characters in this film, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
One trivia fact that I saw is that at the end, whenever he's finally meeting up with the final Cheech or whatever in the movie at the end, the t-shirt that he's wearing says Oscar Marin or whatever, and that's Cheech's father in real life. So that was kind of a cool little trivia.
Oh, that's cool.
Not on this Blu-ray, but on the DVD, there is a special makeup effect in one of the stripper vampires had her stomach open up into a large mouth, and it shows a bar attendant's head going into the mouth and bites it off. The effect was so graphic that Quentin Tarantino didn't even want to see it, and it can be accessed on the deleted scenes on the DVD. They had to put the blood green to get it past the censors in the MPAA back in the day.
Yeah.
For the vampires. The body count in this film is 122 bodies. It's just nuts. That one scene whenever, Salma Hayek sees blood and then starts turning into a vampire and bites Richie. It just goes insane from there. Harvey Keitel in here is great. Juliette Lewis is great. The kid who plays the Asian brother, he does a great job. I don't know his name, but Fred Williamson, Tom Savini. You got everybody in here. Greg Nicotero shows himself in the too. Tarantino was supposed to direct this movie, but he chose not to because he wanted to focus more on the screenwriting of the movie, and he wanted to focus more on his portrayal as Richie. John Travolta was supposed to be cast for the role of George Clooney's character, but he turned it down and thought that Pulp Fiction was a much better fit for him, which ended up working out in his favor and revitalizing his career. Yeah, some awesome effects by Robert Kurtzman, who does a lot of effects for Walking Dead and stuff. Just pretty much started off with Robert Rodriguez into like getting his foot in the door for the most part. Besides, I think he did the Desperado movies, El Mariachi and Desperado before this, but this one really like popped him out there. Yeah, love this movie. Dusk Till Dawn. I don't know, just whenever they're just going nuts and like he's got I love when he has the little, I don't know, the giant steak thing on like the I don't know.
Yeah,
the chain,
It's like a jackhammer.
Yeah.
Like a jackhammer thing. Yeah.
Jackhammer. Yeah, he's just plowing through it. That's insane.
Harvey Keitel.
He's like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care how fucking crazy people are. Crazy
They-
people
yeah.
don't blow up whenever sunlight hits them.
Yeah. What were they, psychos? He says, they look like psychos. He says, they were fucking vampires.
George Clooney's great in this movie. He's probably my favorite movie that he's in.
That's the first time I really recognized him. Like I know he was on a show or whatever, but
Yeah, other than ER, he hadn't really done anything. It was kind of his movie breakout role.
Roseanne and ER, and then
Yeah. Like
Facts of life.
when he says, if you try to run, I got 6 little friends and they can all run faster than you can.
oh yeah, love that line.
Yeah. Oh, this is it. Did they look like psychos? Is that what they look like? They were vampires. Psychos not explode when sunlight hits them. I don't give a fuck how crazy they are.
yeah. Cheech Marin playing like 4 roles.
Right.
Yeah, whenever he's like, attention pussy shoppers.
Right.
Yeah.
Cheech Marin
Yeah,
barking out in front of the
I think you said the whole speech, bro.
White
Yeah. I'm not going to say the whole speech.
Chicken pussy. Nogahide pussy.
Slappy pussy.
Like when he's like, so what's the deal with you? You just do a couple fags? He's like,
Yeah.
he's my son. He's like,
He's
how'd
like,
that happen?
like patting his son's back like everything's okay.
Right.
Yeah.
He's like, how'd that happen? You don't look Japanese. He's like, neither does he. He looks Chinese. He's like, oh, well, excuse me, all the hell.
We're having a swimsuit competition and you just won.
When fucking Richie's crazy, he's like fucking raping women behind George Clooney's back
Yeah.
and stuff. And
Extra.
he's all
pervy.
fucked in the head, and George Clooney's trying to
Trying
settle
to
him
hold it
down.
together, right?
Yeah,
I'll do
he's
that
like-
for you, you know.
he like stabilizes his crazier brother, you know. I think he's the crazier of the two, definitely. So
No, he tells Juliette Lewis, he says, I'll do that for you, you know.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
When she thinks he's talking to him, yeah.
yeah.
Richie, put your bid in. He's not as badass. He got to put his bid in because he grinds his teeth.
He's like, I grind my teeth. But yeah, great movie.
Hell yeah.
Awesome pick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad, you skipped up. You jumped around again. What's going on?
Yeah, I got knocked out of the stream, and this is just where it automatically put me.
Oh, well, you can move yourself back around, right?
Yeah, let me.
How do you do that?
Hey, y'all fucking with me here.
How do you do that shit?
Now you're skipping Ryan.
Was it this way?
No, I was on. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. That's how
I
we
got
lift it off.
Alan's just getting cringing, just going, fix it real quick.
And I'm the one that's been
Mine,
thinking,
I got a twitch going right there.
where the
All right,
fuck am
I
I
think
going?
it's your turn, Ryan. We're gonna go with it.
All right. My next pick is probably an unusual pick for me, being, you know, horror, zombie, campy, Evil Dead franchise, but it's 2001's, I guess you'd call it a comedy drama, Almost Famous.
Mhm.
I love that movie, man.
This movie is to me is just phenomenal. This is like going back to some of the earlier picks we talked about, like how I feel about nostalgia movies. This is completely 100% a nostalgia movie, written and directed by Cameron Crowe, which is kind of autobiographical. When he was a very young age, faked his age, and tours with a band to become a writer for Rolling Stone, which he really did, partially based off of what he did with the Allman Brothers. But also he did a lot of stuff. He wrote the liner notes for Peter Frampton's Frampton Comes Alive when he was only 18, starring Billy Crudup, Kate Hudson, Jason Lee, Philip Seymour Hoffman is in this movie, who we've talked about before. But there's a lot of other people in this movie that kind of like slides under the radar. Rainn Wilson is in this movie. Jimmy Fallon's is in this movie. Frances McDormand from the Coen Brothers movies is in this. Just a great story about this kid who's sort of like coming of age, that follows this band around, and it's a great movie. It's got great music in it. They actually did play. They practiced together. It was like 4 hours a night every night for months leading up until the filming of this, just so they could kind of make it legit. It's a great movie. It's instantly was like an overnight cult classic. It always has been. But what's crazy is it's still considered a box office failure, which just blows my mind, because this movie is really well known. Just a great movie. There's not much to say about it other than I don't like the term feel good movie, but it's just a nostalgia movie. It's a great movie. There's a scene, if you've seen it, everybody knows, but there's one scene where they're on a bus and they all start singing Tiny Dancer, which is just, it's a fantastic. If you grew up in the 80s and 90s, and you like that kind of music, it's just, you'll love this movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's another one I haven't seen.
I still haven't seen it. Yeah, I need to watch
That's a
it.
fucking great movie, man. It really is.
Keeps popping up, though.
Yeah.
People keep talking about it a lot.
Yeah, that's a classic, man. I love that movie.
Yeah,
The
That's
best
funny
part
that,
is whenever the mom calls him on the phone, or he talks to the mom on the phone, the lead singer of the band, and she just bitches him out. He's like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am."
Yeah, Frances McDormand. Yeah,
Yep.
She's good in that movie.
Yeah, and apparently in that bus scene when so Patrick Fugit, he plays the main character, he's the kid. His voice really was breaking as they were filming the movie, because he was just coming into adolescence. And when they're singing that scene, apparently his voice was so terrible they basically all but weaned his voice out of the entire scene because he sounded so awful. Camera crew just couldn't stand to hear him singing. So when they're singing Tiny Dancer, you're really not hearing any of him at all.
I know Zach
great
Wilde's
scene,
in
by the
that,
way.
I think.
What's that?
Zach Wilde's in that movie, I think.
I think so.
I think it's small part. Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a lot of people that have real small parts in this movie. Even
Yeah.
Philip Seymour Hoffman's role isn't all that huge, but he's Philip Seymour Hoffman. And apparently, one of the trivia things I read is he could only film for 4 days. And the whole 4 days he filmed, he had like the flu with like 103 degree, and he just nailed it.
Yeah, you got Jimmy Fallon's in that movie too.
Yeah, Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah, damn sure is, ain't he? Yep.
Yep.
Was it the
Jason
flu,
Lee,
or was it?
I mean,
was it the flu, or was it
true.
something
Now that we
else?
know, yeah. Well, maybe it was the flu, but he knew how to medicate. We'll just say that.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, I'd
Brad,
check
you're
that
up
out.
now. Yeah, it's a great one.
Well, my number 3. This is a terrible movie. I don't recommend it to anybody.
But it makes
1997.
my top 5.
Number 3, Ebola Syndrome.
Oh, man.
By Herman Yao. He's starring Anthony Wong. They've done a movie. They did another movie together prior to this called The Untold Story.
Yeah.
This movie follows Kai, played by Anthony Wong, and he's a short order cook who's on the lam in South Africa, working at a restaurant after committing brutal murders back in Hong Kong. This movie is shot in Hong Kong and South Africa on location. This is a Category 3 title. This movie is disgusting. It's depraved, perverse. It's just fucking heinous. There's no better word for it. It's absolutely heinous. I definitely don't recommend it to the majority of the population. Let's just say that. It had multiple rapes, multiple decapitations,
I suck it out.
Yeah.
Right.
vaginal mutilation, anything you can think of, it's in here. And it even has animal cruelty.
Yeah.
All that being said, it is an absolute blast. It's a lot of fucking fun. Kai contracts Ebola syndrome or Ebola in South Africa while shopping for like cattle from this tribe. I won't go into details on how he gets Ebola, but let's just say he gets Ebola. And apparently that's a death sentence. I'm not really familiar with the disease. This is my experience with Ebola is from watching this movie. He somehow survives the disease and becomes a super spreader.
Yeah.
And soon after he's surviving, he has a falling out with his employers. There's no good way to put it. They end up being turned into hamburgers by him. So clearly he's done fucked that job up. Now he's going to go on the run again. He goes on a run. He finds a bunch of their money. He steals it all and goes back to Hong Kong. again with Ebola. So now that you know he has Ebola, it's like everything he touches, you know, they really do a really good job in that in this. With like, no, don't eat that. Don't put your mouth on that. And this guy is a nasty motherfucker already, blowing his nose on people's shirts, and he's just a fucking foul son of a bitch.
Yeah.
So him having this is like the worst thing that could happen to a country. So, of course, you know, he's unknowingly at this point giving Ebola to anybody and everybody that he comes in contact with, hookers, whatever, ex-girlfriends, anybody he comes across. Eventually, he discovers that he has Ebola. And this is where it gets really interesting because in his mind, now he's a weapon. And he's like spitting on people and cutting himself. And it's just, it's heinous, like I said, but it is a lot of fun. I've watched it a bunch of times. This is a great release from Vinegar Syndrome. Like I said, if you want something wild and crazy, this is, you know, these Cat 3s. This is kind of like, this is considered the best Cat 3, and for good reason. I mean, it has an actual story arc, and it's heinous, and all the Cat 3. Not even 3 minutes into the movie, this character is being pissed on by a woman he was just having the worst sex scene ever with minutes earlier.
Yeah, he's getting head right out the gate.
Yeah, you go about 6 minutes in, you know what you're in for. He tries and fails to light a little girl on fire very early on in this movie. I mean, he has like a fistful of live frogs. He's just chopping them up. I mean, it's wild. There's cheetahs and giraffes. There's all kinds of crazy shit going on in this movie. Anyway,
me watching you explain this movie is the best thing I've ever seen on YouTube.
There's no possible way I could spoil this movie. Like I said, it can't be spoiled. Check it out if you got the stomach for it. But maybe watch it by yourself. Leave your girlfriend out of this one.
Yeah, you got to cut this clip out and put it on your channel, man.
Right.
Review.
The highlight of
one of the best.
He gives special herbs and spices to that chicken too, don't
he? Yeah. Oh yeah.
One of the best protagonists, antagonists.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he is. Like, is he the villain? I mean, I don't know. But like, he is. He's just great about the nastiest character ever on screen. I mean, just little things like he's shopping with his ex-girlfriend, and he's just like blowing his nose into like a little girl's shirt and just throws it back on the rack. Everything about him's disgusting. He's sweaty constantly. He's just a fucking slimy motherfucker.
Yeah.
Leave it to Brad. Pick the first Vinegar Syndrome out of the live stream series.
Yeah, they sure do.
There you go. Yeah.
You're welcome.
This will be on everybody else's list too, I'm sure.
And
if it's not, lose my fucking number.
Oh, it's my number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say it's a hell of a pick. I love that movie. I watched it 3 times.
Oh yeah.
I've had it 5 months, whatever it's been. I watched it at least 3 times.
Yeah.
So if you're a sick twisted bitch, watch it. If not, be warned.
You'll be one afterwards.
Yeah.
What's he called those hamburgers? He kept going on about them. Anyway, I just thought it was funny. Well, there was a special name for those hamburgers.
Little sliders, whatever.
Remember? And he
South Africa sliders or Johannesburg. He
has sliders. Yeah, they're like hamburgers. He's like, no, and they're just.
We have a doctor here. How realistic is Ebola syndrome? Have you seen it, Ryan?
I have. Yeah. I've seen it a couple of times.
Throwing blood on people and stuff, spitting on people. I mean, how easy would it be to contract that?
With Ebola, it's one of the more virulent. So it's a highly transmissible disease. It's probably one of the most transmissible viruses out there.
Oh, great.
I've seen pictures and it looked pretty rough.
The problem with Ebola is that humans tend to be what we call a terminal host, meaning it's so virulent is that it usually kills its host before it really has a chance to spread a lot. That's why you don't see it going apeshit and killing tons of people. Is that it kills its host so quickly, usually they can't transmit it. But it's got the potential. It's one of the ones that it's watched very closely because if it was ever became a pandemic, it really would be. It would be Ebola syndrome.
So when he survives, and lives through it, would that really be a thing where he would be that contagious?
I'd have
Be a
to
super
look
spreader?
at the data on Ebola, but as far as I don't want to get too deep into the weird shit, but there are some people, we don't know why, but they have a genetic anomaly that makes them immune to certain diseases. And we know this going all the way back to the Black Plague. There's some people that survived the Black Plague, which was actually bacterial, but they survived it. We don't know why. Those people now have a natural immunity to HIV, their descendants.
Damn.
And so that is a very real thing. And they're studied heavily because we can't figure out why those people are immune to HIV and nobody else is. I don't know how true that is with Ebola, because there's different kinds of viruses. There's DNA viruses and RNA viruses. But I'd have to look it up. But I guess theoretically, yeah, you could be somebody that if you don't have those genetic receptors to allow that virus to infect your cells, you could still have the virus in you and you're going to spread it, but it can't actually cause any damage to you.
Yeah. So
That's one of those.
when he rips the guy's head off with the doors,
Right.
how is that?
Well, for the Ebola side of it, part of it, I remember the very first time I watched that movie, I was like thinking about how thick a cranium skull is. I was like, I don't think I could kill a guy with a card table just by smashing his head.
Jumping up and down on a card table over and over again.
On a card table. Yeah, why not?
He was stabbed.
Can you really
He did
suck out
stab
somebody's
that guy a
eyeball?
bunch of times.
Yeah.
No, you need at least
Sucking out the eyeball. Yeah.
That's not the first time I've seen an eyeball sucking scene though. From Beyond.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, well, guys, we've got our first duplicate.
Ebola
No, it's not Ebola syndrome. Yeah, Brian stole my thunder, but I do have the multi-pack. So
Oh,
it's gonna be
nice.
from Dusk Till- It's going to be from Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, just an absolute huge fan of this fucking movie. There was nothing better back in the day. I mean, a lot of people didn't know this movie back in the day when it first came out. There was nothing better than having a buddy over, somebody over, and throwing this in, watching the movie, had no idea it was a vampire movie. And that twist at the end was always fun to get their reaction.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I was able to do that a couple times. It was a lot of fun.
You go an hour before there's vampires.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
It's two different movies. Very unique. Brian touched on a lot of things I wanted to talk about. I got a few extra things here.
Okay.
The cast real fast. I'll go through it. I got it here. So I'm Harvey Keitel. I'm a huge Harvey Keitel fan. He's great in this movie. I just think he's a great actor. George Clooney, Juliette Lewis, Quentin Tarantino in his bad acting, but I still love him in this movie. Danny Trejo, Chief Marion, and playing I think 3 different roles. He plays the border guard, the guy pimping outside the bar, and then what's the other one?
His friend George.
The guy at the end. Yeah, the guy at the end.
Yeah, Guardian, yeah.
Now, if I read this correctly when I took my notes here, I think this was the first screenplay that Quentin Tarantino was paid for, where he actually made money from doing the screenplay. I have to go back and do a little more research on that.
True Romance?
Well, I'm not sure if he was paid for that.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't know. There was because somebody else gave him the script to kind of rewrite on that one, so I don't know.
Co-write, yeah.
Yeah, but this was written by Robert Kurtzman and Quentin Tarantino.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing here I wanted to point out was the Ezekiel speech from Pulp Fiction was originally written for Harvey Keitel's character in this movie, but I thought that was kind of neat.
Huh.
The actor, the guy that played the Chinese kid, he was introduced. This was his first movie, and he wore a shirt in the movie that says Precinct 13, and that was a nod to John Carpenter for, of course, Assault on Precinct 13. Both Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino are big fans of John Carpenter. Selma Hayek, that great scene, the dance scene at the end. She has that big ass white python around her neck. She has a mortal fear of snakes, and she actually had to go through 2 months of therapy to try to get over her phobia to be able to do that scene. So she's definitely afraid of snakes. And like Brian said, the green blood was used to get past the censors. What else do I got here?
You use that same trick in Kill Bill. Goes black and white during that one scene with the Crazy 88.
That's
so
true.
you get the NDA.
Yeah. Brian touched on a lot of things I wanted to say here. One other thing, the name of Selma Hayek's character at the end, they called her Santonio Pandemonium. They got that name when Quentin Tarantino, as everybody knows, used to work in the video store. That was a movie that was on the shelf most of the time when he worked at that video store. And so he took the name from that movie and gave it to that character. Oh, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Paul Naschy movie, Satanico Pandemonium.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. It didn't do very well in the box office. It had a $19 million budget. It made $25 million. This was weird. It says $25 million in the U.S. and it says $25 million worldwide. So I don't know if that's two different. I don't know how that works.
Damn.
I'm sure it made some money overseas. So I don't know how to read that, but
Maybe it wasn't released overseas.
yeah. It also has
I
Tom
don't know.
Savini and Fred Williamson in it. You know, I mean, Tom Savini's great in this. He plays Sex Machine. You know, he has the penis gun that pops out.
Yeah.
Famous saying it's one of our openings here. Just absolutely love this movie. The twist in it, the way it goes from being one type of movie to another type of movie, it's very unique. It's a very quotable movie. I mean, fucking George Clooney is just cool as shit in this movie from the opening scene. You know, everybody be cool, you be cool, all that shit. Just I love all his lines in this movie. Ramblers, let's get rambling. He's just a cool dude in this movie. I love it.
Yep.
And like I said, everything else I got on here, Brian's already touched on. I'm just a huge fan of this fucking movie. It easily could have been higher than where it is right now. It actually was, but we'll talk about that later.
Like how he's got that tattoo from his neck all the way down to his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a story behind that. He got that idea from something. I don't remember what it was. I read it somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of douchebags going into tattoo parlors after that going, I want this.
Yeah.
Right.
And another thing, everybody knows Tarantino's got a crazy ass foot fetish, and he goes full tilt with his foot fetish in this, and gets to suck on Selma Hayek's toes, which I can't blame him for that. But I mean, he goes just completely fuck it. I'm a fucking foot fetish. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna show it. You know, he goes
Stick it all the way in my
wall.
mouth.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's such a fucking cool scene. You know, I don't know, just the whole scene they're around the table whenever he's trying to get Jacob Harvey Keitel to take a shot. You know, then the kids take a shot. It's just I don't know. It's just a cool scene that leads up to the craziness that's fixing to happen.
Yeah.
Good
And they
Tarantino dialogue there with you know, like, are you such a fucking loser? You can't see you've won. You know that whole thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And fucking Quentin Tarantino by far makes the ugliest fucking vampire I've ever
Oh
seen.
yeah.
He's a come on, man.
It was like
Yeah, when we
Frankenstein or
heard
something.
that the casting was like, they're like, well, what about George Clooney? Quentin Tarantino said, we could be brothers, him and I. And everybody's just like, what? The fuck? That doesn't make sense. You don't even look like a human being. What are you talking about? But I do like when his skull, like when Quentin Tarantino gets killed, his skull, they made the skull with the big ass chin that sticks out.
Yeah.
Like, that was really cool. And the set pieces are great. Like that's a whole set. Titty Twister, that's a set. They had to build the whole thing. I thought that was awesome.
And you know, there's little nods to, of course, like you know how Quentin Tarantino does it. There's little nods like when they're at the hotel and they got the hostage. He goes out to get some food. He comes back. He's got big Kahuna burgers.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
little shit like that. I
In
love
the
shit like
Tarantino
that.
universe.
Yeah,
Right.
it's just great.
Did you notice that they say they're going to El Rey?
Yeah.
Anybody
El
know
Rey.
the story behind El Rey?
El Rey.
It's a fictional city in Mexico where criminals go to retire, and
I didn't know that. Okay.
when their money runs out, they're cannibalized
Yeah.
to make room for new criminals that have
Oh
money.
shit!
They mentioned that in Planet Terror too.
It's like a fabled city, you know. It's not.
Yeah,
It's obviously not fictional, but that's the.
I like that fucking werewolf dog thing that Tom Savini turns into. It's insane.
Yeah, he turns into a rat.
It's like a big rat. Yeah.
It looks like the thing from Princess Bride. What do they call those? The RUSs or whatever?
Yeah.
Or another great,
Yeah.
another great line
Size.
is what they're trying to figure out what they know about vampires. And, you know, and they're like, I think silver's got something to do with it. Not silver bullets, but like silver. And Juliette Lewis finally says, "Do we have any silver? Then who cares?"
Right.
Yeah.
George Clooney's like, all right, we all agree we don't know shit about vampires.
Yeah. I like Fred the Hammer Williamson. That was my favorite
Oh,
character.
hell yeah.
Oh yeah, man.
When
Yeah.
he's like talking, he's telling that fucking crazy Vietnam story, and he's like, yellow
Right.
chunks are all over my
It pans
bayonet.
off where you can't hear him. You just see his motions. He's doing all
He's
this
over there
crazy
just
shit.
in the background, you know, like,
Yeah.
and when he turns too, that is really cool.
Yeah.
What they did with him with the bats and all that, and the big mouth he
Yeah.
has. That was really cool.
It's just a great movie, man. It's a very unique movie, and every time I watch it, man, I find another reason to like it. And I actually watched it twice for the stream. So I watched it. My son had never seen it. I watched it with him, so I watched it twice in the last 4 days, and I loved it both times.
That's a blast.
The Blu-ray looks good, but the 4K would be awesome.
Oh man, we
We
gotta
need
get 4K
that
for this.
fucking
Man.
4K.
We need it.
And I still now I have a lot of hope. I'm thinking Vinegar Syndrome do that fucking 4K. They just did Roadhouse. Why not do Dusk Till Dawn?
Right?
You know, they can get anything now apparently.
And something else I want to mention about this movie. Back in the day, I had the soundtrack for it. I had it like the CD of it, and I used to listen to that bitch all the time. It's got a great soundtrack.
Killer soundtrack. That Tito.
That song by ZZ Top, whatever you just
Tarantula.
called "Killing Me" or whatever it's called. Man, it's just a badass song. Really good soundtrack.
Yeah, I like that band, Tito and Tarantula.
Yeah.
They got some good shit.
Let's kill that fucking band.
Kill the fucking band, and they've made instruments out of people.
They're out of corpses.
Yeah. What's up with that? What was up with that shit? That was,
Yeah,
they
why
fucking
did
did not. They just fucking explode.
Yeah.
Why
did they
explode?
Explain it. And why does
All right, good night.
Fred
Or some shit.
the Hammer Williamson just melt? He gets scared and melts. Why does that happen, Brian?
Right.
Explain it.
There's no explanation for these things.
You remember?
It's a Robert Rodriguez movie. There's no. Right.
Yeah. Harvey
No rhyme or
Keitel goes.
reason.
Harvey Keitel goes like he's going to swing at Fred the Hammer Williamson. Fred Williamson gets scared and just melts.
Okay, I know what it is. He turned them, like the old vampire movies, like the priest or the preacher or whatever could turn them because they were a preacher or a man of faith or whatever.
Oh, he got his
I'm
faith
not
back.
familiar.
Like in the old vampire movies, they would do that, the turning.
Yeah.
Type
Like
shit.
when Cheech's eyes like fucking explode and all the pus gets all over Julia.
Yeah.
It's pretty rough. I don't remember the exact numbers. Don't quote me on this, but there was something like 3,000 different special effects for the vampires at the end. If you really look at it, almost every vampire looks different. You know, it's very unique, especially when they come back out for that final battle, whatever. And you see all the vampires, all the bats that came in. Just every different vampire looks different.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's pretty
you
cool.
know Savini and Nicotero helped out.
Yeah.
They were
Oh, of
there,
course, yeah.
you know. When
Yeah.
Savini wasn't doing backflips and stuff, because that's all he does. He's jumping over pool
Yeah.
tables and doing
With his whip.
backflips and shit.
Got
Like,
the
we
whip
get it, dude.
going.
You're 60 and you can still jump around. Calm down, okay? It's a little.
Right.
I was watching that. I'm just going, why is he doing all these tumbles and shit? Like he's a
Certainly.
gymnast.
Also, I forgot to note that the entire family and like everybody that walks in the bar, it was supposed to be survived the whole movie in the original script. But they changed it to just having 2 survivors.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's cool.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
They got the Chinese kid up. They're splitting him like he's a spare rib.
Yeah.
You know, and he just explodes.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot me, Kate. Yeah, great movie. All right, guys, let's call up on the chat here. We'll move along. If I can figure out where the fuck we left off at. All right, we ain't too far back behind here. There's the talk about the cube. All right, here we go. All right, Fish, the film collector. What's going on, Fish? Says, hey guys, just got home from Texas Roadhouse.
Nice.
Yeah, I did a stream with him over on Bob's channel, man. He's a good guy.
Cool.
Fish says, how's everyone? Doing good, man. Chris says, Barry Pepper played the sniper and SPR see the Hail Mary every time he made a shot. Saving Private Ryan. Okay, Barry Pepper was the guy's name. The guy said I liked. Must be the actor's name. I never knew the actor's name, but I don't know. Call of Duty, shit like that. That's not my kind of games. I love sniper games. I got a fascination with snipers. I just think it's the coolest shit ever. And that movie makes him a badass. I mean, I don't know. Just something about it. My favorite part of the movie. All right, Fish, the film collector. Love Carrie Ann. The monkey that Chris sees. I want Memento on 4K so badly. Yeah, I think we'll get that one day. I think that'll happen.
I can see that happening.
Yeah. Miss Caveman says, love Memento. I'd like to say the story is told backwards. I like how they say the story is told backwards. So creative. Yeah, very unique movie. Now, guys, if we were going to get a 4K of that from a boutique label, who could y'all see putting that out?
Like Criterion.
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 It's a big Criterion,
Criterion.
probably, yeah.
That's the first thing pops in my head.
Yeah.
I mean, Arrow would do it, but I'd still think, Criterion's probably what it would be.
So, Ryan,
It'd be
I
nice
know
to
you were out of
see
town.
Arrow.
I know you're out of town this week, Ryan. Did you see that Roadhouse is getting a 4K by Vinegar Syndrome?
I did.
Yeah. Already bought. Already purchased.
All ass.
In case anyone was
Bought
wondering.
ass.
Oh, my God.
Chris E says Nolan is a very good director. Yep. Fish Film Collector says, does the community like Identity? I do. I know Ryan does. I believe most everybody here does.
That was in my top 5 last go around.
I thought it was yours. I couldn't remember. Yeah, that's a great movie, man.
Solid flick.
It is.
The reveal is like,
oh yeah,
awesome.
And even after I know the reveal, watching that one again, I still enjoy the piss out of it.
Go back to that shit.
And that was my thing too. That's one of the few movies where once you know the ending, it still has rewatchability.
Yeah,
right.
Our Howell says he does. Our F Fish, good movie to watch during the rainstorm. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
you feel wet the whole time you're watching it.
It really holds up well, and it's not dated.
Right.
It really isn't. No,
I agree.
Who's the director?
Must not have been somebody really well known because I don't know
it at the moment.
Okay, my bad.
I got it right here. It's, James Mangold.
Oh, who went
he
on?
did the Logan movie. He directed Logan.
Walk the Line.
Yeah, and Ford versus Ferrari. He produced Ford. He produced that. Yeah, so pretty big name.
Check out his other.
I think pretty sure he directed Walk the Line than Johnny Cash.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on his list here. I can't tell if it's directed or produced, but yeah, he did. He directed that as well. All right, City Eubanks says my number 3 movie is 187, 1997. Yeah. Samuel L. Jackson, John Hurt, and Clifton Collins Jr., directed by Kevin Reynolds. Teachers versus students, fight to death. Yeah. 187. I don't want to ask this question because it would spoil it, whatever. But is there a game of Russian roulette? This movie?
Yes.
This movie.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen that movie. It's a good flick. All right, Chris E says, "Yo, Brian, got the VHS hell. Got the VHS hell, yeah."
Yeah, Dirk hooked me up with that. Chris C.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that thing was awesome.
All right, India Phantom to Fish. His Identity is nuts, but I enjoy the hell out of it. Sidney says Memento and Dust Till Dawn, excellent movies. I totally agree. Very cool. One of his best roles as a teacher. We need a 4K of that, maybe from Shouter Criterion Collection. Fish says, hey to Hollow Notes. How goes it? Wild Wrangler says, Doc loved the shirt. Do you have Mr. Coffee and Mr. Radar?
No, but I have Mr. Tequila.
Oh, says Chillin' Fish, hope you're good. Fish says, see, that's why we still need DVD.
Yeah.
All right. Fish is always hood with butter and lemon juice. It's always good. All right. Or the upgrade. Christine says, we do Fish. I agree. DVD all the way with other physical media as well. We will never die like Jason.
DVD still sells the most.
Yeah.
He said this was just after ER, talking about George Clooney there.
Yeah, George Clooney's.
Roseanne, then ER, then Vampires.
I think he was in Facts of Life too. Which I'm sure you never watched that, bro.
Red Surf.
Can you sing the jingle, Alan?
Can, but I'm not.
It was in Return of the Killer Tomatoes.
I wasn't going to say anything, but now it's in my head.
Grizzly 2.
It was mine.
Grizzly 2.
Oh, shit.
All right, Tom Savini and Dustin Bond. Chrissy says, the Fish, yep, that's right. People seem to forget about that. Fish says, what's crazy is he knows his brother. Great flick. Love almost. See that stuff. Russell. All right, Hollow Note says, Ebola.
Yeah, that's a slimy bastard.
Yeah, it is. Memento was Dolan's best film in my book.
His first, too, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Scolder 22, what's going on, man? Rapes, murder, animal cruelty for the whole family.
It's a winner for sure.
Chrissy, so that's Vinegar Syndrome title. Okay, shit, why not?
I wholeheartedly endorse that sentiment. Just buy it. You'll be happy with it.
That
You'll
one
be
scene
with-
when he beats off in the fucking meat.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Mhm.
God damn.
There's
This
something
fucking
about
slimy fuck gets turned away by a hooker in a
Right.
casino.
Yeah.
She's like, absolutely not.
Yeah.
just that whole scene though where he grabs his money and runs down there like he's just gonna drag her off.
Yeah. He just starts
All right.
pulling her. Like, come with
Right.
me.
Yeah.
I have the money.
All right,
on,
from
you
Dustin
dirty
Dunn with my ex-girlfriend Salma Hayek. Don't tell her I said so. I love that film. Chicken giblets. Gizmo said, Almost Famous is perfect. Okay, my best of list is not worth anything any longer. I love every single scene of that film. Yeah, that's a great one. All note says, I watched Ebola only once, but I'd be willing to watch it again.
Yeah. I've watched it
Brave man.
twice.
Gizmo, I was
Defending.
defending Ebola
Defending.
syndrome on the VS side. Everyone was hating on it. I loved it. What's not to like? Crazy freak show of a film. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
well
fun.
now it's like I feel like I don't like it as much now. Gizmo's like, yeah, it's great. It's killing.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The stunts.
Brad
in
says
the
it's
movie-
his. You're not allowed to like it.
No, I mean Gizmo, he's out there. Let's just put
Yeah.
it that way. The
The
movies
stunts-
he makes and all that shit.
The stunts in the,
The fact that
that
he's nude, probably as we speak.
Yeah.
Ebola
Oh,
is
he's cutting somebody's
insane,
dick
man.
off right now for
Right.
a movie.
All right. Chris
What were you
says
saying,
extreme
Dirk? I
horror.
didn't mean to cut you off.
That's all right.
Go ahead, Dirk.
I was just saying the stunts in Ebola. Them so much was on fire for a minute, man. I was tripping out on that shit.
Right.
I was like, what the hell?
In China. They shot it
Right.
in China. So it's just like, I don't know how good the fire department is there either.
I mean, it just makes me
Fuck
wonder
that.
where they're
I'm-
cutting and then
I'm pretty sure that was-
relighting, you know?
I don't think that was an actor. I'm pretty sure that was a dissenter they set on fire and just made him walk across the name.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
that
I'd
was
really
on
be set on
for a
fire
while.
and get pissed on though.
Stuntman, we don't need stuntmen.
I mean, she was probably really pissing on him. I'm herming out, just
I
going,
would
Jared,
not be-
yeah, we need realism. Let's go. You know, and the Untold Story, it's heinous too. They've done 2 movies together. It's
Yeah.
I don't know.
And what's crazy is I watched the special features on that Ebola release, and the guy they interview, whatever, he's so not like his character, which kind of makes me appreciate the character even more
Like an
because he's
actor
like,
type.
you know,
Yeah.
he's
Right.
very insecure, wasn't comfortable with nudity or
Isn't
all that
he
kind
like
of stuff,
a-
whatever. You know,
like a big name actor over there.
Over
Um,
there, yeah, he was a big,
Yeah.
big star then.
for these type of movies, it was, yeah. But I think he made a shitload of movies though.
Yeah, they
Not
made
all,
a ton-
not all
made a ton
like
of movies.
this, but
They weren't all Cat 3s.
Right.
He's done other stuff.
Yeah.
all right. Chris C says it's extreme horror, kind of like The Sadness. I really like The Sadness, which I would highly recommend. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. Being around watching Sadness over here, that's a good one.
The Sadness is like Sesame Street compared to Ebola syndrome.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it is. It is, but
Whole new meaning for the Cookie Monster.
Anthony's Horror and More says number 3 is The Frighteners. I love Michael J. Fox as a paranormal con man. Jeffrey Combs steals the show as a paranoid FBI agent. Jake Busey plays an extremely twisted, death-like figure. Badass movie.
Yep. It's one of my all-time
Yeah.
favorite movies. Love
That's a
that
good
movie.
Yep. All right, Gizmo says Anthony Chow Sang Wong is so freaking dirty and messed up in that film.
It's disgusting. There's no better word
Yeah.
for it.
All notes number 3 for me is Snatch. Go out and watch my review of that, please. I don't know what to say about the film. If you haven't seen it yet, I recommend it. I think 112 people watched that review. It's like one of my first videos. But that being said, the goddamn production company came in and said they're going to monetize it because, you know, copyright shit. And I've got like 112 people that watch that bitch. Who gives a shit? You know, but yeah, they had to come in fucking a year later and say that. What a
Right.
bunch of pricks.
They want their 4 seconds.
Yeah, Gizmo says From Dusk Till Dawn is a perfect film to release on 4K. Gritty, dirty, feels like a grindhouse film from the 70s, but shot on 35 with Animorph. Yeah, it's a good looking 4K too, I guess. I've never seen anything but the 4K, but you know, it looks good. India Phantom says my number 3 is the best Christmas movie that nobody talks about much anymore. It's Doug Liman's Go from 1999.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's
Oh,
Pulp
yeah.
Fiction
I've
like
heard of
with
it,
interconnecting
yeah.
stories and timelines.
Heard good
Yeah,
things
that-
about it though.
Timothy Oliphant is awesome in that as the drug
Go.
dealer, the heart of gold.
Yeah.
Goddamn, I gotta write that down now.
Yeah, I gotta write that down.
There's a Blu-ray. Fucking Brian's got it, son of a
Yeah, I
bitch.
have it.
I'm waiting for
But
Brian to tell
you're
Pop
probably
that he has it already.
You're gonna get the DVD because the Blu-ray is hard to get.
Yep.
Fish says Big Apple cigarettes. Yep.
Yep. Big Apple Reds or whatever it was.
Right.
Mhm. I love Tarantino. I haven't seen Jackie Brown. It's that bad.
No.
Nah, go see it, man.
No,
No.
Jackie Brown's good, man.
Yeah, I like
That's,
Jackie
that's a
Brown.
good one.
It gets shit on though a lot. I notice a lot of
Yeah,
people.
people shit on
That's
that
one.
one. I don't know why.
That's
Just
one of
because
Sam Jackson's best roles.
Mhm.
He's very good at that. And you know, Sam Jackson came up with that whole the outfit, the wardrobe, everything.
Yeah, that was
the
all
fact
him.
that
Yeah,
the character carries a purse and all that, and all of his little quirks. That's all Sam Jackson.
all his little anachronisms are
Yeah.
AK-47.
Pam Greer's great in it. Robert De Niro's great in it.
Yeah,
De Niro's really
Pam
good.
Grier.
Robert Forster is awesome.
Robert
Mhm.
Forster is really good in it. Man, I don't think Robert De Niro is good in it at all. I
Man,
think
Greer's
he's
the
fucking
shit.
I
nailing
like
it
De
in.
Niro in it. I thought he was.
I didn't think he gave a shit about it. I think they only had him for a couple days. That's just my opinion. But I thought
Just big
I thought
name type
everybody else
shit.
blew him off
Right.
the screen.
Give him his millions so that he can just get in and
Yeah,
get
and
out.
he's trying to fake smoke weed or whatever. Just like I'm going, this fucking old man does not smoke weed. Fucking, what is happening here? Like it was just weird. I just thought he was an odd choice. I mean, you're going to take if you can get Robert De Niro, you're going to take him. Don't get me
Oh
wrong.
yeah, hell yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, that's a yeah.
All right, what did Caveman say here? Do we need to call TH?
I think you get cut off.
Yeah. Fish says, oh yeah, Criterion for Memento. I'd be all for it. Caveman says, seen any of these? My Blue Heaven.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Seen My Blue Heaven, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, that's all Steve Martin, right?
Yeah,
Rick
Thanks, Steve.
Moranis.
Yeah.
It's like a comedy about a mobster,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and says, smash that like button. I appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, man.
He says, yes, facts of life, Pops.
All
You gotta
about
take the
you.
good, gotta take the bad. That's all I'm gonna say.
Really?
Oh. I don't know, says, not sure how many category 3s Anthony Wong has, but has been in, but I've seen at least 4, I think. I know there's the Untold Story, there's the Ebola Syndrome. There's another one about a fucking, what is it? Is it a taxi driver or something about a taxi driver? I don't know if it's in that or not.
Killer, something like that.
Yeah.
The taxi driver.
He-
It is that.
it-
I don't remember.
it's-
Taxi driver's in the name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I haven't seen that one yet, but I know it exists. Let's get some money. Nope. All right. Fish says to Indy says that's on my A to Z challenge. I love Go. RY.
Translate.
All right. JS says I was super happy to see Michael Keaton and Jackie Brown. He was going through a downturn at the time for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
Taxi
Oh,
Hunter.
my-
Yeah.
Taxi Hunter.
I fell in love with Michael Keaton back in fucking Mr. Mom. I used to watch Mr. Mom as a kid all the fucking time, man. He was great in that. And of course, obviously Batman,
Yeah.
but Mr. Mom was my first introduction, I think, to him.
Yep.
Hollow Note says
Pacific
Taxi
Heights.
Hunter. Oh, that would have been after Mr. Mom.
Mhm.
But that was
Yeah.
him and what's that guy's name? The guy that played in fucking Vision Quest.
I know
Matthew
what you're
Modine.
talking about.
Yeah, Modine, yeah.
Modine.
Yeah, I seen that in theaters. Long. I don't think I've seen it since theaters though. Chris C says I did smash that like button. I love this stuff, Pops, and all your awesome gents. Yeah, guys, this is a group effort. This definitely ain't just me. This is something we all got together. But I appreciate it.
man. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
JS says mix them up, and there you have the facts of life. Oh, don't get that shit in my
Go
head.
past
I'm
this.
going to be on this fucking stream going to bed
All
tonight going,
about you.
What are we gonna do next? Sing the theme song to Good Times?
You might.
no, we're not.
Yeah, they keep bringing it up. It keeps going through my head, man. It's like,
Yes, it's all in my head. Though.
my.
So we're going to move on. What was this, our number 2?
Thank
Shit.
God.
All right, Dirt. Looking forward to see
All
what
right,
you
man.
got there, buddy.
all right, man. I don't know if y'all seen this one or not, but
Ebola syndrome.
It's called Gyro al Inferno.
Whoa.
All I need to know is how you're holding that.
I need to know what's underneath those fingers.
That's all I need to know right there. It's already on my list.
No, I'm just messing, man. This is a U-turn, man.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's a Spanish release, though.
Oh, yeah, that's a great movie, man.
Oh, that is a great movie.
I have
Oh,
you
yeah.
Heard about it. With
Yeah, Sean Penn's great, man.
Yeah, this shit. When I first seen this shit, man, it was yeah, different time. But anyway,
good old days.
let's just say it's the perfect way
Hold
to
it together,
see
buddy.
it. But anyway, man, it's just batshit insane. Oliver Stone came out with it in '97. It's got Sean Penn as Bobby, Jennifer Lopez as Grace. Billy Bob Thornton is Daryl, the mechanic, which him and the blind man, John Voight, those are probably my two favorite characters out of the whole damn movie. You got Powers Booth as Virgil, the sheriff. He's the sheriff. You got Joaquin Phoenix as Toby N. Tucker, TNT.
Yeah, he's got the etched out hair and shit.
Yeah. And Nick Nolte's Jake McKenna. And then, you know, I just threw her in there. She's not
What a fucking cast.
Claire Danes as Jenny or whatever. But yeah, it's pretty it's tripped out, man. This guy, he's like down on his luck. He owes a lot of money to some I guess they're Russian guys. So he's coming into his what do you call it, radiator hose bust in this small town in Arizona. And the first guy he meets is Billy Bob Thornton. And he's just a smart ass to him, you know. He's like, that's why you live here and I'm passing through. That's what one of the lines he tells him. And he just keeps giving. He's just a fucking asshole to everybody, man. He's like, that's the way I see it. He's just he presses his luck too much, you know. But but one of the best quotes is from the blind man, John Voight. He's like he says he's half Indian. He's like, your lies are old, but you tell them pretty good, you know. And he says, everything is everything, and everything is nothing too. So that's the type of shit. It's
right.
Oliver Stone film. So
I was gonna say that's classic Oliver Stone.
Right. And he says, things ain't always what they seem. You got to ask yourself, is it worth it? Because the day comes, the Earth Maker is going to come down and look right in your fucking heart. And then you better know what it is you're doing. Are you a human being or just some hungry ghost out there? Just some crazy shit. Like the blind man can't see. I mean, of course, he can't see, but he sees what's going on. Like he knows fucking everything that's going on. But the motherfucker don't have no time to listen to him. Every time he's trying to tell him some shit. It's just crazy, man. He gets into it with the mechanic, you know, telling him how rare his fucking Mustang is and shit. And he's just like real stuck up type motherfucker. But the mechanic's just a small, simple-minded motherfucker. And he's like repeating the line to him. He's like, well, that's why I live here. And you're just passing through. Shit like that. But anyway, he gets into it with him, and he's like, every time he gets pissed off and he's mad, frustrated, man, he's like, there you go, sweet talking me again, you know, while he's cussing him out. But another good line is when he's with Joaquin Phoenix in the damn diner. He's like, you trying to make time with my girl or whatever the fuck with Claire Danes? Then he don't want shit to do with this girl. But she's over there fucking with him. And he says, I don't think you know who I am. The name's Toby N. Tucker. People around here call me TNT. You know why? And he says, because they're not very imaginative. And he says, because I'm just like Dynamite, boy. When I go off, people get hurt. And but anyway, so the way I sum this movie up is Bobby is as selfish as hell and thinks he's lucky, but has the worst luck. He runs his mouth too damn much and presses his luck with strangers in this crazy small town. U-Turn is the perfect title for this film. I think the blind man and Daryl are my favorite characters. But that's U-Turn, man. Get a chance, check it out. This one was fairly reasonable. The U.S. edition of this is pretty high. So,
Yeah, I have the Twilight Time US one. It was out of 3,000 copies. That's why.
yeah, okay. But
I haven't seen that in a long time, man. I definitely got to put that on.
That's a good one.
Move it up to the top of a rewatch. Hell yeah.
Billy Bob.
Great ass movie.
Billy
Man.
Bob was fucking crazy in that movie too. He's all,
He's all dirty and shit.
Yeah.
His teeth are about to fall out and shit.
He's got this fucking greasy ass sign on the wall, and he's like, "Didn't you see the sign?"
Like, the way they shoot some of the shots, whatever, is real kind of like trippy.
Yeah,
it's real big wide shots of the desert and shit.
It makes me think of like Natural Born Killers, kind of in the desert.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Yeah, that's a great point, Brian. Yeah,
same director.
Yeah. And Powers Booth's great and everything. He makes every movie better.
Yeah. I mean, all the lines, the dialogue. Nick Nolte. Fucking Nick Nolte's a slimy fucker in that movie.
Sean Penn gets fucked up at the end of that movie.
Yeah. But if he would have listened to the blind man, you know. But anyway.
It's a full frontal Jennifer Lopez, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Sold.
She's playing a Native American in that one. She talks real funny. Like a fucking, like a little girl almost, the way she talks. You know what I'm talking
about?
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I don't know. I think she's Puerto Rican, Mexican descent. We'll get back into that discussion again.
somebody to clarify in the comments.
I'm talking about in the movie. She's a Native American.
I know. I'm fucking with you about earlier.
Okay.
All right, Brian, you're up, buddy.
Or Benicio shit.
All right, so we got another. We have another duplicate here, and this is Ryan's pick, Almost Famous.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
He picked on most of the stuff for this movie. I just always had a solid remembrance of this movie ever since I saw it in theaters. Always loved it. The bootleg cut made it even better to me. I
totally agree.
Like the only way I watch it now. The 2.5 whatever hours and just like flies by for me. One thing that I saw in the trivia was that the real Lester Bangs died of a drug overdose at a fairly young age, just like Philip Seymour Hoffman. So that's kind of sad. The band Stillwater, obviously a fake band, but they for the role they practiced like 4 hours for every day for like a span of like a few months. So that was pretty cool to read too. Patrick Fugit, I think they were trying to make him like a big actor, a big child star actor, but then he just never really took off after this. He had a couple small roles here and there, but nothing major like this again. This is pretty much the rise of Kate Hudson in this movie too, as she's on the cover of this steelbook. Plenty of extras in here that are great. Fairuza Balk's in here. Got what's her name from Fly Away Home? I forget her name.
From Fly Away Home, the
Goose
movie?
Yeah, the Goose movie. Yeah.
In this group?
Yeah, she's in it. Zooey Deschanel's in it. Anna Paquin, yeah.
That's right. Yeah, Anna Paquin.
Yeah. Just a great movie. I love it. I love the soundtrack. Whenever he was talking about it, I had to go out and I grabbed this on vinyl recently. Coco got it for me for a present. So
nice.
Hell yeah.
Really
man,
sweet.
I'm super jealous of that thing.
Yeah, it's at Target. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you wanted to pick it up. But I love all the music in it. It's got Tiny Dancer on there, and it's got some of the Stillwater tracks in there too that were made for the film. Yeah, I don't. You think you pretty much said everything though for it.
The only thing Patrick Fugit has ever gone on to do is a sidebar to this, although we're out of the time range. It almost made my top 5 and honorable mentions. Was a 2006 movie called Wrist Cutters, a love story. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
Yeah,
kind of an independent film. It's a romance comedy. It's not a rom-com, but it's a really interesting idea. It's just a great movie. So it starts off with Patrick Fugit cleaning his apartment, and then he kills himself. And so he ends up in purgatory with all these other people that have killed themselves. And it turns out when you commit suicide, you go to purgatory. And basically what purgatory is it's just like here. You have to get a job. You got to work. And so he oh yeah, it's terrible. But he finds out that his girlfriend also killed herself right after he killed himself. So it's about his quest to go find her. And it's if you've never seen it, it's a really great movie. It's a lot of fun.
He also was that? Sorry.
I was gonna say, other than that, I don't know of anything else he's done besides.
He has a really grimy role in this movie called Spun, this drug movie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's Spun.
Yeah, he's he's all after crystal meth in that movie or whatever they're on.
Oh man,
then,
Mickey Rourke's in that shit.
Yeah, Mickey Rourke. Yeah, and then
oh shit.
What else did he do? He was in the movie Saved with Jenna Malone and
oh, that's right, he was in that. Yeah.
And what was her name? The pop singer Mandy Moore.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I think they thought that he was going to be some huge breakout star, and
yeah.
I mean, he got the lead role in this movie, which is kind of crazy at his age.
Yeah. For a well-known filmmaker like Cameron Crowe too.
Cameron Crowe, right?
Yep.
That's a dude whose career just dried up in the 90s for some reason. I don't know what the hell.
Yeah.
Happened. Early 2000s, I guess, but
Yeah.
I don't know what the last thing he made.
All right, Ryan. About the ordinary.
All right.
What you got, buddy?
All right, man. Another one of my all-time favorite movies, and again, it's one of my all-time favorite Sam Raimi movies. It's a 2000 movie. I guess you'd call it. I guess it's like a horror. Some people call it a horror movie. I call it more of just like a mystery or thriller movie. It's got some supernatural elements to it, but it really flew under the radar. And it's a movie called The Gift.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, man.
This movie is phenomenal. It's got an ensemble cast: Giovanni Ribisi, Kate Blanchett. You've got Keanu Reeves is in this movie. Hilary Swank. Katie Holmes is in this movie. This is one of Katie Holmes's movies. Her first movie where she got nude. In fact, if you ever watch Harold and Kumar, they're watching the Katie Holmes scene from this movie. That's what they're watching. You got Greg Kinnear, J.K. Simmons, and both him and Rosemary Harris would go on to be in Spider-Man after Sam Raimi got done directing this. It's a great story. The premise is Kate Blanchett is she's a fortune teller. She reads tarot cards. And then it kind of gets woven into the rest of the fabric of these people's lives with Keanu Reeves just plays this spouse abusing redneck. Yeah. And you would think that he just had a hard time selling it. And at first I was like, but he does. Yeah, Hilary Swank plays this, his abused wife. Giovanni Ribisi, man, just his role in this movie. I don't want to say a whole lot because if you haven't seen this movie, you really need to see it. But Giovanni Ribisi just kills it in this movie. This movie also has a real special sort of meaning for me because weirdly enough, I just was thinking that this just dawned on me. Also filmed in my backyard. I happened to move from Michigan to South Georgia when I was in my late teens. And then actually, this was much later when I was up going to college. This movie was filmed in the middle of nowhere, Georgia, in South Carolina, outside of Savannah, in a county called Effingham, in this little backwater town. In fact, they changed almost nothing for the set because it was so perfect. Normally, they'll change the names of businesses or the phone numbers, but as they're showing these scenes in this town, they left everything just because it's so authentic. a good friend of mine. He was somebody that I used to fly with. He was also a master diver and owned a diving company. He got hired. There's a water scene in this movie, and anytime they have it, they have to have a certain number of divers per actor. So he and the guys that worked in his diving company got hired to do the scene. So it was really cool living through him. I didn't get to go to the set or anything, of him talking about Sam Raimi, and he's one of those guys that just didn't know movies. He's like, yeah, I met this guy. He's got a weird name. It's like Canoe. I don't know who he is. Anyway, he was really cool. And so there's a scene where Katie Holmes is being lifted out of a pond, and all I'll say is that my friend's hand was right on her ass, holding her up as he was diving underneath. But it's a great movie. It's a great story. It's got a lot of great twists. It's got a fantastic ending to it. And like I said, a lot of people, for whatever reason, this movie completely got missed. But if you want to watch just a fun watch, and it's another one that's got great rewatchability, even once you know what happens. FYI, the car she's driving is the same Delta 88 Oldsmobile that shows up in every single Sam Raimi movie, including Evil Dead. So he incorporates a lot of things in there. This one is very much Sam Raimi-ish, unlike A Simple Plan. The big thing that blew my mind about this movie, and I knew this when I went and saw it the first time, it's written by Billy Bob Thornton.
Really?
Which is just Billy Bob Thornton and Tom Epson, who went on to write Sling Blade. So it explains why this movie is so good in terms of its dialogue, the storyline, and it just very few people know about this movie. I'll tell them about this movie, and they go, "Oh yeah, I've never heard of that." So great movie, check it out, definitely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ryan, you actually introduced me to that. We watched it over here. You couldn't believe I'd never seen it. I was an instant fan. I actually got the Blu-ray from Imprint back there.
Yeah.
So
what's funny is I ordered the imprint from Orbit right after you and I watched that, and for whatever reason, it never showed up. And then when I went back and forth with Orbit a little bit, and I just never got around to reordering it. But it's great, man. I love this movie.
Yeah, Kate Blanchett, right?
I just ordered
Kate Blanchett.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
I just ordered that this week. It was like 10 something.
Mm-hmm.
On deep discount.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a weird role for Keanu Reeves in that movie. Very unlike most of the
you
roles.
would think they could have got somebody else to do that, but
because
he did all he could.
I was reading something about this. So he did a movie called The Watcher, which Alan has never seen either.
I've seen The
Watcher. He plays a
I
serial killer. I love that movie. And
James Spader is awesome.
James Spader is in it. Yeah, he's fantastic, man. Apparently, he wanted out of that movie, and he mainly wanted to do this movie where he was going to be the bad guy, but he was contractually bound to The Watcher. But when you talk to him, I guess he feels like this was his far better role as a bad guy in movies than he was in The Watcher, which I thought he was great in The Watcher. But
they could have. Billy Bob Thornton could have played that role.
I thought he did good though,
Yeah.
as that scumbag. You know,
he did all good.
He sold it pretty good.
Yeah,
and that's pretty odd for him to play that role. So that's
right.
Why
he did a good job in the role. I mean, I thought
still early in his career too. Be playing that kind of.
Hell of a pick, man. Good movie.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Brad, what you got, man? I'm assuming another Vinegar Syndrome title.
Yeah, something light and fun. You know, my kind of thing.
Is it as light and hearted as The Room?
Yeah, maybe a little less sinister than The Room. So dude, it's already been talked about before. American Psycho.
Okay.
It's a great Christmas movie.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
You see that?
There
Dirk?
it is. Feed me.
Okay.
Feed me a stray cat. That's what we're trying to get you to show with this.
I don't sit there and dissect them that close, but
you don't look deep into anything. Not at all.
The Easter egg on the slipcover, it's really random.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool though.
Yeah, I think so. This is written by Bret Easton Ellis. Wrote a lot of movies that went to screen: Rules of Attraction, Less Than Zero, The Informers. It's directed by Mary Herron. We'll get into that. Excluding the exterior shots, which are in New York, this movie was shot 100% in Toronto, Canada. Christian Bale's Patrick Bateman. There's a good cast with this, but this is the kind of movie where it's like he's in every scene. The movie's about him. Everybody else is kind of incidental, but Justin Theroux as Tim Bryce is good. Willem Dafoe as Kimball's good. Obviously, Jared Leto as Paul Allen playing this he's playing like just a tool. They're all tools.
Total douche. He's the number one douche.
Right.
Yeah. His name's actually Paul Owen in the book, but with Bale's accent, he had trouble saying Owen, so they changed it to Allen. Saying Owen without his accent coming through.
Right.
The book American Psycho, written by Bret Easton Ellis, was protested heavily by feminist groups, all that stuff. I mean, over the violence against women in the book. Bret Easton Ellis is actually gay. So, like he's not like some kind of, he just wanted to have, most of the time, if you're a serial killer, you kill the opposite sex. It's just the way it worked out. He wrote about a man. But they threw blood all over books and stuff. They did shit like that. But they went through a few publishers before it went out. But he wrote the screenplay. He helped adapt it. But they hired a female director and they hired a female writer to help adapt the screenplay with Ellis to kind of curb that. So the blame would go to a female director if there was any, protest. They'd be like, well, a woman did it, so talk to her, that kind of thing. The movie follows Patrick Bateman, who's a financial executive, yuppie in Manhattan. And by night, he's a sociopathic serial killer. He has these weird quirks where he's like obsessed with the things that he's into. He's really into, like,
right.
He's fixated on status, business cards, men's fashion, and of course, pop music. He listens to everything from Katrina and the Waves to Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston.
He is a huge Whitney Houston fan. This is all in the book. There's a chapter in the book called Huey Lewis and the News. The whole fucking chapter is on the band. So he's a big music freak. And he paints himself as this emotionless creature. He even says it in the movie. But in the book, that's what he's trying to be. He's trying to keep himself under control.
Right.
He gives these mantras and stuff like that. But in reality, he's incredibly emotional. He's jealous. He's petty.
Right.
He's angry all the time. He's constantly upset about something, whatever it may be. But he does have no empathy, and he has these manic episodes where he just goes crazy and kills people. And he's trying to manage that as his main thing in the movie. He tries not to kill Jean. Remember with the nail gun? He tells her to leave.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm back. He says something horrible is happening inside of me, and I don't know why. My nightly bloodlust has overflown into my days. I feel lethal, on the verge of frenzy. I think my mask of sanity is about to slip. So that's what it is. He's mainly trying to keep himself together. This movie is violent. It's insane. It's highly quotable. It's so rewatchable. It's so funny.
Yeah.
It's a blast every time. It's a satire, like Dirk kind of touched on materialism, hyper focus on status, and it's also the big proponent of Ellis's writing is the fact that we're all forever disconnected. It's a common theme in all of his books. What did I have in here? It's basically anti-yuppie. That's a good way to put it. The yuppie generation where they all only care about what kind of car they had and that kind of thing. Mistaken identity is a huge factor in this movie. Dirk pointed it out. Throughout the movie, other than his closest friends, nobody seems to know anybody really. Like, oh, that's Halberstram or whatever.
Right.
They're mistaking each other for each other all the time, and for good reason. They all dress the same. They all go to the same barbers. They wear similar clothes. They have the same job. They talk about the same things. They only care about the same things. So again, they're all white, of course, too. They're they all are about the same age, and that's a very common theme in the book and in the movie as well. But you know, the whole bit, like this movie ends on kind of like a strange note. Like people go, well, did he do it? Did he not do it? You know, I can tell you, spoiler alert, he did do it from the book and all that stuff. You know, Manhattan real estate's extremely valuable. You know, they found all the bodies and they just cleaned it up. They know he's not coming back. They could forge the paperwork, do whatever they could, and just sell it again. So that's the idea. You sell your apartment, you buy your apartment. So nobody's gonna complain. So that's what they did for millions of dollars, that apartment. So
the elite are untouchable, pretty much. Type of shit.
And even still, it doesn't matter. He's not coming back. So we just sell his apartment again, make the money again. But this movie gets a lot of criticism for one scene in particular. And I've noticed a lot from females. We need to calm down with this fucking dog culture because it's crazy. There's a point in the movie where Bateman kills a bum, a human being, and then stomps his dog to death. Right next to him. That's the part that people remember. Oh, he kills that dog in that movie. I hate that movie. I'm like, are you kidding me?
You see all the shit he did?
He's carving people up. Are you talking for no reason at all? He kills Jared Leto, chops him up with an axe. Just because he has a better business card and a better haircut than him. But he's got one dog and you're throwing a fit about it. So that always was weird to me. That's the protesting any kind of issue with that movie. They talk about the dog killing, but it's full of great stuff. All the banter between him and his buddies.
Have you seen the deleted scenes and shit?
Yeah,
they're pretty raw shit. They're more raw than
they couldn't do the violence in the book compared to the movie. Again, this is very tame compared to the book.
Exactly.
But it's like I said, it's a satire. You have to if you know Ellis, you get it. He's very big on satire, and the disconnected feeling that Bateman has is not about him being crazy. That's about him being a yuppie from the 80s. And I don't know what they did to this movie, like something with the grain. It almost looks like it was shot in the 80s. You know, it did a really good job of making it a period piece. Anyway, I got a book on this thing. I could go on and on about it. This is a great movie. This is a great release. Check it out.
Oh
yeah. And it really is one. I mean, you can watch that movie over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's rewatchable as hell.
There's more. You'll find a scene in there and you go, man, I really like that scene now. Last time I watched it, when he's breaking up with Evelyn, I was just rolling. He's sitting there drawing like this horrible murder scene on the table.
Yeah, on the table when he's drawing it right on the tablecloth.
He basically tells her right at the beginning, it's over, and she's like, "All right, touchy subject. I won't talk about the wedding anymore." And he's like, "You don't get it. It's over. I'm done with this." And she's like, "Well, my friends are your friends, and your friends are my friends." And he's like, "I thought about that, and you can have them."
And he's got like the chainsaw on some woman's chest.
Yeah, and of course, what does he say when he leaves the table? I've got to return some videotapes.
Right.
He's an excuse to get out of anything. But the stuff with at one point a gay man comes onto him in the bathroom, and he panics and walks away from him, and he starts frantically washing his hands with his gloves still on.
Right.
It's just a lot of fun with that. But the book, man, is a fun read too. The book is really fun. Like he goes he goes full manic right in the middle of the day in Times Square, and he just starts. It's a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, I need to check out the book, man. I never read the book.
That shit with the damn stray cat though, and the old lady's bitching at him.
He
just shoots her fucking ass.
Right.
Yeah, that whole bit where he's running and he goes through the round the
he
door.
Goes through into the lobby.
And he goes back and shoots the guy he realized he missed. And then he goes to the next building over, and you think he's about to do it again, just pull and shoot. He's like, you realize he went to the wrong fucking building. That's why he killed the other guy.
Shot that guy for no reason.
Yeah.
Oh man! All right, I'm gonna go ahead and show y'all my number 2 pick, and that is gonna be one of my favorite Stephen King adaptations of the film, The Green Mile. Really love this Steelbook too, by the way.
Hell yeah!
But this was directed by Frank Darabont. Now, one thing I did not know that I really found interesting about this is that Tom Hanks accepted this role because he basically promised Darabont he would do a film with him. He was offered the role of Andy Dufresne in Shawshank Redemption, but he couldn't take it because he was working on Forrest Gump. So he basically did this as a favor to Darabont, whatever, after turning down the role for Andy Dufresne. Tom Hanks is Andy Dufresne. I think that'd have been interesting. But this movie here basically it stars Tom Hanks, Michael Clark Duncan, which does a great job in this, and David Morse and Sam Rockwell. If memory serves, I think this is the first thing I ever seen Sam Rockwell in. He plays Wild Bill, one of the crazy people on death row, and he absolutely just fucking kills it. The line where they're taking them into that room, I want some cornbread, motherfuckers. That whole shit. Everything he does with that character is great.
He fucking kills every role.
Oh yeah, he's one of my favorite actors. Stephen King said that this is the single most faithful adaptation of any of his works, which that's high praise.
Right.
It says here, when producers were having trouble getting an actor to play John Coffey, he's a really, really big dude. Bruce Willis recommended Michael Duncan Clark after seeing him in Armageddon. Frank Darabont called this the most satisfying movie of his career. And this is an interesting fact here, more than 30 works of Stephen King have been adapted into movies. This is the only one to ever have broken the $100 million mark. That's pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And the movie had a $60 million budget. They had 136 million in the States and 286 million worldwide. Came out December 10th, 2099. Or not 1999, sorry. It's just an overall great movie. You guys haven't seen it. Tom Hanks plays the warden on death row. They get this guy who's wanted for child murder and rape and stuff, whatever. The guy, John Coffey, he has a special ability where he basically can cure people. And, basically he was trying to cure these two girls, but they had him on death row basically for thinking he's the one that killed them. You got to see the movie. But you really Tom Hanks really gets a close affection for this guy. He's having to put him on death row in the chair, and it's just a lot of emotional back and forth. And it's a pretty powerful movie. It's pretty well done. Another great actor in this movie that I like a lot is Harry Dean Stanton. Harry Dean Stanton plays like one of the orderlies or whatever. They basically bring him in to like test out the chair. They go through like their like a practice run before they execute somebody. And the whole scene where they're putting him in the chair, it's just funny as hell. You just got to see it. The cast is great. David Morse is great in this. I always like David Morse. He's always good. He's really good in this movie here. It's just a powerful movie. It really is. It's one of my favorites, and it easily could have been my number one, but it's going to stay here at number 2 for me. But yeah, it's a good one.
Oh yeah, man, that book's awesome, and it matches the movie perfect.
Oh yeah.
You can't.
Yeah, they
There's really
it's another one. It's a really long movie, but it doesn't feel like a long movie. You know what I mean? It's just
right.
I don't know.
The only reason that didn't make I've got it is because, it's about movies, but the books have a special place for me because he released those books as serial books, and he did it intentionally because he didn't want people to be able to know the ending by just flipping to the back of the book. Well, they came out right as I was going to my first deployment. And so when we were in Japan, you could only get like 1 or 2 of them as they came out in 96, 97. So as one of us would get one, we were like constantly like flipping them around. So you never knew which number you were going to get. So it was kind of fun because we were like reading these stories almost in pieces, sometimes out of order. And it was just, yeah, it was a phenomenal story. Read them like that. But the guy that's in this movie, which I think he's right up there with me for like a John C. Reilly or like a Philip Seymour Hoffman, I think is a way underrated actor who's gone, unfortunately, and that's Michael Jeter. He plays Edward Delacroix. He's actually in The Gift as well. That dude is phenomenal. He just, I don't know, there's something about his acting style that's fantastic. And a lot of the scenes in there with him doing his Creole French, his Creole Cajun accent, he did that himself. So I don't know, just love that movie, man. That's a great pull.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That accent was not very authentic in my experience because you could understand what he was saying.
Yeah.
Dirk understood it with no problem at all.
But Sam Rockwell in that movie, man, played.
Oh, man.
He was just that.
Yeah.
That
He
scene
comes
where
in like he's
loads his-
catatonic, whatever, slobbering. And he's just,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
Woo! When he does that scene where he spits in David Morse's face, when he's got that brownie in his mouth.
Yeah.
He's got the moon pie in his mouth. All I want is some cornbread, you motherfuckers. Oh shit! All right, guys, we'll get caught up on the chat here real quick. We ain't too far behind here. All right, Indian Phantom says Keaton plays the same character in Out of Sight as he did in Jackie Brown, both from Elmore Leonard books.
Yeah. Out of Sight's very underrated. It's really, I don't think 5 people have seen that movie.
I'm not sure if I've seen it or not. I know the movie. He had that
Tony?
one. He had a few around that time. What am I thinking of?
Clooney's
I'm
in there,
thinking
right?
about a side. I'm thinking of
Jennifer
something else.
Lopez?
Clooney, Jennifer Lopez, Ving Rhames.
That's the one that Kino just put it out in 4K, didn't it?
Yeah.
Out of Sight. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
I've
of something
seen it.
else.
Yeah, I've
I
seen it.
saw that in a little ass middle of nowhere movie theater when there was like literally 3 of us in there, and I remember loving that movie. And then nobody knew about it.
I remember when it came out. I remember J-Lo with the damn shotgun. Distinctly remember that scene.
Yeah.
That's one thing I remember about it. But
All right. Ooh. All right. Fish says good times. Christy says you all see the principal of James Belushi. Yeah, the principal is great. James Belushi and Lou Gossett Jr.
Yep.
It's a good one. What's going on, Bob? Yeah, sorry I'm late.
Hey,
We're working
man.
all night. You
Don't
must
let
be
it
over
happen again.
on Brad's channel. I mean on Brian's channel because you can see his for he can't
Listen
take
time
for
for
whatever
number
reason
one.
on my stream he can't text on mine, but I guess he must be on Brian's. Indian Phantom says U-Turn is freaking great. That would make my top 10. Has a great commentary from Oliver Stone. I like that. That'd be a fun commentary to listen to. Another awesome Billy Bob Thornton role. Bill Paxton also played the lead, but Penn had to step in.
Damn.
Almost played the lead. Interesting.
The Spanish release don't have any features at all. That's the only bad thing. But
Gizmo said U-Turn is freaking amazing. Joaquin Phoenix TNT is just so fun in the film. Lopez just needs to be more nude. Billy is playing Ebola syndrome in that film. Chris says Oliver Stone is a vet, by the way. He has done a lot of controversial films.
oh yeah.
Bob's Blu-rays. Wonder if my chat will show up on Brian's channel. Nope, it ain't showing up at all, Bob. We don't see it. I appreciate being here, Bob. By the way, me and I thought actually this coming Monday I'm going to be on his Steelbook challenge that he's going to have on his channel. I think Brian's going to be on the slipcover challenge the following Monday. Hopefully I got that right. You guys be sure to check that out tomorrow or Monday night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Monday night I think it's going to be at 8:30. Bob, correct me if I'm wrong. Chris says if anything of Stone's films, I would recommend Nixon with Anthony Hopkins playing the part. Very cool and interesting, and Alexander as well. We need a 4K of those, by the way.
I like
Nick
the doors.
is very underrated.
Yeah, I know the
Yeah.
movie. I've never seen it. I don't know why, because I love Anthony Hopkins. But
Yeah.
y'all know it says, hey to Robert.
Stone
All
got
right.
a lot of shit. A lot of good
Yeah.
movies.
Bob says, how's it going, Holland? What's up, Pops? Brian, Brad, and Dirk. I'll catch the replay later. Sorry I missed the beginning. Not a problem,
What's
man.
going on, man?
I know how that goes.
Problem. It's a problem. Don't let it be here next time.
Yeah, that's your one out. Indian Phantom says, number 2 for me is David Cronenberg's Crash. Such a twisted, erotic flick. Not for everyone. The
Yeah.
guitar-heavy score by Howard Shore is a
for
favorite.
everyone.
Set in Toronto with the same DP as Empire Strikes Back.
Dirk loves David Cronenberg. It hates
I like
that.
the first half of that movie, but the second half can go fuck off somewhere.
That's how you really
God
feel, Dirk.
damn.
It says, see the gift. I missed that. Gizmo said the gift is so good, so weird, a good thriller.
That's
Yeah,
great.
I'm a
movie,
fan
man.
of it. India says, need to see The Gift again. Mostly remember for the Katie boobies. Totally forgot it going to on my rewatch list.
Sure.
That's what most people remember it for.
She's such a whore in that movie.
Chrissy,
I think it was a great movie because I stopped watching once those things came out, so I couldn't tell you.
Shit, I did not know he did Crash. I'm trying to collect those great director films, De Palma, etc. Bob says, hey, the fishy. Holland says, number 2 for me is Fargo. Yeah, we'll talk more about that in a minute. Never been to Minnesota, but I love all the dialogue and mannerisms. Love the 2 seasons I saw the show as well. Yeah, I love Fargo, man. So you got to get that True Coat.
They do talk about that. It's confirmed.
My ex-wife used to love it when she would put Fargo on or make me call my mother because that was my accent, and I have fought for decades to suppress it right down into nothing, but it comes right out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Geez, we're going up to Shopko over there next week. There, don't you know? Because we got the discount tires coming in. Nope.
Yeah. And you asked.
I made that one by the time I turned 10. That was my life goal, was to get rid of that accent.
Yeah, they act like they don't talk like that either, which is funny. Like they just go, "Oh, yeah. The heck do you mean? We don't talk like that, don't you know?"
Oh, Jesus, guys. Coo.
Yeah, but the heaviest part of that is whenever she's interviewing the 2 hookers, and that's really just kind of drawn out through that. It's like, yeah. It's badass. Let's just say I watched it recently. Chris says the Bob, what's up, my brother? I got Massacre at Central High. Have not watched it yet, and others. You guys go out and check that video out. Me and Brian did a deep dive into Massacre at Central High on Bob's channel Wednesday night this past week.
Yeah. That Blu-ray, man, looks better than some 4K.
Yeah.
I think. I mean,
yeah, that's the only time I've ever seen the movie, but I mean it was solid, man. It looked good.
Yeah.
Everything they put out, man, solid though.
I know a lot of this shit looks better than the 4K.
Blu-rays look insanely good for the most part.
All right, Robert Anderson. Holiday says best soundtrack to a film ever. Chris C.
For what?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Probably Cameron Crowe movie. Almost Famous, probably. All right. Also, Chris C., I hope you enjoy it. Be sure to watch Kindred before Wednesday. Okay, so I guess we're doing Kindred this coming Wednesday. I know it's going to be a 4-part series. I know we're doing Kindred this coming Wednesday, though.
Yeah.
Muhammad said, Rounders, The Negotiator, There's Something About Mary, and Primal Fear.
Yeah. Primal Fear.
Yep. Primal Fear is a great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Muhammad must be looking at my top 20 list because every motherfucking one of those was on there. Yeah, they made the
He was masturbating.
Frank. Yeah, fucking Woogie's my hero. Fish says, hey, Pops Movie Dungeon, can we figure out why Bob is blocked? Yeah, we ain't figured it out yet, man. But I think he was able to come through on Brian's channel. Yeah, we have not figured that out yet. But I did check. I don't have anybody blocked or anything like that. I mean, so I don't know what the deal is. And he can see my videos. I can see his videos. I don't know. There's nobody blocked. So I don't know what's going on. Chris says, Kindred, who brought that out? Yeah, we're doing a 4-part stream on his channel. Synapse, right? We're doing a 4-part Synapse series. We're going to do Kindred. We just did Massacre at Central High. We're going to do, help me out here, Brad, Tombs of the Blind Dead or some shit like that. And Manchester Moore.
Books.
Yeah.
Should got Dirk on there.
Yeah.
Dirk loves
those. Yeah, we told him that. Me and Brian told him that during the stream. I think you mentioned the chat, Brad.
I don't think I was in there.
We should just do the stream. We'll just cut Bob out. We'll just pretend it was our idea.
Yeah, Bob will have you on our channel when we're going to do this with Dirk. No,
Bob, right, do something about
Sorry, Bob.
Bob says it's in that film. Yes, sorry, Bob. Did anyone pull Sleepers? That movie is a hidden gem. Excellent.
Yeah,
No,
that's
nobody's pulled it. Yeah. Well, you know,
Nope,
we
a heavy.
Good, great movie though.
That's a heavy ass movie though. Like,
all right, Hondo says Bob has a potty mouth.
Yeah, filthy fucker.
Chris says Robert Anderson. Okay, I heard Micah's team
Mock.
the Wrath or really just that he dies in that movie rather than in the other. Laugh out loud. I have that one on Vestron. Oh, I think I just had a fucking stroke.
Either you or Chris, one of the two. I don't.
Yeah.
Let me get my secret Dakota ring out. All right.
Right.
Indian
What is
Family
that?
says early J.K. Simmons role. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking maybe it was an abbreviation for something, but I'm a dumbass. But
yeah.
Early J.K. Simmons role in The Gift too. Yeah.
Yep.
Bob says that's I do. Hall Notes that I do. All right. At Hall Notes, tune in Tuesday. You'll find out just how big of a potty mouth I have. Chrissy, I couldn't get the pics of my deliveries from Amazon and Arrow on IG, but I got History of Violence and Giallo Essentials Yellow Edition. Mostly from you awesome people on here. Love you, peeps. Appreciate it, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Fish says, I was about to say, and she beat me to it. Kindred.
It's called The Kindred, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Jeff says, people overrate American Psycho is good, not great.
Yeah.
I agree. Like the fuck out of it.
I agree totally.
Chris says, Robert Anderson, gotcha. Laugh out loud. I'll probably get it from them. I trust you. I didn't watch it yet, but it's a gorgeous steelbook, not cheap.
Yeah, they're about $50 for them.
Yeah, they're proud of the fucking steelbooks, man. But they don't put many out, but what they put out is good. And everyone I got. All right. Want something to offend you? Watch Maniac. That's worse.
Which one?
Yeah.
Gizmo says, I cancel category 3 now for talking shit about the dog. Rest IP doggy. RIP doggy. You will have animal rights service at your door tonight.
Yeah. So not a coincidence. I've never owned a pet my whole life.
That explains a lot.
Also, don't eat the burgers at his house.
People are fucking crazy, man. I went to San Francisco. I was coming down the coast. I ended up in San Francisco. Dude, like they're bums. Like it living everywhere, the whole fucking place.
Yeah.
You don't see no stray animals. You know, I was talking to some lady at the Starbucks. She said, "Yeah, if there's a stray cat out here anywhere, there'll be trucks all over the place picking it up." But what about these bums? What about these people here that are on the street? Wow, we don't care about them. But that animal can't be out on the street.
Yeah.
Like people are just crazy now. It's like pet mania.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Before we went to Colorado, end of last year, I was hearing all these people tell me about the Colorado. Denver's got a big problem with people shitting in the streets. And I've heard so many people talk about it. I was expecting just to see people squatting all over the fucking place.
Piles of shit everywhere.
Alan bought a fucking
Alan's
got rain boots.
Rubber clothes on.
Right? Waiters.
But
Waiters.
shit figures on for real.
I did see somebody piss on the Wendy's. Somebody did piss on the Wendy's. We were sitting across the street. But
I didn't see
anybody
anybody
shit in the street.
I didn't see anybody
Wendy's had
shitting
it coming,
anywhere, but
let's
I'm
be
not
honest.
trying to make eye contact with the bums either. They're asking for money, but I didn't see anybody shitting. But I was just going, "This is a fucking dump." You know, it's like I can't criticize something without being there. You know, like, but
Right.
I just happened to. I was like, "Oh fuck it, I'm here. I'm never going to come back. I'm going to go see what it's all about." It was a fucking shithole, literally.
Yeah.
And he says people get more triggered by animal violence than they do by the Holocaust.
Right.
American Psycho, great damn book too. It cuts even deeper.
Yeah.
It
I'm
is
gonna
a
check the
trip,
book out, man.
man.
Y'all got to be interested. Chris says, in the movie Cujo, how many dogs died? Heard it was a few.
Well, it's like, you know,
I don't think so. A lot of times there was an actor in a fucking dog suit
it was a guy in the suit.
for a lot of that movie. I hadn't heard of any dogs dying in that movie. I
No.
might be wrong.
Oh, you talking about real life? I thought you was talking about Cujo fucking eating some much shit up, you know?
Yeah.
Like, nah,
Well, if you watch like an Italian horror film from the old days,
yeah.
if there's an animal on screen, that animal is probably one of 12 that they got.
Yeah.
Because they didn't laugh. They didn't like watch Argento's movie Inferno. I bet you there's 1,000 cats in that movie. I bet you half of them died on the set. They're stuffing them in fucking bags and all this shit. I mean, it's just like our culture. You'd be in jail if you did that shit here.
Right.
Hold on. Here's PETA for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn you.
People will shut a movie off if a dog dies, but they're fine with 300 people being blown up. Yeah, that's pretty much the world we live in. Indy Phantom says, even a baby or kid getting killed, like in Pet Cemetery, doesn't get the reaction that dog does.
And that's like the cutest little kid ever. Just a happy-go-lucky little kid. It wasn't like an evil kid yet. You know, it's just a really good, normal kid. Kid gets blasted by a semi, but I
don't know. I was rooting for a semi. That little shit had a couple
dogs and cats in it die. You know, be abused. Don't let me find out that there was a cat abused.
Fuck a cat.
All those
Bob says
bugs that semi was hitting.
Yeah. I told Brad the story last night. I'm sure I've told Ryan. Me and my first wife had a cat. I don't like cats. I'm a dog guy. But
I've heard this. Yeah.
We had this fucking cat, and the cat hated my ass. I'd walk in the house, and as soon as I walk in the house, it's running to the fucking table and just fucking hiss. And the animal that makes a hiss like that is straight from hell. That's just my opinion. But this cat would shit in the litter box. This cat was shit in two places. Was shit in the litter box and was shit dead in the middle of my pillow. And by the third time this cat shit in my pillow, it was an outside cat. I was done with him. So anyway,
subscriber count is going to 0 right now. As we speak. You put that animal outside, you monster. If it's cold,
no, I love animals. I love dogs, but me and cats don't like me. I don't like them. We have an understanding.
He lives in Florida.
Ironically, there was a homeless guy shitting outside Alan's house too. So that's just the cat was perfect.
Bob says also pull pops. I love the Green Mile. Appreciate it, Bob. JS says as long as we keep on giving, we can take anything that comes our way, rain or shine, all the time. We got. Is this motherfucker making me see the facts of life?
Yeah. We got each other.
Yeah, because right in the middle of that, I almost fucking started singing. So goddamn, it got me going. Chris C says the Green Mile, very cool pick, Pops. Appreciate it, buddy. The Green Mile is a good movie, probably my favorite Tom Hanks movie. Man, Tom Hanks has some bangers through these years, man. He really did. Bob says, "Oh, this baby was just murdered." They will. Gizmo says, I make love to my VHS copy of The Green Mile every Christmas. It's not only love, it gets dirty, and the mouse in the film is so cute.
What the hell?
No mouse.
Says,
no life were harmed in the making of the movie.
But Bob says,
listen,
this
I have
dog
a soft spot for VHS tapes, and I'm calling the VHS Tape Alliance.
Yeah.
How does that work? Damn.
All right, but this dog just
I
died.
probably don't want to know.
And my world was ending. I have the movie canceled. My fucking earbud's dying again. Fuck. Let's play that one here real quick.
Damn it.
Yeah. There was a.
You know, hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. But I saw Evil Dead, the remake, with several people. And a dog gets killed in that movie. In a movie, not a real dog, but the dog dies.
Yeah.
And I was watching it again. It was me and a girl I was dating at the time, and two other couples were there. So we're getting ready to watch the movie, and the girl's typing on her phone over there. One of the other girls, and she goes, "I can't. Let's not watch this movie. I can't watch this. A dog dies in it." She typed. There's like a program or an app or something you can put it in the movie and see what to get offended.
It'll
by.
tell you what. Yeah.
And I said, it went real well. Let's just leave it at that. I was the dog dies. Is that your problem with this? But needless to say, the party broke up pretty quick after that.
I can imagine.
Ironically, Brad, I used to do the same thing on my Tinder. I would just put things you're going to be triggered by.
You mean your grinder?
Yeah.
Chris, the Stephen King movies are money. I love most all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, man. So The Gift
He's
is
gotta be
available
the director.
Showtime this month. Okay, that's good advice. The Gift's available on Showtime, guys. If y'all want to check it out and before you buy it.
Yeah.
Is there a director that's had more movies adapted for screenplays than Stephen King?
Oh, I doubt it.
I
Probably
doubt
not.
it, man. I doubt it.
Yeah.
I can't think. I mean, I doubt it.
Anything you've sketched on a napkin, we'll make a movie out of. If it's just an idea,
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, shit, Cujo, he don't even remember making that shit or writing that shit.
We don't
was all
remember
right.
much, man. He's got
Well,
giant
came
fucking
out his
holes in
mind.
brain.
Writing that shit.
All right, Chris says, happy late birthday to him, by the way. Same as my late father, the 23rd. All right, a new Jasper says, Michael Clark Duncan died at the age of 54 of heart problems. Had to have been juicing looking at his size.
Yeah,
I don't
probably.
know.
I don't know.
I loved him in that movie, though. India Fan says, I have only seen The Green Mile once. Need to remedy that. The original novel was published in short installments over a few months.
Right.
An episode of Amazing Stories with Patrick Swayze is similar.
I read that book like that too, man. And those,
Yeah.
but I read it all the same. I got it in the set, and all 6 books were in that set.
Yeah, I remember it was either right before the movie came out or right after. They re-released those individual installments, whatever. And I remember getting those like a few at a time. And then after that, they came out with that whole set you're talking about. If I remember correctly. Chris C says, just finished his first unpublished book, Carrie. His first published book, Carrie, a bit different from the movie. Chris C says, he played the Kingpin in the Daredevil movie. He acts was good as that part.
Yeah, well cast.
Yeah. Number 2 is Office Space, a very relatable movie to most people, highly rewatchable and fucking hilarious. I think we've all worked with people like Lumberg, Milton, Samar, and Michael Bolton. I fucking love that movie.
Oh yeah,
Another
That
very
movie's fantastic.
very quotable movie.
Michael Bolton with the rap music playing in the car.
Yeah.
oh man, that guy, he was funny as hell in Mad TV back in the day too. David Herman.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. All right. So welcome to the party, Bob. Anthony, let's go. Y'all smash that like button. Appreciate it. The new Jasper, Fargo is a great movie. Yeah, Fargo's the shit.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on, Cody? Hope y'all having a good night. Just wanted to stop by and show some love. I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah.
All notes saying hey to Cody. Hey to Cody. Wild Wrangler says, will y'all buy Christmas Vacation on 4K? It's already pre-ordered.
Oh yeah,
Right. I'm saying
Favorite
done.
Christmas movie. Favorite Christmas movie. Gizmo says, have you seen... Okay.
Brian, can you help us out here?
Bob says,
The hell
Bob
was
says,
that?
Dirt 100% Synapse film transfer to the best. Mask will look like a 4K. And guys, it was nice knowing y'all. This has been a fun stream. This is probably the last one y'all see me on. Hollow Note says, MACH Massacre at Central High. There you go. I knew it was something I was overlooking. Appreciate it, Hollow.
Told you it was code.
Yeah. Massacre at Central High. Sorry. The Wrath, the person dies and the other does not.
Wraith.
The Wraith.
Yeah.
Wraith, Wrath, you know.
Tommy Starr just woke up. We're talking about the Wraith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Charlie
Yes,
Sheen.
All right, Gizmo, I'm going to try this one out, guys. Gizmo says a group of black male aliens traveled Earth to rid the planet of oppressive female Earthlings directed by a woman, probably why it didn't get canceled. All right, Bob says, Brad hates me. Love you too, Brad.
Get your shit together, Bob. Jesus.
Bob says, Pops, MACH was an abbreviation for Massacre. Okay. Yeah, I'm a
That
dumbass.
went over all of our heads.
Yeah, whatever, man. Hollow Notes, a guy dying in a suit is fine. Fuck him. that's pretty much the gist of it. Chris C says Cujo is my favorite
As long
movie
as he's well
/
dressed.
book.
I mean,
So there's a legend. So there's a legend about that. So don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it, but maybe.
I had always heard that Kane Hodder played the fucking dog, but it was some other guy. So, I'm sure there's a bunch of.
I'm sure there's a lot of myths around it. Yeah.
It's always
Yeah.
Kane Hodder as the dog, or whatever. He played the alligator and alligator.
Right. Was Kane Hodder was, yeah.
There's
He was
nothing
that
more
guy.
disturbing. If you guys go look it out, there's a picture of D. Wallace, maybe the director of the movie, and the fucker in the dog suit, all doing like a dance line, where they're kicking their feet up. There's a picture of the three of those, and seeing the guy in the Cujo suit and D. Wallace doing that in one of the stills is pretty disturbing. Kind of takes away from the whole fucking movie watching that.
Right.
But Gizmo says 48 pigs played Babe during the filming. Wonder how many were slaughtered at the end. Oh, the bacon tastes
All of
good.
them.
All of
I was
them.
gonna say,
All of them.
but
Do you not want to eat bacon?
Yeah.
but I was going to say at the food craft service there was a lot of bacon.
Fresh suckling pig every day. They
I
got
can't
tired
believe
of
this
it.
killed those pigs. I have a BLT.
Pork chops again?
Yeah.
All right, Gizmo says, my cat is watching you, Pops. Look at my picture. Okay. All right. Roel, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Seven Deadly Sins was a twisted movie. Seven Deadly Sins. You guys saying that?
7?
You're talking about 7, maybe?
I think I'm saying
Probably.
7.
Probably.
That's in the next
Love
block.
Seven.
That's not in this
Yeah,
block.
Love
You
7.
might be talking about a different.
Maybe. All right. JS says, no, that was a theme to Growing Pains. Wasn't ever much of a Growing Pains guy. I know the show, but I never watched it much. Scholar 22. Agatha Christie is up there with them. Oh, there you go. I bet you that she has more than Stephen King or as much. Agatha Christie is up there with movie adaptation. That's a good one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Identity was based loosely on Agatha Christie, and so I remember for the last one looking that up, and Stephen King actually has direct adaptations where with Agatha Christie they actually just took the idea so loosely that they really don't even have to credit her with it, because its Identity is loosely based off of Agatha Christie novel.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we have made it to number 1. Everybody's been waiting
Number
for
1,
it.
man.
Look at that.
And Dirt,
Number
because
1.
of Brad's shenanigans, you're first up. Oh.
Right.
All right, man. See what you got.
All right, man. Well, I don't know if y'all would guess this, but Eyes Wide Shut.
There you go.
Kubrick.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
nice.
Hell yeah.
No way.
Love that movie.
All right, man. This film is about. This is my interpretation. Just to let you know. Let's be clear here. So it's about relationships, discovery, jealousy, trust, distrust, curiosity, secrecy, lust, bad choices, unknown societies, communication or lack thereof, and moving forward in a marriage no matter what. None of this is real. It's all in Bill's head.
Oh.
Sexual fantasies and fears. Dr. Bill's solution for everything is money. He's a pretender and doesn't belong anywhere. Doesn't fit in.
Anything else?
Yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
So he's fantasizing about all this. That's not really happening. Is that what I'm taking from this?
Yeah. Yeah. This is all in his head. What do you call it? It's like a dream within a dream, you know. So it was known for its secrecy, and Kubrick forbid Kidman and Cruise from sharing notes to exaggerate the distrust between spouses. He made Kidman shoot 6 days with a male model to do sex scenes, and forbid Cruise from showing up to the set. He made Kidman and the model pose in over 50 erotic positions naked. And she couldn't tell Cruise about it either. So the whole time it's like fucking his head up, I guess, you know, in real life.
Her husband at the time.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, they were married. But so it's considered Kubrick's unfinished masterpiece. What did Warner Brothers leave out? What the hell? Oh. Yeah. So
And worth noting too, it holds the world record for the longest
right.
production.
Yeah. It was in Guinness for the longest shoot. Yeah. 400 days. Kubrick died 4 days after giving Warner Brothers his final cut of the film, and his family said his death was unexpected because he seemed to be in good health, which is kind of strange. It's the first film to reach #1 in the U.S. Let's see.
For Kubrick, his first financial success or whatever.
It reached #1 like out of all movies.
Yeah, but like his first Kubrick, the first Kubrick movie that made #1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one of the best quotes in the movie is from Alice. She says, "I do love you, and you know there is something very important we need to do as soon as possible." And Bill says, "What's that?" And she says, "Fuck." And
what did she say again?
She said, "Fuck." They need to fuck. So
that's the last line of the movie.
Right, it's the last line in a Kubrick film. In any Kubrick, I mean, no more Kubrick films. Last line. That's word. But Dr. Bill, I thought that was kind of weird too. Like interesting, like Dr. Bill, Dollar Bill. I don't know. There's so many fucking things in Eyes Wide Shut. Every time I've watched it, you pick up on it.
We were halfway through the first page of Dirk's notes. There's probably, was there 12 pages there?
Oh yeah.
We're gonna read through the entire screenplay. Let's go.
Yeah, right.
Do a table read right here.
Scene 1, establishing shot.
Right. No dream is ever just a dream. So there's that too. So you get what I'm saying? It's very ambiguous. Like, it's not really happening. It's all in Bill's head. Or is it? See, that's the fucking question mark at the end of the movie. That's why the motherfucker holds up, So, I feel like this film is a parallel to Alice in Wonderland, but an adult version.
Right. And this Alice is much hotter.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Kubrick wanted to do this film in 1970, but his wife talked him out of it. She was afraid it would ruin their marriage.
She must have been really good at losing arguments.
Yeah.
To be married to Kubrick.
It's a great film, though, man. Y'all should check it out.
Oh man, I've seen it, man. I watched it for the first time in the last year of this year. It was recent.
Great. It holds up just like all Kubrick's films, man. They're never seem dated. That's my #1.
Yeah, man. Hell of a pick, man.
That's a nice pick, man. That's a great #1.
It's like the king of 90s sex thrillers. I mean, there's no, it's really like a great mystery. Like I never got the whole dream vibe and all that stuff. I just thought I loved at the end with who's the actor that plays his friend with the glasses? Another doctor. They're having they're doing speedballs in the other room.
Ziegler.
What's
Ziegler. Oh, the actor?
Yeah, the actor.
Shit, I got his name right here.
Very celebrated actor.
Sidney Pollack.
Yeah,
Sidney Pollack. Yeah.
Yeah, he. I just love his explanation to it. Like nothing happened to her. It's, this is what, she did drugs and she fucked a bunch of people. That's her job. Like that. That's just the way he explained it. Like that's just another day for her. But I remember watching it the first time, just being on the edge of my seat. Like he goes back and they hand him that note and everything, and it's just him handing him a fucking note, but it's just creepy as fuck. Just one little line written on it.
Right.
But the dream thing's interesting because it's really weird that a handsome young doctor in Manhattan can't get laid.
Right.
Yeah. He's not even can't fuck the hookers even.
But he goes to fuck the hooker, and it's really good that he didn't because she had fucking AIDS.
Yeah.
Like his decisions are all off of something going on in his fucking head that his wife told him.
Yeah. And then when he gets called out at the fucking masked party and everything, I'm like, oh, they're gonna eat him.
Yeah.
Well, this is where he dies.
He's fucking dinner. You know?
They're telling him to get naked, and then the hooker comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
She's like, "Take me," and they're like,
Yeah.
"You're his redeemer."
Yeah. So.
And the bitch
It's
is
a
dead on
wild
the
movie.
stab later.
It's hard to talk about that. I didn't think it was going to be your number one. I thought it was going to be in your top for sure. But it's a hard movie to talk about.
It is.
It's a really it's a big mystery. So it's a really tough one to go into.
Yeah.
Right. There's no definitive answer, but
right.
There's a lot of Kubrick films that aren't, and that's what makes them great to me.
It was a very risque movie when it was released too.
Yeah, it was a big hype movie.
Yeah.
You know, and it's a Christmas movie. I mean,
it was marketed fucking weird. Like they marketed it like they marketed Fatal Attraction and shit.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's nothing like Fatal Attraction.
Yeah.
But high recommend.
Yeah, man. I like it.
It needs a
All right,
4K
Brian.
for sure.
Oh, it'll get one, I'm sure. Positive that'll get a 4K.
Eventually. Oh yeah.
All right,
Brian, what you got, bud?
number one. I'm sorry if any of you other guys got this on your list. I thought this was going to be pulled earlier in the stream, but American Beauty, number one.
Okay.
Nice.
Awesome one.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Good movie, man.
Oh yeah, this is what's his name? Lester, Lester, whatever his name is, Lester Burnham. Yeah,
Kevin Spacey.
Like Kevin Spacey's character, he's just hating his job, hating his life, midlife crisis type situation where he just finds a loophole to quit his job and starts fantasizing about his daughter's best friend. His wife won't sleep with him, so he jerks off in the bed.
Is he crying? I don't remember. I thought he was crying.
Don't the movie start off with him jerking off in the shower?
Yeah, the narration of the film starts up with him in the shower. There's a pretty funny narration with Kevin Spacey in here. Got Mina Suvari in here, Wes Bentley, Thora Birch, Chris Cooper, Peter Gallagher, Allison Janney, Annette Bening, of course. Kevin Spacey improvised everything he did in the car when his character is stoned singing American Woman. So that was all improvised. It was funny. I read the trivia that Jake Gyllenhaal and Seth Green were both auditioned for the role of Ricky Fitz. That would have been weird to see either one of them.
Right. Especially Seth Green.
Yeah, right.
You couldn't get anybody weirder than the guy they got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The shot where Annette Bening screams after her failure to sell the house was done in one take, which is pretty awesome. The whole nailed by the king thing where she's like, I guess if you can't beat him, join him type of situation.
Yeah.
I love whenever Kevin Spacey's Lester, he starts working at he works at the fast food place. He wants the job with the least amount of responsibility possible. Even though he's totally overqualified for the job.
His wife drives through the drive-through.
Drive through the drive-through, like cheating on him and stuff. He calls her out on it, and the girl says, "You're so busted." I'm pretty sure that was the same chick from a Scary Movie that got stuck in the.
Yeah, she she's the day player. Yeah.
Yeah. But and then Chris Cooper's oblivious to his son selling weed out of his house. Because he keeps it all stashed, and his it's like military grade weed that's like selling for a ridiculous amount of money. There's some gay tendency type stuff, and Chris Cooper's character doesn't want any part of anybody else being gay, and he ends up turning that way towards the end of the movie. Spoiler alert. Sam Mendes directed this movie awesomely. Or just not much. I mean, I love this movie. I can watch this pretty much any time and just play it and run it. I never understood the fascination with Mina Suvari as the lead character here of attraction, but to each his own, I guess. The movie as a whole is just great otherwise. So
Brian, are you like me? Every time you're like sitting at a red light or somewhere and you see a bag flying through the fucking air, do you think about that movie?
Yeah.
No, I think about that too.
I took a video of it.
Maybe just
Start making a video of it and shit.
and that's been parodied. So there's it's called Not Another American Movie.
Yeah.
Not Another Teen Movie. It's hilarious the way they make fun of that.
And
by the way, that's just a great parody comedy anyway.
The guy who read for that line, the Wes Bentley, he was the only one that read for that line, the whole bag scene and everything. They cast him immediately for that role because he was the most convincing for it.
I couldn't imagine anybody playing that role but Wes Bentley, and he has not had a big Hollywood career like you'd think, but he's just perfectly cast as that. Right. This makes perfect sense. But I think the best performance is Chris Cooper, as Colonel Fitz, and he's just reading the newspaper, and he just turns to his son and he goes, "This country's going straight to hell."
Yep.
He's just like that typical. He's like, "Okay, sure, Dad, whatever," and he's kicking the shit out of his son right up until he says he has a girlfriend. He wanted to show his girlfriend his dad's Nazi plate, and he's like, "A girlfriend." Like, and he just stopped. He's like, "You're normal? You're being normal?" Like I'm happy now, So it just
the mom's gone cuckoo, Alison Janney, like something's wrong with her brain or something.
Yeah, she's married to a deeply closeted man, It's just that relationship's got to be dead. She's just going through the motions of life,
Yeah. He's eyeing Lester as he's working out and stuff.
Yeah. He thinks his son and Lester are having having a
relationship. Yeah. But they're really just talking about Reanimator and selling weed.
Yeah.
That's where I first found out about Reanimator too, by the way, is watching this movie and them talking about it. And I was like, I want to see this movie they're talking about. Looked it up.
That's cool.
I remember watching that movie thinking like that's the first time I've ever seen Reanimator mentioned and probably ever will see Reanimator mentioned in a movie ever again.
Right.
You got an unexpected visitor?
No, he's just hallucinating again. It's okay.
Somebody's parked on the end of the fucking driveway out there.
It's probably fucking Peter.
And it's a long driveway, so I can see taillights sitting there. I don't know what the fuck it is. The sheriff's over here. It might be sheriffs. I don't know.
Could be
Isn't that how Us started?
If you hear gunfire, I'm fine. They're not.
If somebody walks up looking just like you, run.
If I ever run into this motherfucker, you know how many times I go to places and people go, "Oh, you're back." I'm going, "You're back." I've never been here before.
Like I've never been here.
Just like so and so. There must be a lot of handsome motherfuckers down here. I'm telling you, just like me. I've never met anybody in my life that looked like me. So I'm just missing these guys.
You say everybody's got a doppelganger. Hadn't you seen fucking Us?
Yeah.
I can say this, motherfucker, because you sound like Bull Hurley. You like that motherfucker on Game of Thrones on the fucking wall. You like Sam.
That's Jon Snow.
That's who the fuck you look like to me.
The bitch? I'm shaving his beard tomorrow.
But anyway.
I'm the bastard child.
By the way, this needs a 4K. It's never gonna fucking get one though.
Oh hell no!
Not now.
Hang on to that one because
probably
it will be re-released.
Right? No shit.
Yeah, he done fucked up again, man. It's the M Shay. He's such a talent, man. But he's so fucked.
Yeah,
he might actually be working at a fast food restaurant.
Yeah,
right.
He was on that level in 7 or whatever.
Oh yeah, man. He's only in that movie for just a little bit, and just fucking kills it, man. All right, Ryan, what you got, buddy?
All right, man. I'm not going to beat this horse to death anymore. From dusk till dawn, number 1.
You got the premium.
Is that a fucking steelbook? What the fuck?
Steelbook, baby.
When did you get that?
Like, hey, where'd you get that?
By Alliance. I've had it for a little while. I don't think you've seen it up there.
Yeah, it's clean, man.
Great steelbook.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, that's bald ass right there.
Yeah. Nothing I can add really that hasn't been said already about this movie, other than everything, the rewatchability, you name it. One of the things I think is cool about this movie is really the original idea comes from Robert Kurtzman. He's a special effects guy. He's been doing this since the 80s. I have a family member that's in the special effects world of movies. He does CGI. He's a digital artist. He's He's got a long IMDb list of movies, and so I have a special appreciation for what those guys do behind the scenes, and I've always kind of liked it. But Kurtzman has known Greg Nicotero for a long time. Actually, they started their first company together in '88. And this movie was his original idea. And he wrote it and everything and pitched it to several people. And that's how Tarantino and then Robert Rodriguez ended up getting it. If you look up his list of things he's done special effects for, it's well over 100, maybe close to 200 movies. His first special effects movie was Night of the Creeps, if you've heard of that movie. Being somebody that loves horror movies. He's special effects lead Predator, Tremors, a lot of the Nightmare on Elm Streets, you name it, even up to recent movies. So that's all I have to add to it, other than everything about that movie is just fantastic. So
yeah, man, it's such a rewatchable film.
Will forever be in my top 5 perpetually of all movies.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Oh, yeah.
And Brad's got to go shoot somebody. He'll be back in a minute. So you guys talk amongst yourselves.
Everybody relax. I'm here.
Did you put the cocaine in the vents?
Hell of a thing killing a man.
Either they turned the car off or they drove off. So
if it's a guy carrying a canister with what looks like an air gun, leave.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that was Brad. He just came back from
Hey, you look just like this guy that's been on this live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. I'm fine.
All right, well, you're on the clock.
All right, my number one. I'm a big fan of this movie. I've been watching it 20-some years already. But it's Darren Aronofsky's Requiem for a Dream.
Okay.
Heck yeah, I was waiting for that.
Everybody didn't have this. It's so fun. It's so rewatchable.
Yeah, it's such a fun flick.
Yeah, it's a blast.
That's
very uplifting film.
Uplifting, sure, all those things.
I think that's Brian's favorite scene with Jennifer Connelly.
Yeah, oh, hell yes, absolutely. Directed by Darren Aronofsky, like I said. Scored by Clint Mansell. I mentioned that especially because the score is great in this. It really carries the movie. Clint Mansell's scores are always great, but this is his masterpiece as far as score goes. Takes place and is shot in Coney Island, New York. Shot in 40 days. A common theme with Darren Aronofsky. He gets the shit done quick. You have Ellen Burstyn as Sarah Goldfarb, Jared Leto as Harry Goldfarb, Jennifer Connelly as Marion Silver. Crystal McDonald is really good in this as the self-help guru, late night TV commercial guy.
Right.
But, it's very lighthearted, fun-filled, piece about the joys of recreational drug use. Story follows 4 people who throw their life away on drugs. Sarah Goldfarb is the only, what's the right word I would use for this? She's the only empathetic character, I think, in the movie. Sarah Goldfarb is a sad old lady, lives alone in an apartment. Her husband died, obviously. Her son she's distant from. She doesn't have anybody. And one day she gets a call saying to watch her mail because she's been selected to be on a TV show where there are prizes given and this and that, and just to fill out the paperwork and send it back to them. She decides she must go on a diet to fit into a red dress that she wore to her son's graduation so she can be on the show and look her best for the show. She's not losing weight fast enough, so she goes to a weight loss clinic, and they prescribe her with 4 pills, to take daily, and the weight starts flying off. She loses 25 pounds very quickly, and it's amphetamine, speed, whatever it is, but she's obviously really sped up, and but she loves that she's losing weight and things are working. Anyway, she has this insanely good monologue, this piece of dialogue where she meets with her son at, like midway through this whole thing with her on the pills, and he tells her, "You got to throw those pills away. They're no good." And she's just, her heart is coming out of her chest, explaining that she's just so happy to have something to get out of bed for, now, and she didn't before, and this is an incredible piece that she delivers. She explains why it's so important to her and all that, but throughout this movie, she watches this infomercial over and over again with Chris McDonald as Tappy, whose self-help guru he's a self-help guru who's selling a course for $39.99, that kind of guy, and that will change your life in 30 days, kind of thing. And she just, for some reason, she watches it over and over again. She's fascinated with it. And obviously the pills become a huge problem for her. She begins taking them out of order and at different, multiple. The diet stops working, or it's not working as fast anymore. The body's adjusting and all that. So she starts popping, instead of one pill, she'll pop 3 pills, and she starts to disintegrate from there. She's the standout in this. I mean, she's incredibly good in it. And she's claimed that she had turned down movies for years because they weren't challenging enough. She accepted this because it was something that could actually challenge her, and she wanted to do
her
it.
performance is like insane,
mind-blowingly good, incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So her son, Harry Goldfarb, played by Jared Leto, a thieving, spoiled ass, sniveling fucking drug addict piece of shit. Whose greatest dream is to be a shop owner operator in the area. To accomplish this dream, he decides that to go from being a drug user to a drug dealer / user in Brooklyn with his best friend Tyrone, played by Marlon Wayans. He has a girlfriend named Marion Silver. Like Harry, she wants to be a shop owner herself. They have the same dream, record for a dream, all that. She wants to be the shop owner. And just like Harry, she's a spoiled ass brat drug dealer or drug addict. She explains to Harry that her parents pay for her entire life, for food, rent, everything, but apparently that's not good enough for her. She's rebelling against her parents, dating this fucking loser, doing drugs constantly, but she supports Harry in his decision to open a shop, and she wants to be a drug dealer. She supports him being a drug dealer to get the money for their storefronts, that they're going to have matching storefronts or some dumb shit they come up with. So they all go into business together with Tyrone, their friend. Tyrone's played by Marlon Wayans. He has the drug connections. So that's why they need Tyrone. They seem to be legitimately good friends, Tyrone and Jared Leto's character, Marlon Wayans and Jared Leto's character. But of course, eventually Tyrone goes to jail. They have to spend all the money they saved to get him a lawyer and get him out on jail and get him out on bond and all that stuff, to get a plea deal and all that stuff. So they're back to square one. And of course, they need drugs to sell drugs. They need drugs to use drugs. So there's a dry spell in New York at the time. They can't get the drugs, and it really begins to disintegrate there. They have to go to Florida to get drugs to bring back to New York. And along the way, they both get arrested, of course. Meanwhile, Jared Leto's character is falling apart physically. Tyrone is, he's the most level-headed of the bunch, but he's also a drug addict too, so he needs the drugs. Enter Keith David, my favorite character, maybe one of my all-time favorite characters, as Big Tim. His performance it's so spot on. It's on the nose. What it is he has a drug connection, Keith David, but he's more like upscale. But nobody can get drugs, so there's such a dry spell. So her boyfriend, Maid Marian's boyfriend, Jared Leto, explains to her that there's only one person selling drugs, and he's not selling them for money.
Right.
He's trading drugs for girls.
Mm-hmm.
And she ends up going to see him, and we all know the lines. Come on, I know it's pretty, baby, but I didn't bring it out for air.
Yeah,
it is so fucking good. I just get it every time. I know I'm a sick bastard. I don't care. This movie cracks me the fuck up. I cannot stop laughing. There's a scene later in the movie when they go to jail in Florida. I think they make it to Georgia, whatever, before they end up in jail. And Tyrone he's trying to make mashed potatoes, and the guy is just like, "Come on, put your back into it," and he's just screaming at him. And Tyrone's like, there's so many great moments that are just hysterical to me. I won't go on and on and on about it, but basically the worst things possible happen to these people on drugs. And, Sarah Goldfarb, I mean, I don't want to go into what happens to them because that's the whole thing getting there. But it is, if you ever want your kids to stay off drugs, show them this movie.
Yeah.
This
Look at his fucking arm.
The very famous. So, like I always say, the Maid Marian stuff, the final reel is a climax, a combination reel of all the stuff that's happening to them at once. It keeps cutting between their lives, bad thing, Goldfarb is getting treatment and all this stuff, but the Maid Marian stuff, she ends up in like a sex show with all these old men, and she has to she's doing like the most degenerate debauchery stuff, and like this old, super old guy tells him to go ass to ass.
Ass to ass.
He's like this old ledge. I don't know. It's just the score, of course, is at the peak at that point. Anyway, man, I don't want to gush about it. Check this movie out. You can get it cheap. There's a new steelbook out. That's cool. But yeah, that's an awesome movie. Maybe a one-time watch, but you will enjoy it.
Double-sided dildo lubed up.
You won't enjoy it. You'll get something out of it. Let's put it that way.
That is by far and I love Keith David, but all-time favorite role for Keith David.
Very all-time role. And he's the smartest one in the movie. He knows what time it is.
He knows exactly what the score is.
So he hooks up with Maid Marian, and then right after he gives her the drugs. He's a gentleman, a man of his word. And he says, he's butt ass naked, by the way, in this scene. He says, "Listen, why don't you come by Sunday? We're gonna have it's good. It's more like theater, but it's all gonna be good people, But there's a really good taste at the end of that. You get a lot more drugs for doing this." She goes, "It was a one-time thing. I'll never do this again, but thanks though." And he goes, "All right, see you Sunday, Maid Marian," and just
right.
And then when she calls him, and she says hello, and he can tell immediately who it is, he just starts laughing, just the most evil laugh right in her ear. Sounds like Pop when he laughs. That kind of fucking maniacal laugh. I love it.
Yeah, you're
talking about that movie all night.
All right,
great movie.
So I'm gonna do my number one here. And I'm sure y'all motherfuckers are real goddamn surprised what this is gonna fucking be. I've been waiting a motherfucking long time to talk about this goddamn movie, so y'all just bear with me.
I'm just gonna have to listen.
It's my screen, damn it.
At least we'll screen it for us.
We're gonna watch the whole thing right now.
Do you hear it? Do you hear the?
All right, I'll turn that off. I'll turn it off. No, this ain't no fucking surprise. Anybody that ever watches my channels, if I can get this fucking shit anyway, y'all see it. Yeah, Armageddon, love it. I know I probably just lost 17 fucking subscribers. I don't give a fuck. I love this fucking movie. I like this movie more than the fucking actors that starred in it love this fucking movie. But it's one of the most rewatchable movies that I fucking have. I love everything about it. The fucking cast. It was directed by Michael Bay. Stars Bruce Willis, Billy Bob Thornton, Ben Affleck, Liv Tyler, Steve Buscemi, which fucking love him in this movie. Will Patton, William Fincher, Owen Wilson, Michael Clark Duncan, Peter Stormare, and Keith David. And everybody plays so fucking well off each other. This is why I defend this movie so much. I know the plot is fucking stupid. I know most people hate this movie. I mean, they literally hate this fucking movie, which makes no sense to me because this cast plays so fucking well off each other, which is why I like the movie so much. And I don't know, it's just rewatchable as hell to me, like I said. Now, what's funny to me is not only do people hate this movie, NASA will show this movie when NASA gets new management trainees in, they will show them this movie for them to pick out the mistakes that are in the movie. And so far, they're up to 168 mistakes that they make in this movie that are not realistic. So there's that.
Shit.
The one scene with which I love this scene, where basically Bruce Willis is going to him and say, "Look, I talked to the guys. They got a list of demands. Here's their demands." They had the guys write down their demands on a fucking piece of paper, and Bruce Willis didn't know what they were going to say until he actually they said they rolled action. He started reading the fucking paper for the first time. So when he's looking up at up there, all that's him looking at reading the fucking request. You know, it's like never pay taxes again, sleep a night in the fucking Lincoln bedroom at the White House, so on and so forth.
Bring back 8-track tapes.
Right, bring back 8-track tapes.
Tapes.
It's just great. You know, you're talking about fucking Keith David, whatever. His a bunch of retards I wouldn't trust with a fucking potato gun. It's just there's so much good dialogue. And Billy Bob Thornton, I've liked so many fucking movies he's been in, but his character in this movie to me is just fantastic. There's something about his character in this movie. It's just perfect. Everybody that's cast in this movie is perfect for the role they're cast for, in my opinion. And like I said, Bruce Willis, that being said, Bruce Willis, basically after this movie, said he would never work with Michael Bay again. He just didn't care for his directing style. Roger Ebert has this on his most hated movie list. So, you know, that gives me a little bit of credit right there. So fuck him. Ben Affleck pretty much disowned this. Yeah, Ben Affleck pretty much disowned this movie. And he pretty much just kills it in the commentary, just bitches about it in the commentary of the actual movie. The guy that played the president in the movie, Stanley Anderson, played the president in this movie, and also in another Michael Bay movie, he played the president in The Rock. So, and actually, the last time I watched The Rock, I actually picked up on that for the first time.
Oh, you know, I didn't know that. Damn.
But just from the very opening scene where he catches AJ in the bed with his daughter, all that with him chasing around the fucking oil rig with a shotgun, to the very fucking last scene, the tear-jerking scene at the end. There's so many quotable lines in this movie, and I don't understand the hate. People say it's not realistic. What the fuck? How many movies do we watch are realistic? When you really think about it, it's a fucking movie. It's supposed to be a good time. Get some fucking popcorn, watch the movie, give it a fair shake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit here and fucking just talk for a fucking hour, so I'm not going to.
Go for it.
But I'm done. But like I said, I don't understand the hate for this fucking movie. Before I got on YouTube, be honest with you, I was like, fuck, everybody's got to like this movie. And I was blown away with how many people hate on this fucking movie. Every time I watch it, I like it a little bit more. You know, am I dumbass? Maybe, but I stand by my fucking decision. I love this fucking movie. It's my number one, and it's probably going to be in my fucking top whatever when we're done with this fucking string. You know, it's just, I don't know. It's casted so fucking well.
You know where to find them.
Armageddon.
Yeah. And that's what I got to say about that, goddammit. But that's my number one pick, and I stand behind it 100%. And Dirk was nice enough to send me the VHS, still sealed.
Hell yeah.
Back on my shelf here soon. I got the Criterion, I got the fucking Blu-ray, but I couldn't find it somewhere around here. But so I got every version this motherfucker's been released on besides Laserdisc. And so I need to get hopefully a 4K will come out one day. Maybe not. But
it might.
But Michael Bay, you know, this and Deep Impact came out about the same time. And you know, Michael Bay he states that they're totally different films. And
I know you get a lot of shit for that movie, but I don't really see. There's so many worse fucking movies. You know?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just what pisses me off about it the most is people say, "Oh, it's just so unrealistic. It's just stupid." Yes, of course it's fucking stupid,
Yeah.
but goddamn, it's just a fun. It's a fun popcorn movie.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
a fun summer blockbuster.
I remember when that bitch come out when
You know?
it dropped, and everybody was on that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Everybody saw that fucking movie when it came out.
Everybody loved it.
How do you put?
Yeah, you know, the thing though is I think everybody secretly, I think that movie is a scooter. Everybody wants to ride one, but nobody wants to be seen on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think people love that movie, but they love to hate it because they think that's the response they're supposed to have. Because it is just a fun damn movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate that movie at all.
There's a lot. There's a lot of
shit
good
about it,
things
but
about
I'm
it.
just messing around.
All that banter between the drillers is hilarious. I love when they have to go round them up, you know, that whole bit, and then the get ready scene when they're going through their clinical trials.
The testing when they're doing the psychological testing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can handle that. I don't know if I can handle this room.
I had my first PhD when I was 10.
Yeah.
You stick with that, I'm gonna stab you in the heart with it. You seen Pulp Fiction?
You ever seen Pulp Fiction? Yeah.
But
I don't
but
know. I
Michael
agree
Clark
with
Duncan,
Bob.
whatever, when he's riding the motorcycle through, he's probably the only black guy on a motorcycle in South Dakota or North Dakota, whatever it is.
Kanoka, South Dakota.
Yeah, that scene where he says, "Come and get Papa Bear." All that was improvised. So that became like his nickname. Like later in life, whatever. People always called him Papa Bear from that one scene.
Yeah.
Shit.
But
Yeah. I mean, they all kind of run from the cops. Owen Wilson was running on a horse, from
Right.
the helicopter. I mean, it's just.
and dude, the Russian is probably my favorite. Maybe him or Steve Buscemi, but the Russian is fucking hilarious.
Yep.
Dude. He's hilarious.
I love the guy getting the mama tattoo when the feds show up.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Are you in trouble again?" And he goes, "No, I swear." And then this is 14 FBI agents outside.
I'm afraid I don't know, Crazy Willie.
Well, right before that, she says, "Max, what about Max to run the other rig?" And he goes, "You got a weight limit on the shuttle?" Cuts himself with donuts in the face.
Right.
It's just a fun movie, man. Like I said, I'm not oblivious to the stupidity. I understand that, why would you send old drillers to do this? Well, I understand all that bullshit, but it's just fun, man. It's just the characters, the dialogue. I don't know, but I will stand behind it. I think Dirk said, "Fuck you." I don't like Armageddon. I'm quitting.
Right.
Fuck Armageddon.
That's it. I'm out.
But everybody knew that was my number one. It wasn't no fucking big surprise. I mean, but
I thought somebody else would pick American Beauty out of the top 5.
it made my next to final cut. It was right there. It was right there. Yeah, most of the movies that you guys picked, whatever, were considered. Not Requiem for a Dream. I didn't have that one considered. I wasn't a big fan of that.
Thanks.
I'm just saying.
No, I
liked it, but
I wasn't going to pull American Beauty because I don't support perverts, and that's the right thing to do.
Okay, Brett.
I support perverts just as long as they don't fuck dogs.
yeah, exactly.
I think the most pulled movie was From Dusk Till Dawn.
That was on my short list.
Yeah.
I bought the fucking Blu-ray again to rewatch it after I already fucking sold the fucking thing.
Hope we got it for cheap.
We're never. Yeah, it's cheap, but we're not. When do we ever get that 4K? I don't understand it, but whatever. It's another.
Yeah, why talk about something coming out when it's not going to come out?
There was a release date.
Yeah, there was. Yeah,
I mean,
same goes for Panic Room too. Come on.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
Well, you want to start with Brian on the honorables?
Are we caught up on the chat?
Oh yeah, thank you.
Armageddon.
I'm sitting there. My mind's Y'all got me all fucked up.
He just had his Armageddon orgasm.
The Armageddon stream. Once Armageddon was gone, he's just gone now.
We got Armageddon done. I'm gonna go take a nap.
Yeah, I'll buy y'all. I'm done.
He just got Aerosmith playing in his head.
Right.
You like that Def Leppard song, Armageddon it?
Oh yeah,
Armageddon it.
All right, thanks where we left off at.
Oh,
man. I'm working on it, Brad and Ryan. Any luck on Grindr? But my real question is, how does Brad know Ryan is on Grindr?
Oh, I mean, come on, everybody knows Ryan's on Grindr.
Touche.
Chris says in the book he describes the dog as being close to 200 pounds, which is correct about how a Saint Bernard can get. But I do not believe there was a dude in a dog suit. That's what's terrifying. Yeah, and rewatching the movie after I knew that, you still really can't tell. But yeah,
they do a great job at.
All right. Chris says H.P. Lovecraft has a few adapted movies as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Reanimator.
Several.
Yep.
And Pounds, excuse me, but about the dog. Hello, that's insane. Gives me eyes wide shit. No, I love the film.
Damn.
Sydney says my number 2 movie is Set It Off, 1996. Queen Latifah, Jada Pinkett Smith, Vivacia Fox, Kimberly Elise, directed by F. Gary Gray. The system has failed.
It's a good movie.
He says Kubrick is one of the greatest directors of all times. I think Dirk would definitely agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think he's the best.
Yeah, I was going to say he
he's
won't
good
agree
one.
with that. He'll say he's the absolutely number one. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Our Indie Phantom says Eyes Wide Shut is another perfect Christmas movie, and it was a hell of a summer release in '99. The recent indie flick, The Scary of 61st, is set in the same universe, but that's a minor spoiler.
Huh.
Yeah, I got that one back there. I haven't watched it yet. Indie Phantom says Dollar Bill is something I hadn't noticed, but man, he loves offering up money to people throughout the film. Bill is loose with the cash.
That's how he solves all his problems.
Rich
Yeah.
ass fucking doctor.
Throws money at it.
Yeah.
Cindy says my number one movie is Unbreakable, 2000. Bruce Willis, Samuel L. Jackson, directed by M. Night Shyamalan. The scariest thing is not to knock your place in the world, just an awful feeling.
That new M. Night Shyamalan movie trailer looks pretty good.
The cabin.
Knocking the cabin. Yeah.
Not the cabin.
Yeah,
I like that
I
trailer.
didn't know there was a trailer yet.
I haven't seen the trailer yet.
The trailer was cool.
I'll check it out.
I didn't
I've
like
watched
Old.
it. Very good movie.
Yeah.
I didn't like Old. I don't know how y'all.
Yeah, I still haven't seen Old. I need to.
I still haven't seen
check
Old
it
yet.
out.
I still gotta watch it. I got the
Old was
4K
fun.
back there.
I thought it was fun. It wasn't like amazing, but it was fun.
Yeah. Randy says number one for me is P.T. Anderson's Boogie Nights. It was nicknamed Woodfellas. After its premiere at the Cannes Film Fest, have watched it probably 40 times. You Got the Touch. 97 was a knockout year. Yeah, that movie was so fucking dangerous, close to making my list, man. That was one I hated to drop off. That was a good one. I love Boogie Nights.
Surprised see Brian not pull that.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about it.
What the motherfucker say? He says, I like the simple things. Butter in my ass, lollipop in my lips.
But hey, that's me. Yeah. Butter in my ass, and I can't remember what he said. Something like that. Really weird.
When Mark Wahlberg first meets fucking what's his nuts, whatever. He's like, how much do you lift? You tell me first. Say the
Oh,
same
right,
thing.
yeah. You tell me first.
They're 112 pounds a piece. He says, butter in my ass, lollipop in my mouth. But hey, I'm a pervert.
I just remember he was on Oprah Winfrey whenever that movie came out. And they're like, did you keep anything from the set? To Mark Wahlberg. And he's like, I kept one thing.
That's hilarious. Great pick, Saul. I've not seen Eyes Wide Shut yet. It's a good one. You can check it out, man.
Oh, yeah.
All right, very nice pick, Brian. Kevin Spacey is in this. LOL. Great scenes in this. All right, Gizmo. American Beauty is so true, and I love that everyone knows it, but no one wants to compare to anyone in the film. It is a masterpiece. Any fan? Hell yeah, American Beauty had a lot of attention at the time. Mina Savaria, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Was having a big American year with this and American Pie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fish says, I love American Beauty. Popular pick there, Brian. Cindy says, American Beauty, good
Yeah,
movie.
man.
Any Phantom says, American Beauty is amazing and what a great looking and darkly funny movie. It's definitely a dark comedy for me.
Comedy. Yeah.
And Chris says, my dad passed in 99. I remember watching these at home on like premium channels.
Right.
Yep. And he says, I got to disagree with Brian on one thing. Mina Savaria she is hot. See her in a later film, Edmund, with William Macy and Stuck, which is a great dark comedy, both directed by Stuart Gordon.
Yeah, I've seen Edmund. I haven't seen
Watch her in Spun and tell me what you think.
Yeah. Especially when she's dropping that deuce.
Oh, God.
Yep.
Fucking rough.
Shows her like one turd in the toilet.
All right. Gizmo said, no love for Train Spotting, Breaking the Waves, Run Lola Run.
Train Spotting and Run Lola Run's my favorite foreign film of all time.
Yeah.
Just got to get it down to 7.
It's going to be in that Sony Classics box set too.
Yeah, man, I got so many movies I dropped off, man, that deserve to be on this list. Sydney Eubank says, my top 5 honorable mentions are Fargo, Wild Things, Jackie Brown, Good Will Hunting, and The Negotiator. Good night, everyone. Peace. I'll see you, Sydney. Thanks for hanging out, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Bob says, loved American Beauty. Great movie. Gus says, is that the guy from Game of Thrones holding the Requiem movie? Nice slip cover, Brian.
Yeah.
Jay says, great stream, guys. I got to catch the rest tomorrow. All right, man. Have a good night, buddy. Good morning.
Still got a couple honorables to do.
Yeah. Gizmo says Requiem is also one of my favorite films of all time. It's a perfect date movie or Christmas movie for the entire family. Trust me.
Hell yeah.
Right, of
I
course.
want to redo my number
man.
one. I want to redo my number one.
Bob said possibly borrowing Ryan's from Dust Till Dawn Steelbook for Monday. Yeah, I could probably use it.
Right.
Officially, I could buy it from him for $1 and sell it back to him after the stream. So
Then technically it would be yours, right?
Right. There you go. Bob said Requiem for a Dream has one, if not the best score, Love Addiction films.
Yeah, it does have a great score.
Yeah.
Chris says, well, we need to check Brad's movie out there.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, definitely watch it once at least.
What movie is Pop's number one? And they get, of course, get LOL. But,
Yeah.
Shit, the image jumped on me. Sorry about that. Hal says, my number one is Battle Royale. No depiction of animal cruelty, so we're all good. Speaking of endless ammo, that fucking Uzi, all the kids look the same, like ugly, lumpy potatoes. Armageddon's plot is not stupid. How dare you, Pops? What's going on, Huck? Sup Dogs Armageddon was dope. Come on, I'm with you. Yeah, I appreciate it, Huck.
Nice.
He gets it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Stand up the Huck. What's up, the Holland? Scholars Armageddon. Good deal. Chrissy, Armageddon's a great movie, a true blockbuster. Yeah, it is what it is, man. It's a popcorn flick. It's a fun. It's a blockbuster in my mind for sure. Anthony says number one is Starship Troopers. That's what I thought was going to be Brad's number one. That was my guess. Anthony says,
"Yep, that was almost in my top. That barely got snuck out."
Anthony Sawyer Moore says Starship Troopers number one. Paul Verhoeven nails it again with a social commentary, action, gore, and comedy. Very rewatchable and has a fantastic cast. I agree with every bit of that.
Yeah, it does.
It's the most 90s movie.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
I'm excited for that damn 4K steelbook to come too.
Yeah, steelbook coming.
But Gladiator at the end when the senators when the senator said, "Who will help me carry him?" That gave me tears. Love it. Yep. Muhammad says Armageddon is all right. It's a fun popcorn movie. Any fan says I have the criterion of Armageddon, which needs an upgrade. I think the director's cut needs more love. I'm also a staunch defender of the Pearl Harbor. The Pearl Harbor movie. What's DC?
Director's cut.
Director's cut, baby. Yeah, Bay really changed the look of blockbusters. And that's another movie. Pearl Harbor gets a lot of hate. It's not a great movie, but it's okay. I didn't hate it when I first seen it.
Yeah,
Love to trash that one.
You know, but
Got
I think I only seen it the one time in theaters, and maybe one other time, but I don't mind it. Chris says
DVD set too, Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. Some of my top 5 could have been animes, but would have to look at my collection. Scholar says, wish the director's cut for both would get a Blu/4K release. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Deep Impact's getting speaking of Armageddon, I think Deep Impact's going to be getting a 4K here soon. I think it's already been announced.
Michael Bay gets a lot of shit, a whole lot of shit, but it's called show business, not show fun. His movies make crazy money.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of movies. I mean, I thought the first Transformers movie, but I didn't really care for the rest of them. But most of the stuff he's done, even the fucking Friday the 13th remake, I'm a big fan of.
I guarantee as far as directors go, he is in the top 5 as far as money earners. And
something else I didn't know, I forgot to mention this. J.J. Abrams, whatever, did the screenplay for. I think it was the screenplay. J.J. Abrams was involved in Armageddon. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he wrote the screenplay.
Was it the screenplay?
Yeah.
I read my notes. I forgot to read it. All right, Ed Scolder, he says, hope that happens, but they seem to be DVD only for a long time. Yeah. All right, Anthony says, best quote in Starship Troopers. This is for all you new people. I have only one rule. Everybody fights, no one quits. If you don't do your job, I'll kill you myself. Welcome to the Roughnecks. Such a cool movie. All right, Anthony's Horror More. I love Starship Troopers. I'll be getting that Blu-ray still. But the only thing about Starship Troopers, it's just not fucking realistic, man. Just not realistic. God damn.
You can tell those bugs aren't real.
Yeah.
All right. Indie Phantom says saw Def Leppard live with Billy Idol. Last major concert I went to, and one of my favorites, Armageddon Rocks the House. Yeah, I just seen them earlier this year. Them and Motley Crue and Poison and Joan Jett. All right, Anthony says, Chris C, hell yeah, I've got that one pre-ordered.
Yep.
Hollis says, old was fine. People made it out to be utter shit. Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
I don't know. It's not one I'll go back to.
I'm going to check it out eventually, yeah.
I'll never watch it again.
Well,
yeah.
I told my story on that. I tried to watch it twice, but I gotta.
Yeah.
Now that I own it, I definitely need to watch it. Ain't no excuse. Wild Wrangler says, this was fun until next time. I appreciate you hanging out, man.
Still got a couple honorable mentions to get
Yeah,
through.
we got a couple honorable mentions to do after this, after we get through the chat,
wait,
which we're just about done.
There's more.
Juice by Tabby.
Scholar said, maybe with new Disney deal, we get upgrade for Armageddon Criterion. Yeah. That would be good. Speaking of J.J. Abrams, the Cloverfield 2, I guess, is in production.
I'd heard that. Wow.
So we are caught up, guys, and it's time for the honorable mentions. What you got there, Dirk?
All right, I got Vampires.
Nice.
Very underrated Carpenter film.
Indicator release.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Indicator. Didn't get the Scream Factory one. I missed out on that shit. Whatever, but came across that one, man. But very underrated, man. James Woods, smart ass mouth. Great mix of comedy, horror, and action. Score is awesome. I do like how Carpenter did the added to the vampire genre with the Valak, Master Vampire. He's fucking awesome, man. But
and I don't think they even told Billy Baldwin they were shooting a movie.
yeah.
That's just Billy Baldwin.
That's just how he acts.
Oh yeah,
Right? It's just him on a Tuesday.
He's fucking great, man.
He was really good at it too, I thought.
But that one, man, I'm not gonna go too far on these, but then had to throw that one in there, man.
That's a
Great
good
movie.
Yeah.
I got William H. Macy begged for this role, and the Coens didn't get back to him, so he flew to New York where they were shooting, and he told them this is his role, and if they didn't cast him, that he was gonna shoot their dogs.
Oh my God. Is he still in prison?
And quotes from Jerry was "You're darn tootin'," I guess, And then Carl, I like Carl and the what's his name, Gear
Grimsford.
Yeah, Gear or whatever, the Russian dude or Sweden.
Yeah, he's actually Swedish, but he
Swedish.
plays a Russian guy.
Right. But Carl's quote when he's talking to that damn guy when they're going through the toll booth or whatever.
Yeah. At the
He says,
airport.
he says, I guess you think you're, like an authority figure with that stupid fucking uniform, huh? These are the limits of your life, man. The rule of your little fucking gate here. Here's your $4, you pathetic piece of shit.
Yeah.
I think that's my favorite quote of the whole shit. But but this movie makes me want to never go to fucking Minnesota. Everyone is overly fucking friendly. Marge is the unlikely hero of this film. A pregnant police chief who is a great person. Everyone else is a piece of shit in their own way. Even little Scotty. Fucking
Snotty Scotty.
Yeah, little bastard. Fucking disrespectful ass motherfucker.
All right, calm down.
Oh, you got Arby's on me there, Marv.
I didn't mention his wife because who fucking cares? Carl and Gare are the outlaw kidnappers that make this film great, in my opinion. Jerry is a desperate, in-debt dumbass. Wade is this arrogant father-in-law asshole type.
Yeah.
This
No
is a
Jew,
highly
no money.
right. This is a highly rewatchable film, as most Coen brothers films are.
I love Mike Yanagina. That's a great character. Who meets
Right.
Marge, and then she just finds out that he's just full of shit, living with his parents still.
Right.
And I like the way
yeah.
they keep saying his name over and over again. No, it's
Yeah.
me.
How the heck are you?
How the heck are you? Yeah.
It's a fake friendly. That's what it is.
Well, that was my honorables, man.
That's awesome, man.
Oh,
Yeah, I watched Fargo. I think it was Wednesday. I watched that again. Yeah, it was right there. It was in my final, I think 9 when I was trimming down to try to get to 7.
It didn't make it until today, till like right before we went on. That
Yeah.
fucking film, when you watch it, it seems like days after, I'll just start thinking about it more. I don't know what the fuck
Just
it is.
Yeah.
The
Something
one
about
lines
that
in that
movie.
movie.
I don't know.
Must
Great
have been a
movie.
big fella.
It's funny looking.
But definitely, man, the way that shit looks over there, it's like, damn, I'll never want to fucking go there, man.
But it's only like that 6 months out of the year. So
Yeah.
Right.
it'll be fine.
All right, Brian, what you got, bud?
All right, honorable mention number 1 is a disturbing film. I don't know if this is ever going to really get a Blu-ray. It's from the director of Welcome to the Dollhouse, Todd Solondz film called Happiness. This one stars Philip Seymour Hoffman, Dylan Baker, amongst others. John Lovitz has a small role in it. But I'll just read you this crazy plot summary that kind of like summarizes the film. It says a woman breaks up with her boyfriend. It's like kind of goes into all the characters. They're kind of like one of those movies where a bunch of different characters intertwine, but they're all fucked up and do disturbing shit. A woman breaks up with her boyfriend. He thinks it's because he's fat. A man is unable to tell the next door neighbor he finds her sexually attractive. An old couple wants to split up, but they don't want to get a divorce. A therapist masturbates to teen magazines. An 11-year-old kid is insecure about the fact that he hasn't come yet. Office workers try to recall the face of a coworker who recently died. A woman is sure she has everything she could ever want. The lives of these individuals intertwine about their lives in their own unique ways, engaging in acts as a society might find disturbing and desperate search for human connection. Yeah, there's like weird shit in here. There's like pedophilia. There's a scene where like Philip Seymour Hoffman like is like prank phone calling these girls and like fucking jerking off while prank phone calling them. Like,
Damn.
this is a wild out there movie, and I don't think that many people have seen it. It's just one I go back to because it's just one of those that you just can't like turn your head away from when you put it on.
You're a sick fuck.
Yeah, I'm a
Yeah.
sick fuck. Yeah.
Where in the fuck did you find this trash?
Louis Lasser's in here as well. From Blood Rage and stuff. We've also got Laura Flynn Boyle. I don't know. It's just a wild, crazy movie, man. This director hasn't done too much else other than those couple movies. I think he directed a movie that's on Criterion called Life During Wartime, and it's supposed to be like a sequel to Happiness, but it's like the same characters in this movie, but played by different actors, which is a weird thing. So, but it was #1 film of the year by Newsweek, and it's got a little like mature subject matter thing over here.
You think?
Yeah.
That's my first one.
Prank phone calls, the girls jacking off.
Yeah,
It's PG.
wild. He jerks off, and then I think he puts it on like a newspaper clipping or something like that, and like sticks it to his wall. So
Oh, god damn.
he uses his human as glue. Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Cum glue.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody does that, don't they?
it's a wild fucking movie.
I used to stick my posters in my ceilings.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Well, folks, we've reached that time of the night.
yeah. Well, you know,
These fuckers ain't watching no more anyway, but they're all asleep.
I always like watching fucked up shit, especially when I was like a late teenager watching this crazy shit. So,
If you've stuck around for cum posters, you've stuck around long enough.
someone in the chat has seen this movie. All right. 200 Cigarettes is my second one. And
Okay.
anybody that
Yeah.
knows me, I post this shit every New Year's Eve. This is one I watch every New Year's Eve. Fun movie. It's got an all-star cast: Ben Affleck, Casey Affleck, Dave Chappelle, Guillermo Diaz, Angela Featherstone, Janine Garofalo, Gabby Hoffman, Kate Hudson, Courtney Love, Jay Moore, Robert Plimpton, Christina Ricci, Paul Rudd, and there's others in here too. But it's basically just a 80s set movie on the night of New Year's Eve, and everybody's going to this one party at the end of the night, and it's kind of their journey getting there, and it's really funny. Dave Chappelle is kind of the narrator of the movie, and he's also the taxi cab driver. He's hilarious in it.
Yeah.
Everybody in this movie just works, in my opinion. I was reading that Ben Affleck took this role for this because he thought that it would get his brother Casey Affleck he thought it was like one of his big starring role movies, but it really isn't. He didn't know that he was going to be put out just as much as his brother was in the movie, as far as advertising goes. That was funny that Janine Garofalo, Dave Chappelle, and Guillermo Diaz were all in Half Baked together. It's funny seeing like Courtney Love and Paul Rudd as like a couple kind of towards the end of the movie. But I don't know.
Why is it called 200 Cigarettes? So I don't remember.
I don't understand that either. I know that 200 cigarettes does equal a carton of cigarettes, but
Okay.
I don't know they're smoking a lot of cigarettes in the movie. But
Okay.
it's got a great soundtrack. It's one of those MTV production films back in the 90s when they did that a lot. So
I remember that when it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when it came out. I never got around to seeing it, but I love the cast.
I've
I don't
seen
know why I
it.
haven't seen
Like,
it.
yeah, it's like $10 or $11 on Amazon.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I got a pretty long list here.
That's a good.
Yeah,
New Year's-
I've gotten a good list tonight.
Yeah, it's a good New Year's movie.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, Ron, what you got, bud? What's your honorables?
All right, man. I'll make this quick. We're coming to the end of the night, but most people, I think I mentioned a couple of times, I am a veteran, so these movies do mean a lot to me, and I got two of them that made my honorable mentions tonight. Pops has already mentioned one. Of course, that's Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
This movie was hard for me to watch. I remember the first time I saw it, I had to step out and then step back into it a couple of times. There's not much more I can say about it other than, it was the first time I think somebody that took a war movie and made it very authentic in terms of the realities of combat, at least in the beginning. The only reason it didn't make my top 5 really is because to me the story really kind of dropped off once you got past those opening scenes. The grittiness of the combat they got right quite a bit. The history of those units in Normandy, they were a little spotty on, but again, it's a movie. It's meant to be. This movie though, this next one is where I'm going to get a little tiny bit artsy, but to me, this movie really should have been in my top 5, but I comboed it with Saving Private Ryan because they both came out within about 6 months of each other. But this movie called The Thin Red Line by Terrence Malick.
Yeah. Oh yeah, great movie.
If you've never seen this movie is an unbelievable epic war movie. Terrence Malick, if you don't know him, I call him he's like the Daniel Day-Lewis of directors. He's only done maybe 6 movies, but for whatever reason, he's such a renowned, well-known director. He hadn't done anything in 20 years when they announced that he was going to do this movie, and actors started coming out of the woodwork to be in it. That's how much they appreciate what he does. It's War Piece. It stars Sean Penn, Adrian Brody, Jim Caviezel, George Clooney, John Cusack, Woody Harrelson, Elias Koteas, John Travolta. He had scenes in it with Mickey Rourke, Billy Bob Thornton. Billy Bob Thornton recorded a 2-hour narration that was cut from it. Everybody wanted to be in this movie when they found out that Terrence Malick was doing it. Al Pacino, Bruce Willis, Brad Pitt, Peter Berg, Will Patton, all of them. In fact, they were approaching the casting director so much they had to shut it down because that many people, all of them were offering to be in the movie for free. Sean Penn wanted $1. Bruce Willis went so far to say as that he was willing to pay for every single casting person to be flown around first class just to be a part of this movie. And all he wanted was 3 lines.
Damn.
That's what they think about Terrence Malick. When you watch this movie, if you can, try to watch it in high def, because it's not Saving Private Ryan. It's not going to be a lot of gunfire and blowing up scenes, although it does have that. But cinematographically, it has a lot of symbolism, and it's got a lot of underlying themes about war and humanism in war, and it's an all around. It's stunningly beautiful. I sort of compare it to like what The Revenant is. If you watch The Revenant, people talk about how beautiful it is, and it's got a good story that goes with it, which I agree. But the way it's filmed is really what The Revenant won a lot of awards for. But if you've never seen the Thin Red Line, it's a long movie. The original cutting was 5 hours. They wheeled it down to 3. In fact, Matthew McConaughey was so enamored by Terrence Malick, he just hung around him for 3 months after they were done filming just so he could watch him do the editing in the movie. Definitely worth a watch. Those are my 2 war honorable mentions.
Oh yeah,
Terrence Malick.
Terrence Malick.
Okay. Yeah, I wrote his name down. I'm gonna check out his filmography, see what all he's done.
yeah. Check out Badlands.
I know I've seen that. Thin Red Line.
Badlands. Yep.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Not familiar with those movies. So my stuff is not as highbrow or good, but I'm a huge Paul Verhoeven freak. Everybody, well, these lunkheads know.
Except for Showgirls.
I have not seen Showgirls. I will see it one day. Oh man, in particular,
Oh, great movie.
Yeah, man.
The director's cut got a ton of more gore in it, and it's way more pervy, which is awesome. Paul Verhoeven is a goddamn pervert from Amsterdam, or where the fuck he's from, the Netherlands. And he loved, I guarantee you this is his favorite movie he's made. He would take that serum in a second to try to be invisible so he could do pervert shit all over town like Kevin Bacon does. This movie is quote unquote got a lot of camp to it. A lot of people, it's been mocked for years. It's got, a scary movie, made fun of it. I mean, whatever. It's at the end of the day, it's a sci-fi horror movie. It's a lot of fun. Rana Mitra is great in it. If anybody's seen that part, she's awesome to look at. And but yeah, Josh Brolin, Elizabeth Shue. There's a ton of people in this. It's a really well made. For Paul Verhoeven, it's exceptionally well made, and it doesn't get any credit. I don't know why, but especially the director's cut is great. It's
one of my all-time favorite Kevin Bacon movies.
I can't watch it because there's a dog that gets killed in that movie. I can't watch it.
2007. We're just wondering the runtime if it's
forgot about it.
long.
Never mind. I hate it.
Even the CGI you would think would be super dated. It actually holds up pretty well.
Okay.
If it's got the black and white treatment, you wouldn't even know. I've always loved this movie. I think it's a lot of fun.
But you can always adjust your TV settings to black and white.
Yeah, I could do that. And my other one, Starship Troopers, Paul Verhoeven, another Paul Verhoeven movie. This movie, there's so much going on in it. There's so much subtext. It takes place in the future. I don't remember exactly what year it takes place. Our government is no longer a republic. It's some sort of blend between fascist and I don't know, hyper capitalist. I don't know exactly what the right word. I mean, it's strange. There's almost a draconian over. I don't know. It's authoritarian. It's very strange. This movie, the world that's not communist at all. The world that they built,
more fascist. Yeah,
it's more of a fascist state. But you have to become a citizen to vote. You have to become a citizen to have children. And the fastest way to become a citizen is to go through the Starfleet Academy or whatever, become an infantry and serve your country. Right. So it's more fascist. The higher ups, they dress like the Third Reich. They dress like SS officers basically. But he's saying a lot here. I don't know. I don't care. This movie's just a tits out fun fucking. It's just a blast. The gore is ridiculous. the story is this weird love triangle. There's just so much shit going on in it. It's hard to explain, but it's very patriotic movie.
Sound like you're from Boston.
Yeah, it's a very patriotic movie, and that's just like I said.
It's a great castle. Like it's a great Tom Clancy movie.
Yeah,
Patriotika's acting up.
Patriotica.
Yeah, those are good ones, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But it's so much. It's like I don't know what. Yeah, it's really just fascist, straight up fascism. But like Rue McClanahan plays a goddamn blind anatomy teacher. Like in it, it's just fucking weird. Everything about it's weird, and like for some reason, what's her name? The girl with the tits. She doesn't take her clothes off.
Oh, the girl with the tits.
Denise Richards.
Denise Richards doesn't take her clothes off.
Denise Richards.
She was married to Charlie Sheen at the time.
Yeah.
Everybody else takes their clothes off, and like they have genderless showers.
Showers, they're all in there showering together.
Yeah. So like men and women are 100% equal, but women come off really bad in this. Like people accidentally getting killed by women, and just like the first person to run from the bugs is a woman. I noticed it just.
Yeah.
The captain of the ship, that's a woman. Her ship gets blown apart. Just like Paul Verhoeven is an interesting and complicated individual, but like the brain bug, the giant pussy bug at the end,
right?
I'm sure he's just going sure, yes, that's how it's done. Of course I put that in there because it means whatever, but I love when they finally capture the bug and they immediately start like probing it, like with huge, like immediately, like when they're censoring it. I mean, the propaganda with the commercials that keep cutting in.
I was just going to say the propaganda.
Those are great.
Do you want to know more?
Would you like to know?
Do you
more?
want to know more?
Yeah. And Michael Ironside is awesome at it. The one-handed
he is.
professor that goes back to combat. And,
he was the high school teacher.
Yeah, and he's explaining their government. That first scene, I think a lot of people don't get it. That that they say violence is the answer, ruling with an iron fist, and all this. So it's an interesting film. Fucking dated and shit CGI though. Boy, that CGI is rough nowadays.
Don't hold up.
No,
but it's still rewatchable.
I watched that movie again. The bugs look pretty good.
I'll watch.
And there's one little bit where they cut away and they say in other news a colony of Mormon separatists slaughtered on a planet. They moved to a planet that was uninhabited and there was already bugs there, and it's just Mormon separatists. Or whatever the fuck they were, and there's just bodies fucking everywhere, arms and legs and shit. It's a satire for sure. It's just a lot of.
It is.
Oh yeah.
You get the sense like he's satiring everyone. Like no one's safe from this thing.
He's covering everything: feminist, chauvinist, whatever you name it. He's satirizing it.
And the fact that they're even bugs, I think, is got some sort of underlying Paul.
Yeah.
Anachronism.
There's a lot. I'm sure you couldn't get a fucking answer out of him either.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
You mean like 4 sequels to it?
yeah.
Yeah, right.
Jasper Van Dien, his character are these movies. His role of accomplishments are these movies. The Starship Troopers movies.
Yeah.
Rico.
Yep.
All right. I'll go through these pretty fast, guys. Y'all heard me tell the story about this one here. This is going to be Castaway. That's my first honorable mention. Great Tom Hanks movie. Not many actors can pull off what he did in this movie here. Just pretty much him in a fucking volleyball for most of the movie. I just think his acting in this is great. I have a soft spot for this movie. I've told the story before. I'll be fast about it. When I got separated from my first wife, I stayed in the fucking Red Roof Inn for a week. And that's how I discovered this movie. I found it on one of their in-room movie things you can buy. And so I'm sitting there, trying to figure out fucking life, getting the fucking divorce. And I watched this movie for the first time. So it kind of resonated a little bit. You guys seen the movie, think about it. It kind of makes sense. So every time I watch this movie, I kind of think about that part of my life, whatever. So I kind of got a soft spot for it. I always probably liked it more than most people probably do just because of that. Now Tom Hanks basically gained weight for the didn't work out or anything for the scenes not on the island, and then they halted filming for a year so he could lose 50 pounds and grow his hair out. The funny thing is if you notice in the movie, if you guys have seen it, that when his hair grows out, it's like mostly blonde. Well, that was all his hair. For whatever reason, when it started fucking growing out, it started turning blonde for some reason, which was kind of strange. The other thing about this, FedEx is prominently shown in this movie, and FedEx didn't get a dime for that. They didn't pay FedEx. FedEx didn't make anything off of it. And basically, they just asked FedEx, got their approval, of course. But FedEx, whatever, was like, hell yeah, go for it. So FedEx basically got free advertising for this fucking movie.
Damn, I didn't know that. Huh.
Their job applications went up 30% after this movie came out. So they got like 30% more job applications.
That's kind of backwards, shouldn't it?
It's kind of fucked up because fucking plane crashes,
I worked at FedEx.
I want to work for those guys.
I worked at FedEx right out of high school, very briefly.
It was
a seasonal thing. They show that movie the second day orientation at FedEx.
Do they really?
It's just package handling. The second day, you just go in and
right.
Yeah, they're very proud of
You're
that.
gonna watch Castaway.
You watch Castaway second day orientation.
But it was directed by Robert Zemeckis, stars Tom Hanks, Helen Hunt. This is back when Helen Hunt, looked normal. Had a $90 million budget, made $233 million in the States, $429 million worldwide. So it was a huge fucking hit. Of course, anything with Tom Hanks in the fucking 90s was going to be.
Right.
But I don't know, just Tom Hanks just acts his ass off through the whole movie. You can feel his fucking pain. The fucking scene where he has the fucking abscess tooth and he knocks the bitch out with a fucking roller skate with a skate blade.
Yeah,
it's rough, dude. It's a rough fucking watch. I just rewatched. I'm actually not quite done with it. I got a little bit to finish it up. I was trying to finish before the stream, whatever, but it's just so fucking good. I love it. All right, the other one I got here, and I just watched this one again this week. Whatever, I haven't seen it in a while. It's been many years since I've seen it last, but that's going to be Good Will Hunting.
Oh
yeah.
This fucking movie is just so fucking good. Robin Williams, rest in peace. He was always one of my favorites, man, and he acts his ass off in this movie. And I'm sure most of y'all know that Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, whatever, they were the heart and soul behind this movie, trying to get it made. This is pretty much what leapfrogged them to fucking stardom. Basically, the opening shot, or one of the first things they filmed was Robin Williams and make sure I get his name right here. Stellan Skarsgård, which is Pennywise's daddy, by the way. The guy that played Pennywise is his daddy. Plays in this movie as the mathematician that works with Matt Damon. But the opening scene of them two guys going back and forth, that was like one of the first things they shot. Well, during the filming of that scene, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon break down crying because they waited 5 years for this to fucking happen. You got these two great actors up there doing their lines. You can only imagine. It's probably pretty emotional for them. But the bench that they had their conversations on, it looks like there was like nobody around while they were filming that scene. But Robin Williams being Robin Williams, they had over 3,000 people they had to block off out of shot of the film, whatever, because everybody wanted to see Robin Williams. And after he passed away, that bench they had the conversations on became kind of an honorary spot for Robin Williams. People would come by and leave, flowers and letters and all kind of whatever on that bench, whatever. And they're trying to get a petition to make a statue of Robin Williams where that bench is, which I thought would be awesome.
Like Ronald at the McDonald's in benches.
Yeah. Where am I at here? Oh, this is something else that's pretty funny. Basically, they went around to all different kind of production companies to try to get them to pick up this film. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck did. So what they did is about page 60 of the script, they just randomly wrote in a sex scene between Matt Damon's character and Ben Affleck's character. Just a whatever random sex scene between them two. And the only person that reached back out to them saying, I like the movie, but you need to take that part out, was the psycho guy, Weinstein, the fucking pervert.
Yeah.
Anyway, he reached back out to him and says, hey, I love the movie, but that sex scene on page 60, y'all need to get rid of that. He was the only one that even fucking noticed this. They knew he was the only one that read it. So Miramax ended up picking up. They ended up going with Miramax because of that. So I thought that was pretty funny. Them throwing the fucking sex scene on page 60 to see if anybody actually read the script. What else do I got here? Everybody knows this part probably. The scene with Matt Damon and Robin Williams where he's talking about his wife farting in her sleep, and Matt Damon's laughing like a motherfucker through the whole thing. You can actually see the cameraman because he ad-libbed all that, and Matt Damon got just died laughing over it. They left it in the movie. You can actually see the camera shaking because the fucking cameraman's laughing during that scene. But they loved it so much they just left it in. I got all kind of fucking notes on this. They tried to get Mel Gibson to direct the movie, but he turned it down for whatever reason. Gus Van Sant, like I said, he ended up directing it. Robin Williams, Matt Damon, Ben Affleck, Stellan Skarsgård, Casey Affleck, and Minnie Driver all star in this. It's just they won all kind of fucking Academy Awards. It's just a fucking great acted movie. Robin Williams is one of my favorites with him in it. So that was my last honorable mention. I got a lot more notes on it, but I'll stop there.
Being
it really is a good fucking movie.
Being the huge Kevin Smith.
I got myself sandwiched
Kevin
between
Smith
those four movies with my bullshit.
There's always been a rumor that's like circled around Hollywood that apparently Kevin Smith wrote that movie.
Yes,
to the point that I've watched.
He did.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of like Kevin Smith's. Like, I actually went to one in Atlanta once where he does his like spoken word and he does his Q&A, and they go on for like. You think we go long? I mean, he'll stay on stage for 7-8 hours as long as people are asking questions. And it's even gotten to the point where he said like legally he's not allowed to comment whether or not he actually wrote that movie. But apparently in Hollywood, everybody sort of agrees that that's a Kevin Smith movie. He wrote because it's an all dialogue. Yeah, it's a dialogue movie. Yeah. It's kind of like a Quentin Tarantino. They both worked in video stores, and that's how they learned the movies. They didn't actually watch them. All they did was listen to them. So if you watch that movie and just listen to it, not watch it, you kind of start to go, "Oh, this has got a real familiar like pattern to it."
Yeah, but being so early in Matt Damon's career, some of the lines he has in this movie where he spouts off all these just amazing, really intelligent facts, whatever. I mean, he just to be such an early actor, he just killed those lines. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know. I was very impressed with it, and I don't know. It definitely has a cool story behind it. The way it started, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon's career. So, but Ben Affleck was afraid he was going to be known as Matt Damon's dumbass friend, because Matt Damon did such a great job in that movie.
Well, I got news for you.
Right.
Apparently, your worst nightmares come true because it's still that today.
Right. But
I was just saying, Ben Affleck played himself. Didn't know that they were making a movie the same way with Billy Baldwin.
Same with Billy Baldwin.
Yeah.
Now, guys, before we went live, I don't know if y'all see me scrambling around trying to find something. I want to bring this one comment up here. This right here, The Edge. And Brad, me and you were talking the other night. I got a movie that's very well fucking renowned. Everybody loves whatever. And then a movie that is just a fun movie. Mm-hmm. This movie, The Edge, whatever, was going to be my other honorable mention. I couldn't find the fucking thing. Somebody broke in my house and stole the fucking Edge today. They had to have. I don't know where the fuck it's at.
You'll find it after
just the Edge.
Oh, I'll find it as soon as the stream's over, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But I'm texting my wife going, can you look at the closet after we started the stream? Look at the closet for the fucking Edge. She said she couldn't find it. So I don't know where the fuck it's at. But anyway, this was going to be my other honorable mention. I got a whole page of notes on that shit too, but I won't bore y'all with that. So I just want to throw that out there. I seen it, Anthony mention it in the chat when we were talking. But all right, we'll read the chat here, guys, and we'll get on out of here. If I can find out where we left off at. All right, disagreeing. Loved American Beauty. No pressure here at all.
Nope.
No. We're not waiting on you.
I feel like everybody's looking at me, goddamn it.
Somebody play the Jeopardy theme.
Take your time.
I got church in the morning, dude. I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
It was fine. People made up the other shit. We seen that. If I missed somebody, sorry, y'all. I'm sure y'all, who cares? It's fucking late. All right. All right. Chris says, like the Friday the 13th shirt there, my man, talking dirt.
Appreciate it, man.
Cool dirt. I'm just going to start off here, guys. Fuck, I can't find that word. Honorable mentions, Me, Myself, and Irene. This movie's got a ton of shit when it first came out. for making fun of a person with mental disability. Some bitches have no sense of humor. Great comedy. I love Me, Myself, and Irene.
So
It's
good.
Another
not
one of
making
those movies
22.
you'd never be able to make.
Yeah, it's fucking
It's
shame.
one of my favorite comedies for sure.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Like when they're watching Richard Pryor, and he's like, "That's a funny motherfucker."
Especially that
Yeah.
part where he puts that little girl's face in the fountain.
Yeah.
On the
Oh, yeah.
face, whatever.
The name's Hank Fuckface.
Vegiclean. Price check on Vegiclean.
Yeah. There's so much.
Yeah, that's a fucking great movie, man. Anything. There are 2 cool runner-ups. Thursday, 1998, one of the best Quentin Tarantino types and classic nude scene from The Man Cave.
Yeah.
2 is Your Friends and Neighbors, 1998, with Jason Patrick. Has a effed up locker room monologue.
Thursday has a Kino.
Does it?
It's got Thomas Jane, I think, is in the star role.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Thomas Jane movie. Yeah, I've never seen Your Friends and Neighbors though.
No, me neither.
All right. I'm happy this made my top 10. So damn heavy, but so good too. This is the darkest kind of comedy, and Salon's other stuff is worth seeing too.
Yeah. It's fucked up.
Muhammad said, I'm happy this good underrated choice. Okay, Brian, that's the top of the list.
Yeah.
So maybe talk about happiness.
Yeah.
Oh, it says, I still have to watch 200 Cigarettes. Yeah, I do too. I wrote it down. Anthony says, second honorable mention. Okay, we Edge, a 10 survival movie starring Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin. Their plane crashes in the Alaska wilderness and they have to survive the elements of a Kodiak bear. Have y'all seen that? Have y'all seen The Edge?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a great movie.
One thing I've always noticed, and I did see this, and I don't have the notes in front of me right now, but if you notice how many times they fucking say Charles, come on, Charles. Well, they're looking at the fucking notes, whatever I found, that he said Alec Baldwin says Charles 98 times in the movie. And so it's just something I've always
what's funny
noticed.
is when The Walking Dead first came out, that sort of reminded me of that because what's his face? The main character kept Carl.
And you guys ever seen Legends of the Fall?
Yeah.
With Brad Pitt?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that same bear that's in The Edge is the same bear that's in
Bart the
Legends of the
Bear.
Fall.
I thought I recognized that bear.
Bart the Bear. He's a very
Bart the
famous
Bear.
movie bear.
Yeah,
He's
he
been
died.
in most-
He died in 2000, shortly after The Edge.
No, he looked familiar.
Yeah. If there was a grizzly bear in a movie, it was probably Bart the Bear. But for 20 years.
I thought I knew that fucking bear.
Yeah.
Was he in The Great Outdoors too?
I
He
think
did, but in that movie,
that's probably his
He
dad.
had a picnic basket.
Yeah, he got his ass hair shot off.
Yeah.
Shit.
There's a documentary about that bear.
Picnic basket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Grizzly Man.
Getting laid.
Yeah, Grizzly Man.
Grizzly
Yeah, I
Man.
watched that. On Brad's recommendation. It was good, pretty good documentary. It was fucked up. It was
Grizzly
good.
Man. Hilarious.
Listen, you really want to fuck with your brain? You can actually find online, and I wish I hadn't, but you can't. There's no video, but you can listen to the audio tape of the actual killing of them from Grizzly Man, and it's something you'll never want to hear ever again.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because the camera was rolling when he and his girlfriend got attacked, and you can listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, I bet that is rough. But I mean, not to be the asshole or anything, but the motherfucker kind of deserved to be eaten by the fucking bear.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I
Well, I mean, he was, yeah, and I mean, I think maybe he knew, but yeah, I mean, you can't like move into the middle of their house.
You're making fun of Helen Hunt aging, and now you're talking about this guy who lost his life.
But I ain't killed no fucking dogs yet. So I'm good.
Yeah. He didn't want to bring a gun in because he didn't want to kill. He got his girlfriend killed too.
I mean, what's kind of fucked up is they went and found the bear and killed the bear, and that's how they found it was because
that bear fucking
they found
them the minute they showed up. The minute they showed up, that bear attacked them, and they had to kill it. And then they found him in the bear.
Yeah, right. I hope nobody kills me for eating my fucking dinner. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Our mama says, when you guys say 1988 movie, very bad things. If so, what's your opinion on it?
Yeah. Underrated for sure.
Yeah.
It's very dark.
It's a great, it's a good Vegas movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
I'll look
a
up on
very under the radar movie.
Yeah.
Shout Select.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it a shout sleep? Well, I want to. I'll show you what I fucking
You're on
know.
it.
I'm trying to look at the fucking cover.
I was waiting for Brian. Pops, you have it.
It's
Yeah, Brian. I text Brian all the time. Brian, do I own this?
I didn't want to tell him. I just said Shout Select.
Yeah, Cameron Diaz is holding a chainsaw on the cover.
Yeah.
I gotta find that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. You're right. I do own that. But,
We'll trade, Pops. Let me have that. You can have the Steelbook.
just on Tuesday. Christy says Thin Red Line, very good movie, doc. Culture Trini says Scolder, look, it's your fave, Malik. What's going on, Trini?
Yeah.
Oh no, it said 2 honorable mentions. Rounders, yeah, goddamn Rounders was one I hated to cut, man. That's a goddamn great movie. I'm a big poker
Great
player,
movie.
so I love fucking Rounders. Great cult classic poker.
Here's what I found.
Oh, damn, Alexa's talking to me. Right. Great cult classic pre-poker boom. Great marketing for Oreos. Castaway, I wonder how many of those Wilson volleyballs they sold. Now, about one thing about that is they used four volleyballs for the movie. They auctioned off one of the screen used volleyballs for $18,000, and Tom Hanks was reunited with Wilson 15 years later at some kind of convention. So, for those that may give a shit. Scholar 22 says Terrence Malick with a bunch of throw ups.
Reunited.
Oh no, it's Pervertoven.
Yep.
Mohammed said my honorable mentions are Time to Kill and Courage Under Fire. Both great movies. I love a Time to Kill.
Those are solid. Time to Kill is great.
Yeah, what's Samuel Jackson's line of that movie? Yeah, I'm glad they're dead and hope they burn in hell.
Yeah.
Please understand.
Right.
Yeah.
Great movie. Scholar says tits out fun for the whole family.
Hell yeah. Yes.
Rec Room.
Denise, what's her tits, Richards?
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, 4 other guys answered immediately when I said the girl with the tits, and
Right.
4 other dudes answered.
Denise Richards.
Perverts, you pig. Fuck.
Just say wild things.
We're gonna kill you and all your fucking
wild
race,
things.
as Neil Patrick Harris sees when he gets sucked to oblivion.
Yeah, another great line. Michael Ironside pulls up the dead guy by his head and puts his robot fingers in it, pulls it out and goes, they sucked his brains out. This delivered so serious. So just like, this is what we're doing now, guys. You had to put your fucking dirty robot fingers in this dude's skull.
Right.
Of course, Wilson the Ball was almost as good as Hanks.
Yeah, I agree.
Mama said the 1980 movie Desperate Measure starred Michael Keaton, a movie every action fan should check out from this period.
Never seen that.
No.
All right, Bob says Cruel Intentions would be my number one.
I remember that shit.
Yeah.
It's a good flick.
Not number one, but
Good flick if you're a woman.
Yeah, it's not a number one for me.
The soundtrack is awesome. Christy, such a great soundtrack to Sarah Michelle Gellar.
The
Paul
Bittersweet
X100, I love
Company.
your channel's videos. You know so much, sir. Thank you for all the info as always, man. I appreciate it, Paul.
Yeah.
Christy says Robert Anderson, Bittersweet Symphony.
What's the band name?
The Verve.
No. I was gonna ask Brian, but I knew we got it anyway. But yeah, the Verb.
yeah.
Which
Boss
they
is one of
stole
the
from
best
the Rolling
songs.
Stones.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple other hits like Lucky Man
All
and something, like a couple others.
Bob says Armageddon Kicks Ass, one of the first movies I remember seeing with my dad. We loved it. So Brad, leave Bob alone. Bob's all right.
Unrealistic piece of shit. I know a real asteroid when I see one.
Yeah.
Did Affleck get cast for Armageddon because of his dumb assery and Goodwill Hunting? Good question. All right, great stream, guys. Epic as hell. Next time will be another tough one and narrow shit down. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I'm gonna start
Yeah,
working
it's
on my
gonna
next
get
list.
harder and harder.
Yep.
Yes, I know that's what
What
she
you
said.
said.
Yep. That's what
Bob
she
says
said.
almost 3 a.m. Holy cow, I'm off to bed. Tried to hang with y'all. Good night, everyone.
You'll get up to the big boy level one of these days, Bob. Keep at it, buddy.
Right.
Bob ain't got it up here, but I can hear her. Fuck you.
Yeah.
We'll be backstage for another hour after this. Just let that sink in, Bob.
Right.
Well, guys, we are done. We are at 5 hours and 18 minutes. I think this might be the longest one so far.
I think
I know
I
we got
really
a 5
do.
hour one, but I don't know 5 hour
We
and
started
one.
out.
even the
trimming
one
it
where we
down.
went 2 hours on the number one pick, I don't think we went 5:18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were rolling, man. We were past our second pick at like an hour 20. And
And then
then
it went to
Brad
shit
started
from
talking
there.
about Requiem for a Dream.
Yeah.
We're at 5 hours.
Right.
Yeah. When you get into those two and the top three, I guess.
Yeah.
the
Top
explanation.
Yeah, we got. I mean, they're all great movies. Got a lot of shit to say about them.
And Brady's only pissed because you took 2 hours away from Armageddon.
Yeah, that's true. Bucky's over there putting on a light show.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotta
Let me get this
Playing
up.
that
Let me
damn
play the
song.
Yeah, the backdrop going on.
Yeah.
You had all that shit playing. Then I had my song playing. That goddamn Brad was just talking. Goddamn Brad, you fucking me up here. I'm nervous. I want to do this.
He was trying to get the stream copyright infringed.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I had a
shit.
book of shit on American Psycho.
Bob said we had 5 hours 30 minutes before.
Oh damn.
Huh?
Y'all take care. Love the stream. Appreciate it, Chris. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Anthony. Great stream, guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Appreciate y'all
Good
hanging.
night, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, we're gonna jump on out of here, guys. Y'all got anything y'all want to talk about? Or coming up,
Nope.
or
Got to double down for the next one.
yeah, we'll be doing this again in 2 weeks, guys. If everybody's schedule works out, our plan is to do it on 2 Saturdays from now. We'll do what's the next one, y'all? 2001 to 2005. Is that right?
95.
Or 2000.
You're going the wrong way.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Fuck. It's late, y'all.
91 to 95.
91 to 95.
That one. That's what I meant.
91 to 95. Yep.
Yeah.
Nail it.
Yeah. Sorry. All right, I'm back.
He did that. He did that intentionally because he wants to get Armageddon again.
Yeah.
We're just gonna do the same one over again. So
Right.
You know what you should have done before we jump off? When I was ranting and raving about Requiem for a Dream, a movie everybody hates, you should have started playing Don't Want to Miss a Thing. It's like music at the Oscars where they play
Right,
music.
that crossed my mind. I didn't want to be rude, but that crossed my mind.
I'm over here talking about Keith
Push it out of the way.
Dick and whatnot. And you're just like, all right, that's enough.
Yeah.
Oh man, guys, it's been a great time as always. Looking forward to the next one already.
Hell yeah.
Thanks everybody for hanging out, guys. We're at 21. We stayed around 30 most of the stream. So
Oh yeah.
That was
not bad,
awesome,
not
man. 21 hanging out. That's awesome, man. Appreciate everybody waiting to the end.
absolutely. But guys, we'll see y'all soon. I'll be on Bob's channel Monday. I think Brian is going to be on there the following Monday, right, Brian?
Yeah, but we'll be on there Wednesday too. So
Oh yeah, Wednesday we're going to do the Kindred,
Kindred.
thing. So
Yeah.
we got some stuff coming up.
Oh, that's interesting.
So,
You're going to be on Bob's Blu-rays channel? My invitation must have got lost in the mail. All right, Bobby.
Yeah.
That's cool. I understand. Not coming to the 4K tent revival of my 12 subscribers. either.
he's in your spam
Right.
folder there, Brad. He's in your spam.
Right.
Me and Dirk, we're going to go over there and talk about titty movies and have a great time. You're not invited. How about that?
Right. No titties for you, Bob. Come on.
Come posters everywhere over there.
Yeah.
Right.
On my
All right,
ceiling.
guys.
And now,
We will see y'all
now
next
that you say
time.
that,
On my bed.
Hold on.
All right.
I'll take my. Y'all go ahead.
You say, Ryan?
I was just wondering. Now I now know how all of Dirk's posters are staying up.
Hell yeah.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
I
You
want
do
to
not
look
wanna
at this
go on
fucking
that
poster the
note.
same again. If Dirk, you can have that screen poster. I don't want it now.
Are you sure?
I cut the stream. It's just getting.
All right, guys,
Right.
we're going.
Man,
It's
push
late,
the
we're
button,
getting
Frank.
senile. All right,
Get a little
bye,
creamy
everybody.
in here.
See you guys.